before you start, I just wanted to ask for your benevolence once again to say what happened last week should never happen again. In a sense that, you know, when you recognize us, is at your discretion. That if there's a point of order, because I remember you addressed us here to say we are not going to take point of order whilst there's someone speaking. That was an agreement here. Now, last week, you know, what happened, you know, we've been accused outside that, you know, we degenerated into a kindergarten kind of a scenario. So I'm just asking as well for you to lead us, you know, that does not happen again, because that exchange between yourself and our team is not healthy, and it doesn't give this AdHoc committee a good image outside there. Yeah. So we have to listen to you, and even if we are not happy, we'll complain later. But we can't be doing that in front of millions of people who are this AdHoc committee. Okay. And my last parting shot, Chair, yesterday because there's no witness, I'll just drop one. You know,
no, don't say there is no witness, because I'm still coming to explain.
Oh, that. Okay.
And if you could allow me to explain to members.
Thank you,
so that members must not think that there is no witness. Members would know that when we announced yesterday, we said that there were two witnesses for security reasons who wished to be titled as anonymous. They are here, and they have said to us that when the proceedings start, they will come into the chambers and introduce themselves formally. So Mr. Ramano is just handling that outside. Those witnesses will be coming here. We're going to start with them. The witnesses are here. Honorable Skosana, you can conclude your point.
And my point, Chair, was that
just to say to you that the senior counsel will lead evidence with the first witness, and the second witness is allocated to Advocate Mukhaitz. Good morning, Advocate Mukhaitz, and welcome.
Yeah, my last one was that as we were having our own meeting, or the witnesses here already, it's unfortunate that Advocate Mkhwepi and Advocate Mukotedi could not come and give us the meat, you know, of the NPA and the Hawks, which is very, very unfortunate, you know. But unfortunately, because of time, I hope that justice will be seen to be done, because those witnesses were supposed to be part and parcel of this AdHoc committee. I'm not sure what happened to the secretariat, but indeed, we have missed an opportunity to know exactly what is happening in the justice system of this country. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Sols.
Chairperson, I must just be very clear for the record that MK does not prescribe to me how I must behave here. Secondly, I'm not here for likes and claps and how the public views me. I will continue to interrogate based on the evidence before me, because I haven't chosen a side. So I must just be very clear about that. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, honorable members. Let me say this to you. I have listened to you, Honorable Skosana and Honorable James. And I remember Honorable Sols. Yeah. Don't worry when I mention your names. It means you are forever in my thoughts. and in my prayers. So thank you so much. So, Honorable Skosana and Honorable Souls, you know, I listened to you, honorable members, yesterday when we closed our meeting, which ended around 16 hours. And I was so impressed when you committed yourselves to foundational principles that guide the work of this committee. Principles of integrity, principles of consistency, and everything. I was so impressed. And you would even remember the remarks that I made, that I always look forward to committee meetings because every time we come out of the meeting, you are a better person. And let's continue every day to build each one another. Let's continue to enrich the character and the conduct of each one of us. And that is what is going to make us better leaders that the Republic deserves. This Republic deserves the best. And I can tell you, it has produced great men and women who tried by every means to realize the aspirations of the ordinary man and woman on the streets. And if we come to a meeting of this committee where South Africans watch us every day and do our best, I can tell you we will set a very good example for this country. I want to wish you all of the best in today's proceedings and hope that the other proceedings which you are going to have during this week and the coming weeks will demonstrate that indeed we can live up to the standard of expectations of our people. No, let me explain something first. Advocate Arendse, I'm told that the witness that is here is Mr. Mashukuta. Is Mashukuta. And that you are a former intelligence services official or SSA.
Yes, Chairperson.
Yes. And that you have not been given a permission or a certificate to come and testify here. Is that correct?
I also did not ask for it. I'm not aware that I need a certificate.
Okay. Advocate Arendse.
Honorable Chair, honorable members. Chair, we had unfortunately Mr. Romano hasn't coordinated with us. I was going to start with the anonymous witness.
That witness is coming now.
So if with your leave and that of the committee, if we could start with that witness.
Yeah.
Followed by my colleague dealing with Ms. Mashale, and then with Mr. Dottieni, and then to deal with Mr. Mashukuka. There is an issue that I've raised with you, which relates to whether or not he had sought the consent of the Director General of SSA to give evidence before us. I was called about it this morning and I conveyed it to you. And we are expecting a letter from them, which I will table with you, and you can deal with it with respect with the committee and make a call on whether he should nevertheless be called.
Yeah.
So, with your leave, if we could, for the time being, stand down Mr. Mashakuka and call the anonymous witness, and we can then proceed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. Are you aware that you must have that certificate?
Chairperson, because I'm no longer a member of that organization, and I'm not aware of any provision of such nature, because I also operate in other capacities since I left that organization. So therefore, that I once worked for that organization does not put my life on hold or mean that I no longer exist. I participate in various forums and structures and activities as a citizen of this country who is concerned about a number of issues. So therefore, largely part of my evidence, even in this committee, it does not arise out of my activities, even when I was with the SSA. It largely arises out of my activities after I left as a citizen of this country. And that's the evidence I'm bringing here outside of SSA.
No, it's not a problem. What we will do, we will not discuss the matter now. I think we have two witnesses that are going to appear before you. And in the meantime, when we are taking the other two witnesses, the legal team together with the secretariat will sort out every aspect that merits your appearance here. Honorable Skosana.
Yeah, before you started, Chair, I just wanted to close the matter because as well, you know, I'm very careful and I'm choosing my weight. I said, Honorable Skosana spoke about the issue which happened last, no, not the MKP. He referred us as MKP. I'm the one who raised that issue now. And he has to be called to order, Honorable Sol. It can't be left like that and behave the way you want to behave. I appeal to you that you gave us, all of us as members here, that we should not, even if there's a point of order. No one says the point of order won't be entertained, but it's at your discretion. Otherwise, if we are doing that, we won't finish this. We won't finish with witnesses. So I'm saying that that's the first disrespect he has done now, as I'm saying to you. You are supposed to say, Honorable Skosana, this, not MKK. There's no MKK here.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Sols.
No, I won't comment on that. See, the colors I'm wearing says I'm very happy today. Very, very happy. But I wanted to talk about...
You must be a Manchester United fan.
No, not at
Because
all.
winning 3 games in a row is something unusual in the last 10 years.
Not at all. There's other things in sport that makes me happy. National duty makes me happy.
What?
National duty makes me happy.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't choose to wear black today. What I wanted to comment on, Chair, is I'm a bit disappointed that our witness, Secretariat must have known about our witness coming for some time and what the nature of his submissions is. He should have been advised, not today, but before today. So for him to be told today that he doesn't have he needs to have this clearance. It should have been advised to him before. In addition to that, I don't think that my view is that it shouldn't stop him from providing testimony, because we should treat our current witness like we did other witnesses before. We had witnesses that was part of intelligence, crime intelligence, that came and testified, and all they would do is give a disclaimer to say that some of the information is classified and they don't have permission to speak on that, so they won't speak on that. So maybe in the same way, we should treat the current witness in the spirit of fairness, in the same way that if there's classified information that he knows about that he didn't have clearance to open up about, he shouldn't do so, and just tell us about things that he is allowed to speak to us about, just like we did with other witnesses. Thank you, Chair.
I agree 100% with you and give you 100% for that profound input. You are going to testify. Well, I'm just saying that between you and the legal team, because if you listen to what the senior counsel says is that you do not have that certificate, the authorities must know wherever they are that there is nothing you are going to say in these proceedings that has to do with classified intelligence information. I think you are not the first witness to come here. If there are any other matters that have to do with intelligence, there is a standing committee here that deals with intelligence, which you can be a person of interest to them. So when you are here, you must not even be an inch, be tempted to speak intelligence matters with us. We will confine you to the evidence you want to share with the committee. Yeah. But for now, we are going to request you to go to the waiting room, because there is a witness who must occupy the chair that you occupy. You are welcome. Honorable Sols. Honorable Skosana has requested that you must not address them as the MKP, but as Honorable Skosana. That is his request. I'm conveying it to you. So, Mr. Ramano, when you don't see him, because I know you normally see him sitting on my lap, when you don't see him here, he's ushering in the first witness. When he left here, he said they were at the reception area, finalizing their permission to access the premises. So I think in no time, the first witness should be here. Honorable Sangoni and then Honorable Skosana.
Thank you very much, Chair. Maybe just to take this opportunity while we still wait, can the Chair maybe outline a procedure for today? I know the chronology that the witnesses are coming, but do we take a witness? How much time for engagement and so forth and so forth? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. There are two witnesses that are going to be led by the legal team, Anonymous 1 and Anonymous 2. Maybe if they can indicate to us how much time do they need with each of the witnesses.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. If we were to start with Anonymous 2, and the request that we stand down for a short while. I don't see any reason why Anonymous 2 can't appear before us this morning, given the allegations made by him, her, and what permission needs to be sought other than obviously asking for consent, whether to appear before us in camera, which I raised with you, or whether it should be in an open session like this. But I would expect that evidence to be no longer than 1 to 2 hours, if that long. Mr. Mashatuka, that's going to be subject to you and the Honorable Committee, considering the correspondence which we expect to receive from the State Security Agency. Advocate Mokweti is going to deal with Patricia Mashale, who's going to be about two hours or so, just to be led. Much has been said about with Ms. Mashale already. And then Mr. Dotieni will also be likely not longer than 2 hours to be led by Ms. Advocate Nkizi.
Yeah. We're going to allocate to 1 hour each. We don't have 2 hours for these witnesses who are coming here are not key witnesses identified by the committee. So we will not lead evidence for 2 hours on each one of them. So the 2 hours must be used to complete the evidence of the two witnesses. Because members have to be given, it means today we are going to have 2 rounds. I know Honorable Malema speaks about 3. Today we are going to have 2. The first round will be the 2 anonymous witnesses. At the time we take the first break, we must have concluded their presentation. And then we come back and allocate members time, 10 minutes per witness. And then we take the other 2 witnesses. We allocate you again 2 hours to lead evidence. So we are going to have a long night today. The earliest time we can finish is 12 hours midnight. That is the earliest time we are going to finish tonight. Honorable Skosan.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to find out, understanding the issue, though I have my own reservation because at the State Capture Commission, people from SSA testified there, whether they gave them certificate, but the one who was sitting here with us said he left long ago. But I'm not sure why you say you must go to the waiting room, because in the last week we had those NGOs, they were sitting together here. I'm not sure whether I'm missing something that witnesses can sit here.
Yeah, no, there is no problem.
Yes.
They can sit at any space designated.
No, I thought you send her packing home.
I didn't want to bore him with our staff where he sits here and we are discussing matters of the MKP in his presence. So at any time the proceedings start, we can always invite him to join if he so wishes. So, Honorable Sangoni, time will be allocated like that, 2 hours for presentations. All of you today, exercising the benevolence of the chair, you are allocated 20 minutes each, full members and alternates, 20 minutes each. And then we will then take the second set of witnesses, 2 hours, 20 minutes each. We run until the finishing line. Yeah, let me stand up and go and check my witnesses. Yes, our witness has arrived. She was not supposed to be the first witness on our list today, and we can't blame her. The legal team tells me that last night they received messages of withdrawals from Gun Free South Africa, which was supposed to be number one today, followed by Dr. Rolls, who was also going to present second. So the schedule that you see here of appearances is a schedule which was revised overnight. The witness that is here was supposed to be appearing in the afternoon. But we want to thank you that you are here. Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Chair. I see the people taking videos and photos. Is that in order with this witness?
Yeah, no, the witness doesn't have a problem. What the witness wanted was to remain anonymous until she appears here. That is the information I got. Thank you so much. Honorable Sangon.
Sorry, Chair, could we have reasons for the withdrawal of Gun Free South Africa and the doctor? We've spent a lot of time going through their...
Yeah, let's deal with that later. For now, is that they are no longer appearing before the committee. So they forfeited their right to appear. So I think the legal team will give that, and the secretary will give that reasons later. It's unfortunate that we were looking forward to our engagement with them. So, Senior Counsel, can we formally introduce the witness and pass the remarks that you may want to pass?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Our witness today, first witness is Ms. Gladness Patricia Mashali. Welcome. My colleague, Ms. Mokweti, will lead her evidence. So if I may request that you swear in as a witness to take the oath if she wishes to, or to affirm, then we can begin with the leading of the evidence. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Advocate Aronson. Good morning to you, Ms. Patricia Mashale.
Good morning, Chair.
Is your surname Mashale or Mashale
Mashale.
from Bushbuckridge?
No, it's my married name, so it's my married surname.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I know Mashale is a Bushbuckridge surname. That is where the surname is very common. Welcome to the AdHoc committee.
Thank you, Chair.
You have made an application to appear before us and volunteered to share any information that you may want to do so with us within the terms of reference that we have outlined. And because in your evidence there are allegations or facts that you are going to make or state against certain individuals and institutions of the state, we will have to swear you in for oath or affirmation. Is that correct?
That's correct. Chair.
Before we swear you in, I'm going to read or make the following remarks to you that you have been invited here by the AdHoc committee, which investigate allegations that have been made by the police commissioner for the province of KwaZulu-Natal, Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. This committee investigating those allegations, and we believe that the information or evidence that you are going to present here will help the committee in its oversight work or in its investigative responsibilities. The allegations include, amongst others, the alleged unlawful disbandment of the Political Killings Task Team, otherwise known as the PKTT or NPKTT. And number two, the alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the South African Police Services, the SAPS. Number three, alleged corrupt relationship between senior leadership within the SAPS and members of the public. And lastly, the alleged interference, political interference in the work of the SAPS. Mrs. Mashale, in extending this invitation to you, the ad hoc committee chairperson has indicated that you may provide such information to the committee if you so wish under oath in terms of the powers, privileges and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act of 2004. Please be informed that by law, you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. Ms. Mashale, you are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a house or committee may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or document required in these proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17, subsection 2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or a Committee of Parliament with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offense and is liable to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. Ms. Mashale, you are required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence you are about to give is truthful. Which one do you elect?
I'm taking the oath.
You have elected oath. You shall follow me as I dictate to you. May you please say I and state your names in full.
I, Clayton's Patricia Mashale,
Swear that the evidence I shall give
swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
And so help me God.
So help me God.
We have allocated you between now and 13 hours, yourselves and Advocate Mkhwaitz,
Thank you, Chair.
to conclude the presentation of oral evidence. And then we are going to break. After break, members are going to be afforded an opportunity to ask you questions. Thank you so much. All the best.
Good morning, Ms. Mashale. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you? Morning.
Chair, I just need to indicate and maybe ask Ms. Mashale if she is comfortable to proceed, because we have her statement, and in her statement she makes reference to several annexures which have not been printed. And so I do not know to which extent she wishes to make a reference to it while she's busy with her evidence, or whether she'd be comfortable if I just take her through a statement as is. And maybe I could just give an indication to confirm if she is okay to proceed in the absence of those annexures.
I'm okay to proceed with the affidavit because I already sent all the annexes to Vovan, but there's another annexure in the form of a presentation that also just need to be printed.
Honorable Matthies.
Thank you, Chair. Do we have the annexures electronically? And why weren't they printed? Because we also knew that this witness was appearing today. But let's park that because we're going to get into administration. Do we have them electronically?
I believe Parliament's team has circulated the annexures with the statement. I believe the Parliament team did send the statement with annexures, although they were not marked. It was just a bundle of documents.
And when you look around, you'll see that there is nobody to respond to that question. Honorable Solis.
Yeah, maybe the staff is not around to respond, Chair, but we can respond to the fact that we do not have the annexures electronically. We only have the statement. So we do not have it even electronically.
That is exactly what you can see. I'm also sitting alone here.
No, it's just that, as you said, that the advocate said that we have received it.
The answer that Honorable Matthies wants is to say, yes, we received those annexures. We will post them in the group, or we haven't received them. You will not have them. Unfortunately, I don't see anybody. I don't see Dr. Thuli. I don't see Nicolette. I don't see Pilot. Neither Bonani is here. Nobody's here.
I hear you, Chair, but advocate was saying she is under the impression that it was sent to us. So we can respond to that. It wasn't sent to us.
Yeah. Honorable Matthies.
Chair, clearly there's no synergy between the legal team here and our technical team, especially regarding the public submissions. And it's a problem since we started taking public submissions. So I'm just asking that as a chair that you sort of intervene and be able to give guidance. I mean, even the legal team, I mean, it's terrible that even our technical team have all disappeared. We can't even have something as basic as and we've paid money to get witnesses to come and appear here. But also on the side of the legal team should have brought it to our attention that they don't have the annexures like from yesterday. If we were properly prepared as well, then we could have intervened much earlier. So maybe we just need to have better checks and balances so we don't further embarrass this parliament of being as inefficient as it is. And at some point, the technical team must be reported. Because here the whole country is watching. We can't even print annexures or even have them electronically available. It's embarrassing. The third arm of state, just annexures.
We can't blame the legal team here because this is a process that ensues from public submission.
They should have asked for it because how they lead in evidence also a chair without having the annexures. I'm not saying, what I'm saying is that if everybody was doing what they were supposed to do, by now we would have known that the annexures are not annexed because clearly it's just loose documents and then it's not printed and it's not available electronically. So we just have failures on all sides. Parliament, the service providers of the legal team, it's a mess.
Yeah. Look, honorable members, the documents that you always have before you are not sent to you by the legal team. The technical team that supports the committee is the one that's responsible for ensuring that you receive all the documents that come before you. So they have not done it. The legal team cannot be overburdened we are being unfair on them if we want to castigate them. Because all the time, if you know the work that they do, sometimes we even sit here, they take leave from our meetings to go and prepare statements of witnesses. They can't prepare a statement and forward it to the secretariat. And when the secretariat has failed to make sure that the committee receives those documents, we want to blame the legal team. We want those annexures. And there is nobody here from the technical team of Parliament. Honorable Matthews.
Chair, I don't want to be misunderstood. I'm not blaming the legal team, but I'm saying the legal team is here. It's not Parliament staff that's leading evidence, right? Yes, it's wrong. I don't know what's going on with our technical team. But if our legal team prepared, they would have known already that this technical team of ours hasn't submitted and brought it to your attention, so there should have been intervention. It can't be that the legal team even comes here now and says they get the information the same time as we do. And there's been at no point a report or a request for intervention that I don't have something.
Yes,
There's something lacking here.
I want to take you back to your decisions, honorable members. Because when you met in your own committee meeting, you were the ones that said, with regard to public submissions, there is no need for any statement to be prepared. That is a decision of the committee. And the legal team is just assisting us with the presentation of evidence. But our technical team is the one that is responsible because these documents were received by them as public submissions. It's not like a list of witnesses that we agree on and pass to the legal team for consultations. And I'm not saying I'm defending the legal team, I'm stating a fact here. Honorable Advocate Mkhize.
Chair, I can't speak for the technical team, but we certainly have the annexures and we did prepare accordingly. We have the annexures, they were circulated to us last week.
They are not helping us.
So I'm just saying
You have the annexures and that is why yourselves are prepared. And the question that honorable members are asking is why they do not have. You have the person who shared those annexures with you was supposed to have also shared them with the ad hoc committee, and they did not. So, and if I stand up here where I'm sitting, it means the meeting collapses because we want a person who can get, I don't know where they are, the technical team. None of them is here. So someone should come here and say, we are sending you those annexures now, or we don't have those annexures.
Chair, we are now going to have the annexure bundle printed. Vanani says it'll take about 10, 15 minutes. That's the annexure bundle that was sent to us yesterday.
Yeah, but can I check? Do we have an electronic version of those annexures?
We received an electronic bundle from Parliament's team. So our understanding is that when the documents are circulated to us,
Who is the person that sent you that electronic version?
Mr. Ramano sent us the bundle with the statement. So our understanding is when we receive the statement with the annexures, because we didn't consult with the witness, it would also be the time when he sends it to the rest of the committee. So when we, yeah,
That the annexure bundle you received from whom?
from Mr. Ramano with the statement.
So it was an electronic version.
Yes, they were not marked, but it was a bundle of documents which we understood was part of her annexures.
And who else is coming from Parliament here? From the staff of Parliament? I'm not seeing anybody from the staff of Parliament. Because Mr. Ramano took the bundle and he left. So we will have to wait for that 10 to 15 minutes for him to come back with a Honorable Matthews.
Chair, can I make a suggestion that we start and maybe we'll just park questions that might, or responses that might have to be referred to the annex just in the interest of time.
What are the members saying? Honorable Skosana, are you opposed to us starting?
I second Honorable Matthews that let's start.
Advocate Mukhaitz and Ms. Mashala. Can we start?
Okay, Chair. Should we start? Okay, good morning again, Ms. Mashale.
Good morning.
You have your statement in front of you.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Perhaps it would be a good start if you start by introducing yourself and maybe just give us a brief background to your employment history, which I note is in SAPS as well.
Okay. I'm Patricia Mashale. I was employed on 1 August 2007 as an administration clerk in the South African Police Service.
Be closed.
Since 2008, I have been reporting wrongdoing in the South African Police Service. To an extent where I try to report everywhere, from the SAPS management to the MEC of Police, to the Premier, and to the office of the former minister, who was the late Nadine Nteta. And my last resort was the office of the former President Zuma. And he was the one who immediately instructed the minister to appoint IPID to do an investigation into the corruption that I reported. That was in 2009.
May I just take you a little bit back before you start? And you started off by giving us an introduction in your employment in SAPS. And I see from your statement you've been employed at SAPS from 2007 up until 2022. And you had the position of an admin clerk.
Yes.
Now, it has come to light, we had a witness here, General Kumalo, who gave evidence in relation to your employment at SAPS. And one of the things that he said during his testimony was that your employment at SAPS in 2007 was irregular. And he said that you failed to disclose that you were previously dismissed at the Department of Health, and that you, so you'll see in the exhibit bundle that I've given to you, he's actually attached something from SAPS to that effect.
Okay.
What do you have to say about that?
Yes, I heard him saying that. So in 1998, I enrolled as a student nurse at the Free State College of Nursing. It was in January 1998. In May 1998, I was admitted with acute appendicitis in hospital. I was booked off for 6 weeks. And during that time, I submitted my medical certificate to the college. And in June of 1998, I decided that nursing is actually also not my passion. So I'm not going to waste my time and proceed with the, it was a bursary. So I submitted my termination forms, my termination application to the Free State College of Nursing. And everything was processed, documents were submitted. So from 1998 up until 2007, I didn't do anything. I was a housewife. I raised my children. And so in 2007, there was post advertised at the South African Police Service. I applied. I went through all the stages of recruitment. Fingerprints were taken, background checks were taken, and I was appointed on 1st August 2008. Shortly after I started working, there was this rumor by Director MP Molloy, he retired as Major General Molloy, that I was dismissed from Department of Health. And I was appointed in the South African Police Service because I had a romantic relationship with a late former Deputy Provincial Commissioner, Major General Eric Nkuna. I didn't even know who the Deputy Provincial Commissioner was. But what I remember, in December of 2007, the secretary of Major General Nkuna was on leave. And our support commander at Vespol, because I was working under the component Vespol, our support commander, Captain Stein, came to our office and she said that between us who are working in that office, they need someone to go and assist in General Nkuna's office because his secretary is on leave. No one was prepared to go, even myself, because I just started and now I must go to the 9th floor to be a secretary to the general that I don't know. No one was prepared to go. At the end of the day, the staff officer of the general decided that they are just going to randomly choose someone to go there. It was Captain Baikis at the time. He also retired as Lieutenant Colonel Baikis. And Captain Stein came to me and said, Patricia, Captain Baikis called and they say you must go and work at the Assistant General's office. I didn't have a choice. It was an instruction. So I went to work in the General's office. I was assisting there for 2 weeks. Now, Director Peter Molloy's wife was working with me in the same office. Her name is also Patricia Molloy. And I don't know how the story started, but suddenly I now had a romantic relationship with General Nkuna, and he was the one who appointed me. General Nkuna didn't work in recruitment. He was not part of the recruitment. What they should have done, they should have go to my personal file and check how I was appointed, how I went through the recruitment processes. But at the end of the day, I was charged departmentally because the allegation was now that I failed to disclose that I was dismissed at the Department of Health. I won that case because there was a departmental trial. The generals from HR head offices was called as witnesses. Department of Health HR was called as witnesses, and they came and testified to say she did submit everything, her documents. Department of the Health are the ones who failed to capture her application, to capture her termination. And then what I did, then I went to my lawyer. I filed a defamation case against Molloy, and the court granted me damages. I filed for 100,000. The court granted me 50,000 in damages. And I did in my annexes submit all those documents relating to the departmental trial, relating to how that case was finalized.
Where in your statement do you reference that finding where you got a damages claim? Is it referred to in your statement?
On the presentation that I referred to, because on the presentation that I referred to, there's other matters that I'm going to discuss on that presentation. That's where I referred it to.
So if you look at that small exhibit bundle, page 1, where they give your personal information from the Department of Health.
That's one.
The first page. It's indicated there, and it's sort of marked in black. I don't know if you can see properly, but it said there that the reason why it said you resigned in 1998 on the first page. And if you look at the second page, it said that the reason why you denied is because of dissertation.
Yes.
So these documents are they then false or
if you can
not valid?
If you can look at the date said 14/12/2007.
Okay.
And that bundle that I sent you, the annexes that I sent you, you will find there where they say that the reason why it was captured as desertion is because Department of Health failed to capture the documents that I submitted to terminate the enrollment. And just on this again, Lieutenant General Khumalo is the head of crime intelligence. It was easy for him to go and check on my personal file because the documents that I submitted to on the email, my personal file, you would have seen that in the departmental trial that was where I was charged in 2008. I was acquitted in that trial. You would have seen the documents that I submitted where I filed for defamation. You would have seen the court order. You would have seen the letter that was sent by General Masimula, was the head of support that time, to say that this matter is regarded as finalized because it was not the fault of it was not my fault, but it was the fault of the Department of Health. So before I came here, my lawyers told me that even when you ask me about this, because currently they are also busy with the defamation suit against General Kumalo relating to this matter.
Or maybe once the annexures are printed, you can then take the committee to the relevant documents that you're referring to. And then I'd slowly like to take us through your statement, because I could hear that you were leaving quite a lot of information out as you were trying to tell your story. Your statement is not very long, so I believe we can very quickly, we have an hour, we can quickly go through it.
Okay.
From your statement, and I'm looking at your background of in your history of whistleblowing that you started off by telling us, it appears that your husband was also quite active, and it seems that the two of you were quite hardworking at making sure that corruption is uncovered. If one reads your statement, so in your whistleblowing from 2009 to it appears from your date of dismissal that you were actively involved in whistleblowing with your husband.
Didn't stop with my date of dismissal. It's still ongoing. So yes, it's true. My husband also in 2008, while executing his duties, he also came across massive corruption committed. It was a syndicate of police officers, drug lords, motor vehicle syndicates, traffic cops, all those kind of things. And most of them, these police officers was working within the crime intelligence environment. And he was part of a task team who was working with these serious crimes. And as a result of him exposing, him and his two colleagues was arrested. And it was alleged that they are the ones who are part of these syndicates. So what General Mkonazi said about cartels and syndicates didn't start recently, something that came a long time ago. And when you speak out about these things, the first thing that they do, they arrest you. Whether there's something against you, whether they arrest you. They will add the charges later as they go. So they were arrested. Despite, if you can also look in that annexure that I sent you, there's the report from ICD, where they say despite the fact that there was absolutely no evidence against them, they were detained for 10 days without being charged. Their lawyer had to approach the High Court to force SAPS to charge them. So mind you, the allegations against them was that it's serious crimes. After 10 days, they were charged, 3 of them, of taking a bribe of 120 rand over a period of 3 years. This 120 rand was not fined on any one of them, but that was the charge. So now you ask yourself, if 3 people takes a bribe of 120 rand over a period of 3 years, how did they manage? And in April of 2008, all charges against them were dropped. They also sued the state for malicious arrest. And yeah.
Yeah, I see you refer to that in paragraph 6 of your statement. The facts you've just described about what you say is the unlawful arrest of your husband. And one interesting fact that you mentioned there is that your husband was then asked to fabricate allegations against a senior official, General Nkuna, in order for the charges against your husband to be dropped. Now, this General Nkuna that's mentioned here, is it the same
The
general that was said to have cleared your Department of Health record?
Yes. The same General Nkuna, remember General Nkuna was the Deputy Provincial Commissioner of Police. It was at this time where there were only two deputies. It was a Provincial Commissioner, Deputy Support, Deputy Policing. So General Nkuna was the Deputy Policing. So everyone under policing, crime intelligence were reported to him. So now came this person to my husband while he's in detention, because him and his colleagues was not detained at the same police station. He was detained about 60 kilometers out of Bloemfontein. The other one is 30 kilometers. So when this person came to him, Colonel Sinatle, they fetched him from Welkom. Mind you, these crimes were committed in Bloemfontein. They fetched him from Welkom. He must come investigate these cases. You went to my husband and he say, the only way we are going to drop these charges against you, you must implicate General Nkuna and say, he is part of these syndicates. And Colonel Sinatle came later to my husband and he said, I was fetched and I was told that by General Tsumani, who was still a brigadier at the time. General Tsumani was the head of detectives. He told my husband, General Tsumani told me that I must make sure that you implicate General Nkuna.
So did your husband fabricate? Did he implicate?
He didn't. He refused.
So in paragraph 3 is where you, of your statement, is where you deal with the chronology of events and retaliation. And this is where you mention the report that you've made to IPID, where you've reported or you made certain protected disclosures. Do you just briefly want to talk us through the events that happened there in 2021?
Okay. It did not actually start in 2021. I started to make the protected disclosures in 2018 to General Sitole, whereby I came across on the system, because I was the one who was monitoring the firearm applications in the province. I was the one who could check what is the status of firearms or firearm applications. So now in 2018, we got a new commander in the firearm section, because I was working with firearm liquor and second-hand goods, Colonel Lewis. So Colonel Lewis started working, and then he came to me one day and he said, you know what? Something strange is happening at the firearm storage facility. There's no records, there's no record keeping. The firearms are not packed as per the prescriptions. There's no registers. Every Tuesday, the police stations are bringing firearms, but there's no records of these firearms. And he gave me a list. He said, can you please take this list and check for me, where is all these firearms? I took the list, I went with a list through the system, and lo and behold, I found that a warrant officer who is working at the facility storage was busy selling the firearms that was meant for destruction. He was selling the firearms back to the black market. There was names of police officers who were part of this, from police station level up to head office. There were names of dealers who bought the firearms. I printed all that information and I gave it to Colonel Lewis. I said, this is the information. Firearms were licensed at the Central Firearm Registry. Firearms that were meant for destruction were licensed at the Central Firearm Registry. And I could see on the system, when you go and look on the serial number of the firearm, you can see the firearm belongs to the state. But then on the other system, you see this firearm is licensed. So Colonel Lewis was shocked. And then Colonel Lewis went to report it to Major General Lysia, who is the current Deputy Provincial Commissioner of Policing.
Before we get there, just the information you've given us now, where is that? That's not in your statement.
No, that's not in my statement. Hence, I was telling you that I didn't make the disclosures in 2021. It's that what General Sitole. It started actually with the firearms in 2018. In 2021, when I made the other protected disclosure, there was already the one of the firearm that General Sitole never handled. Because what happened, when Colonel Lewis went to General Lysia, he didn't act. And then Colonel Lewis said, Patricia, you know what, I don't know what to do, because this thing is still going on and General Lysia is not saying anything. And I say, I'm not going to leave it like that.
But sorry, where would one find that you were admin clerk at the time, right? So under which circumstances as an admin clerk was the information revealed to you, and how does one find proof that all of this reporting
I'm coming
take
there.
place?
I'm coming there. Now, admin clerks are the ones who work with the administration of the police. Police officers work outside. When they are done with their job, they bring their files to the admin clerks. We are the ones who capture the system. We are the ones who check whatever on the system. Admin clerks are the brains of the South African Police Service. Without the admin clerks, most of the police officers cannot even open a computer, send an email. So there's where admin clerks come in. So now, I was responsible for monitoring firearm applications and the firearms that were meant for destruction in Free State. That was my job. So, when Colonel Lewis gave me this list, I had to go and check each firearm, serial number per serial number, to check what is the status of that firearm, where is that firearm at the current moment. There's where I found it. The status of this firearm shows that is forfeited to the state and is meant to be distracted, but a license have been issued on that firearm is already on the streets, it's been sold. But the status showed it must still be distracted. Here's what I found. So when General Lysia didn't act on the information, that's where I sent an email. I first called General Sitole and said, we have this situation in Free State. He referred me to General Libya. I reported to General Libya. He referred me to General Mutley, who was the DPC I had in Free State. General Mutley is the one who said, bring me all the information, bring me all the evidence, so that I can establish a task team to investigate this. Then, that was in 2019, then lockdown happened. But during the lockdown, Colonel Scotta, who was working under General Mutley, called me while I was at home to say, we need that evidence, we need that information. He picked me up from my house. We went to my office. I gave him 2 boxes full of printouts with all the information. He was with another Colonel Bota, I think, from Pretoria DPCI. Colonel Bota took my statement. I gave him all the information. And then the investigation was about to start. General Mutley told me, say, Patricia, in DPCI, we don't have someone who have the functions to check the firearms on the serial numbers. So I'm going to write a letter to the Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mutsunyani, to request that you come as a service arrangement to assist us to check all those firearm statuses. Indeed, he wrote a letter to General Mutsunyani. to request for the service arrangement so that the investigation can proceed. And she declined that request. And that is where everything ended. So in 2021, that's when I now made the new protected disclosures to the National Commissioner relating to more corruption. And implicating senior managers in SAPS, including the same General Mutsunyani, who's the provincial, she retired last month, implicating General Isia, who's current acting provincial commissioner, with witnesses who gave me their affidavits. And I sent everything to General Sitole, everything, the witness affidavits, everything. That was on the 6th January 2021. On 13 January 2021, one of my witnesses who gave me statement to support those protected disclosures I make to General Sitole, he was then Captain Gerald Smith. He's now Lieutenant Colonel Smith. He came to my office, him and Colonel Moorcroft, and he said to me, Patricia, there's trouble. I asked him what happened. He said, General Licia called me yesterday, very, very angry. And he said to me, he saw my statement in that document, that protected disclosure that you sent to General Sitole. And I must make sure I remove myself from all those things because he is going to deal with you. He's going to make sure that you get dismissed. That is what Smith is telling me in the presence of Colonel Moorcroft in my office. And that is what indeed happened.
Can I refer you to your statement in paragraph 3.1? The events that you describe are those is that the protected disclosure that you're referring to?
Yes.
Now, in relation to the allegations there, we know from the documents that you've sent, there's an IPID report which seems to have cleared these allegations, that seems to suggest that there was no merit to these allegations. I want to refer you to this IPID report that deals with, might be difficult to find because it's not marked. But it's dated the 5th of August, 2022. You do recognize the documents, and those are the documents that you sent to Parliament's team.
I recognize all the documents, but I have not found that IPID report yet. Who signed the report, if I may ask? Because there was a lot of IPID investigations.
Okay. This one is signed by. It's signed on the 3rd of August by a Mr. T. Kifeleka. Yeah.
The less I say about him, the better, but okay. There was, to which investigation does that report refer to? I have one, yeah.
Marked confidential at the top. It looks like this.
Is it
It looks like that. I think you might have the right one. Yes.
This one is signed the 3rd of August 2022. Okay, this IPAD report is relating to the citizenship of Lieutenant General Dineo Nghawa. It's not relating to that protected disclosures that I made. And I will come to this. If you want me to talk about this now, then I can proceed. Do you want me to proceed with this one?
You can proceed with the events that you referred to in paragraph 3.1, but what was the outcome of those, that protected disclosure that you make?
Nothing.
The one in paragraph 3.1?
Nothing. I opened cases. I went to the police station, opened cases. I must first also come, because in that presentation that I told you that I must also even move to the NPA, the DPP, the prosecutors, because I opened cases, the cases was investigated, and all my cases, the prosecutor just gave instructions that my docket should not be prosecuted.
Maybe then explain to us what does this report
That's
relate
the one.
to? Yes.
This one is relating to the citizenship of Lieutenant General Nghawa. She has been mentioned by several people here relating to the Ket Matlala issue. Now there is a question relating to the citizenship of Lieutenant General Nghawa. This matter was reported a long time ago. So in 2022, IPA did this investigation, and they came up with this investigation report. And if you can go through the investigation report, you will see a lot of consistencies in this investigation report. But in 2024, I reported this matter again to the former Minister of Home Affairs, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi. He ordered investigation, and Mr. Molale of Home Affairs Anti-Corruption investigated this matter. Mr. Molale gave me regular feedback relating to this. And during the investigation in August last year, because General Nghawa was first called, or she first signed the police documents as Ntia, and during the investigation, while the investigation was still in progress, she then suddenly changed her signature to Nghawa. So the feedback that Mr. Molale and General Mokoena from Anti-Corruption Home Affairs gave me personally, they say, on the Home Affairs database, they could not find any documents, either on file, in the National Population Register, or anywhere on their database. That's what they told me. They called General Nghawa so that she can tell them the ID that she's using, which documents did she use to apply for that ID. She refused to cooperate with the investigation. She refused. And then they went to the hospital where she alleged she was born. There's no records. They went to the 2 schools where she alleged she was a learner. They don't have records. They went to the person that she alleged was a brother in Welkom. He refused to meet with them. And they went to Department of Education to check on matric certificate qualifications. They couldn't find any. And as a result of that, they handed their investigation report over to Immigration Services for the determination of her citizenship status. In August of last year, I met with Mr. Van Neel from Immigration Services. He confirmed to me that There is no records of either the Neo Nsia or the Neo Nghawa on the Home Affairs system. He said he can confirm that the late mother was a Lesotho citizen. He have the ID copy of the person that she cited as her father. But this Ernest Nghawa was not married to her mother. He was married to another lady. So, what he was going to do, proceeding with this investigation, he must now go. He told me she have 2 brothers and 2 sisters, of which I know one of the sisters, one sister is a brigadier at Forensic Services. So he say he must go to them to go and determine how did they obtain the IDs back, because up until that day, she was still refusing to cooperate with the investigation. That was the feedback that I received from Mr. Van Niel. So this investigation that IPED did was a cover-up. Former Minister Cele and General Masimula presented this to the previous portfolio committee as the truth. Then I wrote an email to the former executive director of IPED. I said, you allege here you have documents. As a complainant in this matter, can you please provide the documents to the Department of Home Affairs so that they can see where did you obtain your documents, because on this database, they don't have documents. The executive director told me since last year, May, the emails of IPED doesn't work up until her contract expired. I've never received those documents because she told me the emails is not in working condition.
Okay, but it does appear from the bundle of documents that you sent that there was a further report which seemed to have cleared General Nsia. And if you look at this, this is the same report, it appears, that was presented to the portfolio committee, because you've written to Parliament, it seems, wherein you brought your complaints to the attention of the portfolio committee as well. And this IPED report was signed on the 20th of September 2022, and it includes some of the allegations that you make in paragraph 3.1 of your statement.
There was one question that I asked the South African Police Service. If you cleared General Nghawa, how did you obtain information from the systems of Home Affairs? Because Home Affairs are the only people who can clear. Hence, I went to the minister, the former minister, to ask him to do his own investigation. And as we are speaking now, they are still busy with that investigation. So how did they clear her through an internal investigation?
Okay.
Without including
Honorable Souls.
Thank you, Chair. Can we just be referred to the actual document that the advocate is dealing with, please? We did receive attachments now, so if we can just be referred to which one is it exactly, so that we can follow together. Thank you.
Okay, Chair, there's an information note dated the 5th of September 2022, and it is directed to the Honorable Minister of Police, Minister Becky Cele, and this is the second IPED report, which was signed by Honorable Matale and by former Minister Becky Cele.
Chair, maybe Parliament should assist the Secretariat to tell us, based on the attachments, what is it named, what is the attachment called, so that we can go to that attachment.
Independent Police Investigative Directorate. Then on top is the stamp of the ministry, 19 September 2022.
No, the attachments we have is labeled differently, so not from your side, from what we have received. So if the Secretariat can just assist, please, Chair. What is it labeled as on our attachment?
I don't think the annexures were numbered when they were sent to us or to the members. Ms. Mashale did not remark the annexures, and it also appears the annexures in the statement do not necessarily align. I mean, we had difficulty reading through it as well, Chair, and the way we've organized it was chronology, but with sort of time frames, because the statement itself does not properly describe the particular annexure.
So, Ms. Mashale, you insist that the police officer in question is not legally in the country.
Chairperson, before I came here, I called Mr. Mulale because last week I was contacted with someone who alleged that he's working with Mr. Van Neil. And he said to me that they obtained statements from family members and cousins who confirmed that General Nkhoa was born in South Africa. And I told him, I said, you know what? A statement cannot determine whether someone was born in South Africa, but...
No, just respond to the question. Is it your...
Yes.
Your statement before this committee that this officer is not legally in the country?
It's my statement, and Mr. Mulale requested that if the committee wants to know more, they can call.
Don't worry about who says what.
It's my statement, Chair.
Make a submission. We're a committee of parliament.
Yes.
We will ask anybody who must be answerable to give us those answers.
Please, Chair, that is my statement.
Thank you. You can proceed.
In light of your submission, can we then take it that you dispute this IPID report that was produced and signed off by the former Minister of Police?
I dispute it. I dispute it.
You were given a copy of the outcome of your complaints at the time. Were you given a copy of this? You obviously had.
Yes, I was given a copy, but not the entire. What I was given was this part, not this.
Maybe just how long did Home Affairs start this investigation?
Home Affairs started the investigation in my request to the former minister was in 2020. I think it was April 2024. Yes.
And even now, the investigation is not concluded.
Even now, the investigation is not complete. But what I told myself is I'm going to give them a fair chance.
No. Just respond to the question. When was the last time they gave you an update?
Last week.
Last week. And they said we're still investigating.
Last week, Mr. Van Neil told me to say that he is finalizing the report. He must go and present it to the Director General, and then they must go and present in the Portfolio Committee of Home Affairs.
Okay. Honorable Matthys.
Yeah. I really hate bringing up the issue of this technical team of ours. We cannot be getting over 21 separate documents for annexes here. They're not even labeled. How does that even work, Chair? What must happen? Because every time we raise this, we just lost for words and then we just continue. Nobody comes and nobody answers for over 21 attachments just random in our WhatsApp group. These things we resolved last week already that these witnesses were coming here.
What are we going to do, Chair? You're not even going to let V respond because he's the one that's posting like 21 just loose documents in there. We don't know. They're not labeled, just nothing. Like, what are we? Then we may as well just close for today and then they must go get their act together because this is embarrassing. We can't even follow the witness properly. We're not doing justice to her testimony.
You have a valid point, Honorable Wananu. Who are you working with? Who is helping you in your work?
I've got two secretary and a committee assistant. But maybe Chair, in terms of the labeling of the documents, I was not in a position to label them. I received them as they are, so I couldn't give them names.
Because I always see you sitting alone here. I don't know who is helping you to do these things, and it can be overwhelming if you do not have adequate support. I think it's a matter which we will take during the break, because really it's annoying for members. I mean, they have been raising it and we don't seem to be coming right. Okay, Honorable Size.
Chair, and we can't indirectly blame the witness for that. Because if the witness supplies documents, our technical team should now put it together for us based on what they see the witness has presented, and then put it in order for us. This is Annexure 1, this is 2, so that we can follow through. So it's not the witness's fault here. And now we have documents that are listed as C1, 2, 3, 5. It's wrong. And we want to follow the witness. And I don't think it's such a major issue. We should just now identify the document. Let's work with what we have. If a document is dealt with, what is that document on our attachments? We go with it. It's not a major train smash, but we just should be able to follow. That's all, and correct what has happened now. It shouldn't be repeated. It's very wrong.
Yeah. They hear you, honorable members, that today is the last time we speak about this matter. May we proceed, Honorable Mkhwezi. Advocate Mkhwezi.
Okay, then Ms. Mashale, you've mentioned General Isia quite a bit from the beginning of your testimony, and it appears that there were quite a lot of conflict between the two of you during your time at SAPS. And one of the biggest issues between the two of you appears to stem from WhatsApps that were exchanged on a group, to which General Isia took offense to and decided to get a protection order against you, as well as a harassment charges. Now, the WhatsApp messages are part of the bundle. I've come across some WhatsApp messages that were exchanged. So in dealing with this, what I really want to hear is whether you did in fact circulate the WhatsApp messages in relation about General Isia, and your thoughts in him getting a protection order and a harassment charge against you.
Okay. It has absolutely nothing to do with the WhatsApp messages. General Isia was one of the generals that I implicated in my protected disclosures when I made the protected disclosures to General Sithole. As a result thereof, General Isia is the one who charged me departmentally because I made protected disclosures to General Sithole. We had a WhatsApp group for the members, a Vespol WhatsApp group. a lot of messages were circulated in those WhatsApp groups. Now, generally, Sia, I don't know because it was not even part of that WhatsApp group. It was not part of that WhatsApp group. That WhatsApp group was for junior members. So I don't know how he obtained screenshots of WhatsApps that were circulated in the groups. But this issue was because I was charged criminally. I was arrested. I was charged criminally. I was in court on trial because of these WhatsApp groups. I was acquitted in court because I was not the one who was sharing the WhatsApp groups in the group. Witnesses were called to come and testify, and they testified that this is not Patricia's number. But generally, Sia, someone told him that I was the one who was circulating the WhatsApp groups. The court made him to read the WhatsApp groups in court. And they asked him, where is the person? Is the person who shared these screenshots with you willing to come and testify on this? And that person was not willing. And the other witnesses were part of the WhatsApp group. One of them even testified, Latoya von der Roos, that she was threatened by Colonel van der Merwe, who's now a brigadier. He was shortly after he arrested me and seized my phone, he was promoted to a brigadier. He threatened Latoya to a point where Latoya asked me to go with her to IPID to go and complain about this stress because he told Latoya if she doesn't hand over her phone to him so that he can see what were we communicating about, he will also arrest her. And that is what she testified in court. And at the end of the day, I was acquitted. After 1 year of being on trial for WhatsApp groups that I never circulated in the group.
One of the WhatsApp messages, just to maybe give the committee a sense of what the exchange was about, because I believe it's not available to everybody. But one of the messages was addressed to Brigadier Nale. And in the message, it's written, this message is dated Wednesday, the 6th of January. I take it was 2021. And it's written, evening, Brigadier, how are you? Good evening, I'm well. I'm well under the dangerous corona conditions. And it says here, it's Patricia Mashale here. I'm going to go straight to the point. I know General Lucia and his cronies are hell-bent to get rid of you by all means, regardless of what the facts state, but I can give you more than enough ammunition to fight back and expose how biased they are when it comes to certain officials. Thank you. I'm not aware of anything. It seems that his response is to you in Sotho, and he's thinking and he says he's not aware of anything. And you then proceed on the next page to say, I just thought that you should know what's going on. I don't really understand what you, because he responded in Sotho, you raised an issue with the language barrier. But yes, so the WhatsApp exchange seems to suggest that you had a lot of ammunition against General Lucia and you were willing to assist General Nale to use it against General Lucia. And there were affidavits by other people who confirmed that you did in fact write these WhatsApp messages.
Yes, that one was a direct WhatsApp messages to Brigadier Nale, who was a brigadier and one of the section heads in legal services. And the reason why I reported that to Brigadier Nale because they wanted to dismiss him based on the loss of his firearm. In some incident, he lost his firearm. I think the firearm was stolen from his vehicle. And then they charged him for negligence. And then there was an investigation. And the outcome of the first investigation was there was no negligence. And there was a second investigation. And the outcome of the second investigation was there was no negligence. Now, the second person who investigated was my commander, Colonel Barnett. On this day, Colonel Barnett is in my office reporting to Colonel Lewis, who is the overall commander. And Colonel Barnett said, Colonel Lewis, I have a problem. Brigadier Muchuluchi, who was the provincial head of visible policing, wants me to charge Brigadier Nale for negligence. And I could not find any negligence in the loss of his firearm. But she said that she doesn't care. She doesn't care because the general wants Brigadier Nale to be dismissed. It was me, it was Colonel Barnett and Colonel in the office. While they were speaking, Brigadier Muchuluchi came. She was standing in the door, she was telling Colonel Barnett, did you do what I told you to do? Colonel Barnett said, Brigadier, I'm actually just discussing it now with the colonel, and she called him, said, come to my office. And he goes. Later in the day, I was in the bathroom. And then I hear Brigadier Muchuluchi's voice in the next cubicle. And she was receiving a call. And she was, yes, General, I did tell Colonel Barnett that he must make sure that he get a guilty finding, a negligence finding against him. She went again and she said, I told him that you are very angry. That's when I decided, I went to Colonel Lewis. I say, Colonel Lewis, this is what I just heard. What must I do? Colonel Lewis say, Patricia, you must decide what you are going to do because an innocent man is going to be dismissed and 2 reports found that he was not negligent. That's how I contacted Brigadier Nale and said, Brigadier Nale, I just wanted to report this to you. I even went further to say, request the 2 reports, the 2 investigation reports that found that you were not negligent. As a result thereof, Brigadier Nale was not dismissed.
Okay. This is also the same incident that caused the seizure of your cell phones. And in your statement, you refer to your cell phones being seized by the police as part of the protection order, but you consider that to have been unlawful. And that's why you, in relation to this particular matter, also called on the assistance of Mary Dahas, who have written several communication or several letters to the NDPP to try and get General Isia prosecuted, but the NDPP declined.
It was unlawful. When Colonel Panamerva came to my office, he was in possession of a warning statement and a search and seizure warrant. Before he could say, because when he came in my office, I was in my office with my commander. He chased my commander out of the office. There were 3 of them. Closed the door and he instructed me to say, I want your phone. He already had the evidence bag open where he said I must put my phone in the evidence bag. I told him, I said, why do you want my phone? Because I'm not charged with anything. He said to me, General Lysia instructed me to come and seize your phone. I asked him, I said, before you seize my phone, can I please call my lawyer? He said to me, no, you will call your lawyer later. I said, but my numbers are saved on my phone. While I was talking, my phone was ringing. And when I attempted to answer the phone, the armed constable was standing next to me, twisted my arm, and she forced my phone out of my arm. That's how she took my phone. At that moment, they were 3 in the office. The other one was blocking the entrance, Captain Kutsia.
They took my phone, and now Colonel Van der Merwe say, I want to take your warning statement after taking my phone. I told Colonel Van der Merwe, I don't know what are you charging me with. You refuse me to call my lawyer. Can you at least call my commander so that he can be a witness as to what is currently happening in this office? That is how they called Colonel Lewis. So he also wanted me to force me to sign the warning statement and to participate in taking down the warning statement. And I told him, this entire procedure is unlawful. I don't have legal representation. I'm not going to participate. You can write there. I'm not participating. After he left with my phone, that's where I saw the search and seizure warrant. If you have it there, you can see on top of the search and seizure warrant, something have been scratched out with a marking pen. And I saw the search and seizure warrant was signed by a magistrate Marks at a Bloemfontein Magistrates Court. But when I took that page and I hold it like this, I saw that under that marking pen was a Kroonstad case. That immediately told me that if Magistrate Marks signed this, is unlawful because it's out of her jurisdiction. She's in Bloemfontein. She cannot sign a search and seizure warrant for Kroonstad. And I don't know anything about the Kroonstad case because my case was a Park Road case. I immediately went to I asked my commander because I was rattled. It was past 11 in the morning, 14 October 2021. I'll never forget it. I went to the magistrate's court, to the senior magistrate. I gave him the search and seizure warrant. I say, I just want to check. Magistrate Mark signed this. I want you to check for me whether the documents are the same because mine are scratched out on top. Senior Magistrate Saliwe went to Magistrate Mark's office. He was there for a while. I came back. He said, your suspicions is confirmed. When Magistrate Mark signed this, she signed it based on that Kroonstad case, not based on the Park Road case.
So you disputing the validity of the seizure warrant that was granted against you, and you also think that the NDPP was incorrect not to prosecute because their response to the correspondence that was addressed to them by Mr. Haas is that there are no reasonable prospects of successful prosecution. The allegations are based on the same set of facts and allegations as in Park Road case, and there are two other case numbers mentioned. And then it says that the matter has a long and convoluted history. The current allegations are without merit. Did you dispute?
I'm still disputing it. I'm coming to that. After Magistrate Saliwe told me that this is fraud that has been committed, and Colonel Van der Merwe even admitted in court when the magistrate asked him during my trial that he did commit fraud. He did mislead the magistrate. I didn't know it then, but then I went to the police station. I opened a case against Colonel Van der Merwe, who said General Isia sent him to seize my phone. My case was open at Park Road. The next day, I got information that General Isia took the docket, the same docket that I opened at Park Road. He took that docket and he took it to the DPP. That docket was not even allocated to a investigation officer yet. He took the docket himself. He took the docket to the DPP and the DPP declined with that letter. DPP declined to investigate because she said there was no prospects.
I take it that's why you left it.
I attempted to open more dockets, but then one of the senior prosecutors, there was a voice note. I will try to find that voice note. Told my husband to say the DPP said, gave us instructions that all dockets that are being opened by Patricia Mashale must be taken straight to her office. They must not handle those dockets. Those dockers must go straight to her office, and when the dockers reach her office, she declines to prosecute. I cannot even open cases in Bloemfontein or Free State anymore because DPP is not prosecuting my cases. Even if it's a personal matter where my daughter was attacked by a member of crime intelligence, we open a case, there were video footage. The DPP declined to prosecute.
Now, the other issue that came to light, or rather further evidence that was given by General Kumalo in relation to you, was your disciplinary proceedings. He's produced during his evidence a documents of an information note, which is part of the exhibit bundle, which speaks to the circumstances under which you were dismissed from the police. Now, in your statement in paragraph 3.6 and 3.7, you allege that your dismissal was unlawful and it was unfair. But from the documents that we've received during General Kumalo's testimony, was that what in fact happened was that you walked out of the disciplinary hearing and that you were then subsequently dismissed by operation of law because you failed to reconvene. Do you have anything to say to
Yes,
that?
I can respond on that. So, on the first day when we arrived at the hearing, Brigadier Makubu, he was demoted to a brigadier, from a major general to a brigadier, as the result of me reporting the unlawfulness of his promotion. There was already an arbitration award against him that he was promoted unlawfully. And that arbitration award was supposed to have been implemented in 2020 already. General Sithole just simply ignored that arbitration award until I opened the case with IPIT to say that the arbitration award is clear. Major General Makubu has been demoted, but he's still not demoted. And shortly after that, while IPIT then started with the investigations, they contacted General Sithole, and as a result thereof, Makubu was demoted to a brigadier. I was the complainant in that matter. So the first day I arrived at the hearing, Brigadier Makubu is the presiding officer. There's a conflict. Me and my representative request him to recuse himself from the proceedings. And I even stated the same case that I opened against him, the complaint whereby, as a result of that complaint, he was demoted. He said I must go to IPIT and I must go get evidence that I was the complainant in that matter. I went to IPIT the same day. We reconvened the next day. The next day I came with the evidence. Here's the evidence, I was a complainant in the matter. He told me that this is still not enough reason for him to recuse himself from this matter. Then we told him we are going to go to Major General Singh to get a day to reconvene this matter, because we cannot be part of a process where the presiding officer is conflicted. Me and my representative went across the street because the General Singh's office is just across the street. When we arrived there, the security guard informed me that there's instructions from the same General Singh that I'm not allowed to enter the building. So now my representative said, can I please speak to General Singh on the phone? Since now we want to make an application to reconvene with a new presiding officer, but now we are not allowed in the building. Eventually, General Singh spoke to the security guard and said, no, my representative can go to his office. I was not allowed to enter the building, my workplace. So the representative went up to General Singh. He made his arrangements. He came back and he said, General Singh said, you will not wait for 10 days. You will reconvene within 5 days. We will get the notice to reconvene. After 10 days, I received a note, not even received because no one even informed me. I just saw that my salary was terminated. And when I did inquiries, I was told that no, your dismissal letter is lying here at the office. We forgot to tell you that you were dismissed.
Why doesn't your statement reflect any of this information? Because if one reads your statement, it appears the initial hearing date or your attendance to that disciplinary hearing is not apparent from your statement. And it seems that everything came to you as a surprise. In fact, you mentioned in your statement that on 15 February, you went to the South African Human Rights Commission and you issued a letter that you are supposed to be.
This is another matter that I'm
Sorry?
speaking to. This is another, the first departmental matter that I'm referring to. There was two. I was dismissed on the second one. The first one was stopped by the presiding officer due to the intervention of the Human Rights Commission.
Where is that?
There's one that I talk here about on 15 January 2022.
Yes.
This is the first one, the one where I was charged because I made a protected disclosures by General Isia.
But by this time you already dismissed. Wasn't your hearing on the 1st of January 2022?
There was two departmental trials.
Yeah.
The one that I'm referring to, where the Human Rights Commission intervened, is the one of the protected disclosures, January 2021 protected disclosures. That is the one where I made an application to the SSBC under the Protected Disclosure Act, and they declined my application, and then I went to the Human Rights Commission. The Human Rights Commission did the intervention.
So, and we will get to that because that is part of this bundle. In your statement, like I said, there's no indication of what happened in January, the first disciplinary hearing that took place, and that you walked out and that you failed to reconvene. None of that is apparent here. But what we do see from your statement is that on the 15th of February 2022, which happens to be the date after your dismissal, you went to the South African Human Rights Commission, and you say here that they've issued a letter that you've complied with the protected disclosures. Despite this, SAPS refused to formally recognize your status as a whistleblower.
The reason for that is exactly because I'm responding to what General Kumalos alleged, that I walked out and I didn't reconvene. You asked me, you say General Kumalos, that's why I didn't even state it here. That was the allegation that was made by General Kumalo, and I'm responding to that allegation.
But this is your statement that you've prepared before anything else alone.
Even because I was not going to, this is what happened to me. I was not going to respond in my statement to all the allegations or all the mentions of my name in this ad hoc committee. I told myself, when you are going to ask me that, because I knew you are going to ask me that, that is when I was going to respond to that. I told myself, I'm not going to respond to that in my affidavit, but I will respond when you ask me. There's ends. I didn't even insert it there because the same thing with a dismissal from Department of Health. It's not in here. I'm responding to the allegations that they made against me.
Okay. No, the reason why I'm asking you these things and why it's not apparent from your statement, it is because in your statement itself, you alleged that your dismissal was unlawful, it was unfair. Now, I mentioned to you that some crucial information is missing in relation to how you were dismissed, and that you were in fact afforded a hearing, which you walked out of, and that you failed to then reconvene in terms of the regulations. So I'm asking, I'm saying if one reads your statement, it would appear that you were never given an opportunity to state your case. Also, it would appear that by the time you've approached the Human Rights Commission, you were still under the employment of SAPS, which was not the case. You were already dismissed at that time when you went to the Human Rights Commission.
Hence, I'm saying, I'm responding to the allegation that General Kumalo did to say that when I approached the Human Rights Commission, I was still an active member on the South African Police Service system, and I have evidence. I was an active member until 2023. After I was the one who made inquiries to ask, why, if I have been dismissed in February 2022, is my personal number still active on the South African Police Service? Coming to the issue of being a whistleblower, you don't have to be employed to be a whistleblower. You must be employed to make protected disclosures. And that is the law that we are trying to change, because it's not just people who are employed who want to make protected disclosures. But to be a whistleblower, you don't need an employer, because whistleblowing is for everyone. So you say that I went to the Human Rights Commission to tell them, I made protected disclosure, say that I'm a whistleblower. I'm still a whistleblower.
Mine was just to ask clarity, and my reference to you visiting the South African Human Rights Commission is really based on what you've stated on your statement. And I've mentioned to you the difficulties that one sees if you read your statement. There appears to be some material information that have been omitted from your statement. Also, in your statement, you seem to suggest that the Human Rights Commission has confirmed a status to you of a whistleblower, but it does, rather, if you look at the letter that the Human Rights Commission then wrote after you've approached them in March, the Human Rights Commission wrote to SAPS and to inquire whether you were in fact treated poorly because of the fact that you are a whistleblower. It doesn't seem that they confirmed.
There's two letters of the Human Rights Commission. Okay, let me tell you, what did the Human Rights Commission confirm? The Human Rights Commission confirmed that I indeed made protected disclosures.
Can you refer us to that letter where you are confirmed to have made protected disclosures?
There's two letters here. One there. Because in this one, you can see this, I don't know.
If you look at the one dated 1st March 2022, in the very first paragraph, it says that the South African Human Rights Commission confirms that it is in receipt of a complaint alleging occupational detriment in terms of the Protected Disclosures Act, and it made queries in relation to that. I could not see a letter that confirmed your status as you allege in your statement.
I think it's one of the documents that I should email to you, because I don't see it here. But can you maybe just read further on that one that you read now?
So the paragraph 2 and 3 basically sets out the mandate of the Human Rights Commission, and then it proceeds in paragraph 5 to say that the commission received a complaint from Ms. Mashale, who is employed as an administrator in the office of the provincial commissioner. And then it says, in your complaint, you allege that you were being subjected to disciplinary proceedings, which are called or rescheduled at short notice. And then it just continues to say that you allege that you've been subjected to harassment and intimidation, and she fears for her safety. And the complainant further alleges that her rights to privacy and to the protection of her personal information has been compromised, in that your phone was confiscated, your email has been hacked, and so it goes on. And then it proceeds to basically then request information from SAPS,
Now,
which SAPS
there's
did
another
respond
one.
to.
There's a second one.
What is the date of that one?
15 February 2022. There's a second one dated 15 February 2022. That one was when they requested information from SAPS. That one that you just read.
You say in your statement you went to the South African Human Rights Commission on 15 February.
Yes.
On 1st March, they then, after your visit on 15 February, addressed a letter to SAPS when they
Yes.
requested
I'm
information.
speaking about the 15 February one, not the 1st March. The 1st March was the further one where they requested the information from SAPS and all the other investigation authorities where I reported all the corruption to. But they already issued a letter on 15 March to that effect. On 15 February, not 15 March. I can send it to you. It's on my phone. Because I don't see it here.
Okay. Yes, so all of this was really also in relation to the lawfulness of your dismissal. We've received an information note that indicates the circumstances, and the SAPS also reported this the same way General Kumalo related to the committee, that you were dismissed following your walkout. You were there with your representative, you walked out. So in which respect was your dismissal then unlawful?
Regulation 9. Advocate Mqebula was last week talking about the unlawfulness and the unconstitutionality of Regulation 9. I was charged under Regulation 9 for that minor offense. And with the Regulation 9 in SAPS, everyone knows that you are not giving the opportunity to defend yourself. This is just a meeting where you are anyway going to be informed that you are dismissed. You are not being given the opportunity to call witnesses. They brought charges against you. They take their own charges as true, and they dismiss you based on those charges without affording you the opportunity to defend yourself. So the unlawfulness of this is I was anyway not even going to be afforded the opportunity to defend myself in that hearing.
You take the matter further.
I took the matter to SSBC, but currently the matter is also the Human Rights Commission because of the fact that the Human Rights Commission see it that I was dismissed because I made protected disclosures. So currently, the status is the matter is with the Human Rights Commission.
The status of your employment dispute?
The status of my employment dispute was never referred by SSBC. I found out about 2 weeks ago that SSBC has not been operating for the past 3 years because their operating license expired. So all the files of SAPS have been referred to the CCMI. So my file was never even handled, and I'm not the only one. There's thousands and thousands of members who are waiting for the past 3, 4, 5 years for dates from the SSBC. Most of them don't know that SSBC doesn't operate anymore.
And you obviously would have noted that during the Minister Mkunu's evidence, your name came up as one of the complainants, together with Mr. Haas, that he considered your complaints when he took the decision to disband the PKTT. Just your relationship with Mr. Haas. I mean, you in Bloemfontein, she is in KwaZulu-Natal. Do you belong to a same group, or what is your relationship with her? Is there an organization that you belong to?
It's not an organization, but is a whistleblower WhatsApp group.
Okay.
Even the brother of Babita Dioguran is in that WhatsApp group. This WhatsApp group was formed by whistleblowers for whistleblowers because we are going through the same trauma, we are going through the same challenges. So, referring to Professor Haas, when, or I say Ms. Haas, Ms. Haas, she was the one who believed me when everyone else called me a information peddler. She was the one who stood by me when everyone else say I must be jailed because I'm exposing corruption. And I didn't even know her by the time, because as I say, we are all in this whistleblower WhatsApp group, and each and every whistleblower in that group are getting support for her. There is Athol Williams, who also fled the country. There is Cynthia Stimple, who was the whistleblower from SSA. There is there's a lot of the National Lottery whistleblowers. Almost all the whistleblowers are in that group, and we are supporting one another. And we have your John Clarks, who are social workers, Merida Haas is a social worker. We have these kind of people. We are supporting one another morally, and we are believing in one another when no one else believes us. There's can I say, the relationship that we have as whistleblowers with them.
We were also shown a WhatsApp message by General Kumalo, which is probably from the group, and you would confirm. It's from it's a WhatsApp exchange of, I don't know, and you invite you to confirm whether this is from your WhatsApp group, where General Kumalo was saying in his testimony that you were not very generous with the truth. And because in your exchange, WhatsApp exchange, you indicate that there was a Mr. Kumalo that's brothers with General Kumalo, which he came to this committee to say it's not true.
I have 4 WhatsApp groups.
Okay.
2 of the dismissed members, of which in each group is 200 and something, 300, and then there's the reservists and the trainees who are employees of SAPS, but who have never actually been employed by SAPS. We share WhatsApp messages on a daily basis. And yes, there was a conversation that General Kumalo have a brother in the PKTT. There was a conversation. And someone asked for confirmation. Is it indeed his brother? And we never got that confirmation. General Kumalo also, when he was here, he also never confirmed where. He only said that I don't have a brother who is a captain in the police. He didn't say I don't have a brother in the police. So that information was never confirmed. It is information that I shared in our groups, and I saw that message, but that information was actually never confirmed whether he does have a brother or not.
So you still hold the view that it's possible that he might have a brother who's a
He might have
captain?
a brother. He might have a brother who's not a captain because he said he doesn't have a brother who's a captain. So he might have a brother, but he's not a captain. But because the issue was the brother is a captain. So he said he doesn't have a brother who's a captain in subs. That's how he responded.
We must conclude the presentation by 14 hours.
So the question was put to Mary de Haas when she was here in front of the committee about the complaint that she made to the minister about the PKTT. And she seems surprised that the minister relied on her complaint when he made the decision. Now you've heard during the minister's evidence that he took your complaint into consideration. What is your view? Were you also taken aback that he considered gave your complaint such serious consideration?
I never submitted a complaint to the minister.
Well, he saw a complaint on Facebook.
I share information on Facebook, but I never submitted a complaint. What I shared on Facebook was relating to the Sindiso Makaka case. That is one case that is very close to my heart, whereby I referred people to Mr. Nkabinde, people who had information about the Sindiso Makaka case. I referred them to Mr. Nkabinde. And the reason why is that the hitman who shot Sindiso Makaka sent a message through another person to me to say, I must please assist him because he wants to make a confession and plead guilty, but he's not getting assistance from the commander of from the investigation officer. He's not getting assistance from the prosecutor. He have been trying to plead guilty since 2019, but he's not getting any joy. I must please assist him. As a result thereof, I sent a message to Cedric Nkabinde and to Honorable Fadil Adams. Honorable Fadil Adams traveled to KZN, to the prison. He got a statement. The hitman did inform him to say they don't want to allow me to plead guilty. And the lawyer that they are using, they are paying the lawyer. The lawyer also don't want to allow me. Can you please assist me to get another lawyer? Because I want to plead guilty. I want my trial to be separated from the trial of my co-accused. I was almost poisoned. These people want to kill me. As a result thereof, Mary de Haas and other people arrange some donations. I even have a letter to that effect to pay for the lawyer to represent the hitman, and that is how he managed to go to court, get his trial separated, made a confession, plead guilty. But then also after that, he told me, say, my lawyer refused me to stand up in court so that I can name the people who ordered the hit on Sindiso Makaka. He said, I am still not done. And I have WhatsApps between me and the lawyer, where the lawyer told me to say, no. He is going to stand up in court. He is going to name the kingpins. After that, I asked the lawyer, but you said, the lawyer said, no. That is the best I could do. Another lawyer told me, said, the lawyer was afraid because someone threatened him to say, he should not allow the hitman to stand up and name the kingpin behind the murder of Sindiso Makaka. I have everything's on my phone. I can give my phone, you download everything. Everything is there.
He mentioned to you who the kingpin was that ordered the hit.
The hitman didn't mention it to me. He wants to say it himself. He wants to talk himself. He wants to be given an opportunity to name them himself.
In closing, Ms. Mashale, I tried to take you through your statement, and I know it was a bit of a rushed procedure. So if there's anything in your statement that you'd like to bring to the attention of the committee before they proceed with questioning.
not in my statement, but on the presentation that you never gave to me. There's a few things that I also, very important, urgent things that I also need to bring under that. If I don't do that, I would not have done justice to what I'm here for today.
Can you do it without the presentation, or would you really like a copy?
I can do it without a presentation because it's just a few cases that I want to mention. One of the cases that was mentioned here relating to Paul O'Sullivan is the Jacob Nare case. Yes. Okay. When General Mkonazi said that there are corruption in the NPA, in the judiciary, he was right, and I have evidence of that. Especially there in Free State. There is a person called Mr. Zwelinzima Joseph Muru. He has been in detention since 1999 for stock theft. He was only 18 years old when he was arrested. He was supposed to have been released in 2012, but currently since 2012 until now, they have been keeping him unlawfully in detention with false detention warrants. And the reason for that is, when Mr. Muru was arrested, it was because of a murder that was committed by a farmer in Tienazen. A farm worker was killed. Mr. Muru, it was in 1997. Mr. Muru was 16 years at that age. They took him along. They say he must drive the van, and this body of the farm worker was dumped in a sewage dam by farmers and police officers. You have all the names, there's cases, there's names, there's everything. They dumped this body in Tienazen in a sewage farm. The next day, he went to the police station and he reported this matter. The same police officers who was part of this crime told him that they will take care of him for the rest of his life and they will take care of his mother if he doesn't talk about this crime. From that moment on, each and every one of them was part of that, including the prosecutors who covered up this crime, correctional services heads who covered up this crime. Each and every one of them paid him a certain amount of money. And his mother was paid 5,000 rand per month. 1998, they arrested him for stock theft. And he was sentenced to 15 years, to 12 years in jail. He was to be released in 2012. He was never released. While he was in prison, they started to use him as a hitman to kill witnesses. The witnesses who was killed in the Vrede Farm corruption, Mr. Nguru exposed the firearms and the hitmen who killed those witnesses. The lady who was working for Mangaung Metro, whose body was found in the boot of a car in 2019 at the basement parking of the Mangaung Metro, Ms. Me Sipati Lichwana, was killed by the same hitman who killed the Vrede Farm witnesses. Mr. Nguru have implicated former Premier Ys Magashule. He have implicated the now retired General Mutsunyane. He have implicated the current Deputy Provincial Commissioner of Detectives, General Mudise. You have implicated General Lysia. You have implicated the current DPP, Advocate Somaru. You have implicated the Deputy Advocate Matluku. And you have implicated Mr. Harrington, whose father was the one who killed the farm worker, who's now the prosecutor, who's now prosecuting on these fresh cases of Mr. Nguru, where they allege Mr. Nguru stole cattle while he was in detention. I have evidence of everything. But most importantly is a case have been opened. I have informed the NPA about this in August last year. They have never, I've informed the former inspecting judge, Judge Edwin Cameron. I have informed the Minister of Justice. I have informed the current new NPA at now, because Mr. Nguru have evidence, his lawyer have a trust account where all the money was deposited in of the people who paid him for his silence. They went to him and told him that the only way they're going to release him from prison is when he's going to sign an affidavit and not implicate them. A lot of people died. 2 firearms that have already been located on the information of Mr. Nguru, as well as the laptop of Mesipati was found in the boot of a car. I have been exposing this information on Facebook, and as a result thereof, the DPP of Free State opened a case of criminal injury against me. The police is looking for me. They want to arrest me on that. There's not a problem. And I really want to urge the committee. Mr. Nguru are being kept in CMAX. He's been moved from prison to he's now in Sonderwater. Last time they tried to poison him, but we have all the evidence. The evidence have been handed over to the NPA. I have handed it over now to Advocate Mutibi. The police have the evidence, military intelligence have the evidence. What we need is for Parliament to look into this matter. Mr. Nguru is implicated himself. He said he's not afraid to be charged for the crimes that he committed, but he wants all these people who are implicated in these crimes also to be held accountable because people lost their lives. He told us about people who were fed to lions. Black people were killed by farmers and their bodies were fed to lions. He knows grave sites where people have been buried. He's prepared to go and point out everything, everywhere that he knows about. He have a lot of information. That is one of the matters that I felt I want to talk about. The other one is I have a message and I sent two voice recordings to Mr. Ramano from Mr. Sifiso Miwa relating to the Senzo Miwa case. And he asked me to request the committee to please play those voice notes, because in one of the voice recordings is his cousin with Advocate Chauke, who's now in the Nkabinde inquiry, where Advocate Chauke in 2019 admitted that the NPA doesn't believe that the people who are currently on trial for the Senzo Miwa murder is the right people. It would be better if that recording can be played with the recording of Sifiso Miwa. Then there's the issue of Ntate George Mbatu, who is staying in Klerksdorp. Ntate Mbatu was suspended, he was charged or plotted, can I say, in 1991. He was suspended in 1991 from the South African Police Service. He was charged. He was detained in Stilfontein Correctional Services. and his pension have been stolen since 1991 up until now. He's still suspended. There's no records that he was ever brought before disciplinary hearing or dismissed. He went to the police station to get information about a case number on which he was charged. There's no records of that case number. He inquired from the Minister of Correctional Services on the prison number that he was detained with. The minister responded in writing that there is no records of that prison number on the database of Correctional Services. There's a letter. And Mbatu was in his early 30s when he was suspended. He's now in his middle 60s. He have suffered. He have lost everything. All his children are dead. His wife left him. He's suffering. And SAPS refuse to assist him. I know that currently GPAA is investigating the unlawful withdrawal of his pension because no one knows how his pension was withdrawn. And then Mbatu asked me, please ask the members of parliament to assist me. I don't want to die not knowing what is going to happen with my grandchildren. Mbatu is the father. His son is one of the people who died in that incident, the soccer where there was people trampled upon one another, and his son was one of the people who died.
In a stampede. Is it a stampede?
And yes, Chairperson. In the stampede, and he is now the one who's testifying in the. There's a hearing of Boyki. Yes, Ntate Mbatu is the main witness in that hearing. And then, what is the last one? So relating to the corruption of the Free State Management, the NPA, there is evidence. It's not just allegations, because if it was allegations, the DPP would not have opened a criminal injuria case against me. She would have filed a defamation suit. But as I said, there's evidence, and Mr. Jacob Nare. Mr. Jacob Nare is dead. He was murdered. But now currently we have someone called Mr. Jacob Nare as a Section 204 witness for Brigadier Gininda. That person is an undocumented Zimbabwean citizen. The one who is now called Jacob Nare. I spoke to the brother of Mr. Jacob Nare, Mr. Pete Nare. He said, please ask Parliament. We have been everywhere. Our brother's death was never registered on the database of Home Affairs. There was an investigation by the police and they found it. There's a witness of Brigadier Gininda. Even have outstanding cases, and he's going by several names. He's the Section 204 witness in the Radovan Krecher case. And he is the one that General Patlani testified about. The one that was to be taken to the UK and he refused to sign. But eventually General Sitole did sign for him to stay under witness. Currently, I know Radovan Krecher is the one. I know the Radovan Krecher, Paul O'Sullivan is the one who is paying for him to be in witness protection. And there are witnesses who will also testify about this person. But Pete Nare asked me, please ask Parliament, we want to know how is it possible that our brother's identity can be used by an imposter while our brother have been killed in 2015 already. The other issue that I wanted to address is I spoke about my WhatsApp groups. There is a WhatsApp group of the student trainees. There was a recruitment drive in SAPS in 2019, before the lockdown, where a lot of students passed all the requirements. They signed employment contracts and they were just about to be sent for basic training. Then COVID happened, it was lockdown. After the lockdown, they were never called till today. But on the subsystem, they are featuring as active SAPS employees. Now, if SAPS are giving stats about the employees in Parliament, they are also using these personal numbers. But these people are sitting at home. They cannot get jobs anywhere because the system reflects that they are police officers. They have signed employment contracts with SAPS. They don't qualify for this basic SRD grants. They don't qualify for child grants. They don't qualify for RDP houses. Their lives are destroyed because they don't know where to go to. They've gone everywhere. They've asked me, please ask Parliament to assist us. We went through all the recruitment stages. It's just because of the lockdown that we never went. But now SAPS is holding us hostage with personal numbers, because those personal numbers is on our names. And it seems like we are employed while we are not employed.
Ms. Mashale, you've mentioned quite a lot of things which are not in your statement. And I'm just sitting here wondering how would one even begin to start looking into the matters you've mentioned, because you have not given any evidence or information. You mentioned there's evidence, but we've not been given. If the committee was to try to assist you in any way, where would they start?
I have all the, that's why I told you that I would need this presentation, because everything that I mentioned now is in this presentation. But I have all the evidence.
Okay.
I have a list.
So-
This list they've been sent.
Thank you so much. The time that has been allocated has been exceeded by over an hour. You are a witness that has volunteered to come and appear before us. And what we are going to do, we will not close you out. You have made your submission before the 31st of October. So any detail, remember the information that I was very much touched when you tell us about the story of Mr. Mbatu. How a person can remain suspended for such an extended period. You can imagine how many provincial commissioners or how many national police commissioners, how many ministers have been in office. And how many of them in those positions would have taken keen interest in the matter of Mr. Mbatu, and what the responses would have been, and many other matters that you raise here, of a black man who is in jail for crimes committed by white bosses. That is modern slavery. So we, honorable members, we are not saying that the details that Ms. Mashale presents here are veritable. But what we are saying is that these are very, very serious allegations that must concern us. And because we may not have time, we will we will want to do justice. Like we said, we will make sure that we get answers to all those matters that you put before us. But those that you will not have mentioned due to time. There was one witness who was here. We said, go and tabulate those matters and give us those details. And then we will write to the authorities. Ask questions about the case. You say the case of Frieda Farm, where ordinary people have lost the land that was restituted to them. It's a very serious allegation. The committee can't turn a blind eye to it. But you know, the former minister came here and said, the worst of the crimes in South Africa are planned in our prison cells. So if we have a criminal who is convicted or a victim of malpractices in our criminal justice system, who is used to murder people and he is returned to his cells, like you claim that you also have a proof of bribery that X amounts have been paid so that the person does not divulge those details. These are very serious allegations, and we may not want to miss out anything, and help us and tabulate those matters to the attention of the committee. And we will do due diligence. Your time for presentation of evidence has come to an end. I just felt I must make those remarks so that you understand that it's not because, you know, sitting here as a chair, I must not be misunderstood by members of the public that maybe you are saying some things that I don't like and I'm now cutting you. I want you to know that we have the best interest of the South Africans at heart. And for sure, you might have noticed every detail that you presented here, I personally noted them in my notebook, because when we come out there, we must write to those respective authorities and ask for instance, Home Affairs, why is it taking them so long to certify that officer that you claim is an illegal citizen? Why is it taking them so long to produce a report? And if the police say they have cleared that person, say Lhanyan is a citizen, where do they base their conclusion? And if they have lied before a committee of parliament, those who would have gone before that committee to present that report must be called here to account, or in whatever way, if they have to make written submissions, they would have to make those submissions and accede that they have lied before a committee of parliament, or they have given a truthful version. So all that what you have said here will be put to test, Ms. Mashale. And the members after break are going to interact with you to get more details from you. And I must just apologize because when you arrived here, we did not even give you a second or a minute to breathe. We just whisked you straight into the chambers and sewn you in, and then the rest is history. So because I'm a benevolent chairperson, you might have heard from the rumors. I'm going to give all of you some sufficient time to take a break. And I think the technical team will also be reorganizing itself on other matters. So It is now 13 minutes after 2 o'clock, after 14 hours. We're going to come back here exactly at 15 hours. Yeah, and maybe when we come back, I may have to reconsider the time that I said I was going to allocate to you, because the witness is like, it's like a Friesland cow. There is a lot of milk here. Yeah, but yeah, maybe I'll be persuaded by members during the break if the time should be increased, or if there is no persuasion, we will stick to that time that has been allocated. Members, may you rise and leave the chambers. Honorable Bredenbach, may you rise and leave the chambers. 15 hours.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Can we just get some indication? Are you first going to allow honorable members to put some questions to Ms. Mashali before we call our next witness? Or do you want to do them together?
It is now 15 hours. So I want to check how many more witnesses are still to come.
But potentially two, the one is subject to consideration from that objection we received this morning. I don't know if we've received the official letter yet from SSA. And the other one is witness anonymous, who is waiting to be called.
Yeah.
But there's an issue there. She now asked me, have you got the correct statement? And I said to her the statement that I received. She said she had given Bonani Mr. Romano another statement, which he knows she tried to send him, but it had bounced back. And he should have received it from one of the parliamentary secretaries. So I asked my colleague, Ms. Mkhizi, to rather call Mr. Doteni first so that I can sort that out. And when that's sorted, I can call her next.
Okay. How much time do you need with Mr. Doteni?
An hour and a half, Chair.
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. For me, from what happened last week when we mixed the witnesses, it was a nightmare, Chair. But you'll take a decision on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I want you to understand that it's 15 hours now. And the advocate says this witness is going to be until 4:30. And there are two more witnesses outside. So if it's 1.5 hours, 1.5 hours, it means when we finish with this round of questions now, it will be 10 o'clock tonight. And then we must then take Mr. Doteni for 1.5 hours until 12:30. And then take a round of questions until 4 o'clock in the morning. And then allow Anonymous to come. So it means I'm detaining you here without you're not going anywhere. So South Africans, when they see you tomorrow like this, they must not be surprised. They must know that you shall have worked overnight. Yeah, so I'm going to suggest that we take the evidence of Mr. Doteni now. And then it can't be for 1.5 hours. It must be for 1 hour. And then thereafter we can take questions. In the meantime, the Secretariat will be deciding what they do with the two witnesses, because by all likelihood, it may not be possible for them to feature tonight. But I think we must just be practical. So if it warrants them that they appear tomorrow, they will have to do so tomorrow. Is that okay, honorable members? Honorable Skosana.
I think, to be honest, it won't be possible, Chair, because if you count us and others are still going to join us, the 20 minutes were allocated to us. it will take us almost around that time you spoken about 10, 11. So the other two, if it's possible, maybe tomorrow. I don't know, but from where I'm sitting, an hour now would take us to 4 o'clock, as you say. And when you check the minutes you allocated to us, definitely there's no way, because it means now we've got 40 minutes each. 20.
No.
Thank you, Chair.
No, I have not gone to that. It is only after the second witness has presented that I will tell you what is the time that is allocated. Now, let's take this presentation. Because I can tell you, if we take them one by one, we will only finish at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Honorable Sangona.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not sure, I'm not on the issue of time. I just wanted to say, Chair, in anticipation of the discussion about Mr. Mchukuza, I think it is Mr. Mchukuza, can you maybe just confirm before the witness is sworn in, because we've got the statement, confirm that the witness is not presenting any classified information, because I see he's from criminal intelligence or former criminal intelligence.
It's not him.
Is it not him? Aren't you Mr. Dogen? Yeah, Mr. Dogen, it's him, the other one. He's also from former intelligence. So given what we had said earlier, we just need him to confirm that there's no classified information that we need to be dealing with in a different way. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Chairperson, I can confirm that I'm not presenting any classified information.
No, you can't confirm now. You're not under oath.
Oh, okay, sir. I will wait.
Senior counsel, can you please confirm that the witness that is here is the witness that we expected?
No, no. Good afternoon, Mr. Totieni, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Mr. Palasande. I hope I get the pronunciation right. Anonymous.
That is 100% correct, sir.
Not anonymous.
Not anonymous.
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 Totieni. He's a former warrant officer and crime intelligence analyst. He is going to give oral testimony and led by my colleague, Advocate Nkize. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Totieni. Good afternoon and welcome. You will be required to take oath or affirmation, but before we do that, let me say to you that you have been invited to appear before this ad hoc committee which investigate allegations that were made by the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Commissioner General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. The information or evidence that you present here shall help the committee in its oversight work and its investigative responsibilities. The allegations that are being investigated here include: 1, the alleged unlawful disbandment of the political killings task team, otherwise known as the PKTT or NPKTT. Number 2, alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the South African Police Services, the SAPS. Number 3, alleged corrupt relationship between senior leadership within SAPS and members of the public. And lastly, political interference in the work of the SAPS. In extending this invitation to you, the ad hoc committee chairperson has indicated that you may provide such information to the committee if you so wish under oath in terms of the powers, privileges and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act of 2004. Mr. Tojeni, please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily any question lawfully put to you or to produce any document that you are required to do so in connection with the subject matter of this inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or even damages. Mr. Ojeni, you are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or a Committee of Parliament may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17, subsection 2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or a Committee of Parliament with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offense and is liable to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. You are required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence you are about to give is truthful. Which one do you elect?
I will take an oath.
You have elected to take an oath. May you please follow me as I dictate. May you please say aye and state your names in full.
I, Pilasande Onenimus Tojeni,
Swear that the evidence I shall give
swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the
and
truth.
nothing but the truth.
And so help me
And
God.
so help me God.
Thank you so much and good luck in your presentation of evidence. Your time starts now. It's 15 minutes after 15 hours. It's until 15:15, Advocate Kawaze. The best of luck.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Tojeni.
Good afternoon.
You furnished us with two statements. The first one that is before us is dated the 17th of October, 2025.
That is correct.
Okay, and then the second one is labeled, it's not signed, but it's labeled supplementary statement.
That is correct.
Okay. If we can then just go to paragraph 7 of your supplementary statement.
I am there.
Okay. We will mostly use your supplementary statement because it is exactly as your initial statement, just more fleshed out. Okay. So at paragraph 7, you write that you were a student in 2004 at the university, then known as UNITRA, but subsequently, now it's known as Walter Sisulu University. Would you like to just take us through how you got into the police force?
That is correct. Honorable Chair.
Please speak to you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Chair, I think I was 19 at the time. I was a first-year student at the University of Transkei, enrolled in psychology, when a gentleman from Crime Intelligence approached me. I think it was after BPsych, one of the lectures that I had attended, and said, look, at the time, Crime Intelligence was in a drive to employ young, as they termed it, they wanted talented analytical minds to join the Crime Intelligence Division. I was then I was encouraged to apply. After successful application, I was taken to Bishop Training Academy.
Did you complete your degree toward your psychology studies?
No, not the psychology studies. No, I did not. So I was taken to Bishop Training College, where you undergo for a period of 6 months to be a normal police official. And I think that is important to mention because many a times people think that crime intelligence officials occupy some special department somewhere, you are first and foremost a police officer. That is how you are appointed in terms of the SAPS Act. And that is how I was trained. When I completed my training after 6 months, I was then taken to a police station, Willowmore SAPS at the time.
And when you started at Willowmore Station, where is Willowmore Station?
It's at the border of the Eastern Cape and the Western Cape. Between it, you'll see there is Gravrenet towards Oudtshoorn and
So
Neisner side. Yeah, it's on the N9. Yeah.
It's in the Eastern Cape.
It's in the Eastern Cape, yeah.
And you started as what was your role?
Student constable. So a student constable essentially is the one that attends to complaints. You go and you receive 10 calls. You attend to complaints, attend to domestic violence issues. You register those complaints. They're transferred to the detectives. You do patrols. It's basic policing work.
Okay. And how did you then get to be involved in crime intelligence? You say in your statement that at paragraph 9 that you would discreetly perform crime intelligence work, which almost suggests that that's not what you were supposed to be doing. What do you mean by that statement?
Okay, so the word discreet refers to my colleagues were unaware. So members of the crime intelligence division who had my information would then come and take me from the station. Now you worked 4 days, 2 days and 2 night shifts. In your 4 days that are off, those are the days in which the crime intelligence officials from the overt offices would come and would take me, and we would drive towards Port Elizabeth to sort of begin my development within the crime intelligence division.
Okay. You mentioned the overt unit. What other units are within crime intelligence?
There's the overt and then there's the covert unit. So just to explain the two, you would have noticed that one of the witnesses that presented here said that he was in charge of the Secret Services account. That would be the covert unit. That would handle the deep cover agents, would handle all of those. The overt unit, although they sometimes, these two worlds interconnected at certain stages, the overt unit would be a policeman that is easily identifiable on SAPS systems. So a detective, you could say, is overt because the only thing that they do is they put on plain clothes. But if you go and interrogate the SAPS system, you'll identify them. So if a criminal with connections actually asks someone to check the system, they are going to find that person and they're going to find their details on the system. So that's the overt unit.
Okay. At paragraph 12 and 13 of your statement, you mentioned that in order for you to participate in crime intelligence, you would require some type of clearance. Do you want to take us through that? You speak about, that you had particularly top secret clearance.
Okay, for the work that I was involved in as a student now, I did not require clearance, top secret clearance. There were authorizations that needed to be in place. So for example, if I can reference the 2 investigations I was involved in. So I was taken as a student, 19 years old, and I would go to, for example, a university around Port Elizabeth. There, established and experienced officers would have identified a problem within that university. For example, in this instance, drugs. So I would come and pose as a buyer. Simple, Such information would then later be used, or such evidence would later be used in court proceedings. That was the first operation I was involved in. Those operations, obviously, I speak freely of them now because they've been even to court. And when you get to court, you get to testify. The second operation I was involved.
Was this at the Nelson Mandela Institute,
Yes,
University?
At the university, I fit the profile because I myself had just come from university. So I was sort of the perfect candidate for a person who could pose as a student. The second was the issue around Home Affairs. At the time, crime intelligence was investigating the issue concerning the purchasing of South African documents by foreign nationals. They were purchasing asylum seeker documents, they were purchasing ID documents, they were purchasing a variety of documents. So I would then go there, and a number of us, and we would go there and we would try and purchase these documents in the hopes that these documents would be provided to us, and it would then lead to a process of having these people locked up.
I see. Some of the witnesses that came to testify mentioned that those kind of operations would happen in a form of a task team. And so you've mentioned that you were involved in the drug undercover operation, and you've also just mentioned the Home Affairs one.
Yeah.
Did you operate in task teams, or was it ad hoc, random? How did it actually work?
So these operations I was involved in because I later had insight in these operations when I occupied a provincial position. The operations I was involved in involved an individual at a local level. That is why they did not require a task team. It was an individual who may have perhaps been purchasing drugs somewhere, but it was not as sophisticated as you would say requires a task team. So for example, the issue related to Home Affairs, those individuals were arrested. It was not an organized network of sort, so to speak. So it did not require a task team or the deployment of specialized forces to come together. So these were approached in that manner because it was individuals who were the targets.
Okay. And you say that those individuals were charged and arrested, and those cases were successful?
Yes, those cases were successful, and I must commend the officers that actually ran the operations at the time. I mean, this is close to 20 years ago. Then already, they spoke to the issue of immigration, which would later challenge South Africa. And the operation was designed particularly to deal with the corruption that existed within the system that enabled this to take place. And yes, indeed, these individuals were charged, and they operated, as I said, as individuals, not in an organized fashion per se.
Was there a moment where you dealt with more organized crime, syndicates particularly, where you were not necessarily looking at individual, investigating individuals, but investigating a syndicate that is related to drug trafficking?
Thank you for the question, Honorable Chair. I think later on, after I was involved in Port Elizabeth, would go back to the station and work as a policeman. After a period of about 3 years, I was then transferred to the provincial offices. I think this is around the time of 2008, early 2008. On arrival at the provincial offices, I took the role of a provincial analyst after undergoing a number of training and development. Once I became an analyst, I was actually exposed to the work that crime intelligence at the time was doing. To put it, I was briefed on almost every investigation that was taking place in the province. I spoke to every handler in the province, and they can attest to this. I knew quite an extensive network of matters related to crime intelligence. Part of the role that I had at the provincial office was to support these operations that were taking place on the ground. One of those operations, long before South Africa actually declared human trafficking that takes place domestically, we had recognized human trafficking as something that is taking place from outside of the country into the country. But when people were prosecuted internally, they were not really being prosecuted in the seriousness of what is sort of known as human trafficking. There was a phenomenon in Lusigisik at the time known as Utwala, where a person could take a young girl coming from school on a Friday afternoon, take that girl and disappear with her. The next morning, send a letter to the parents, says, I have taken that girl, she is my wife. Let us negotiate dowry. Now, this was a known custom in Lusigisi. People who heard of the culture started to take or make use of that culture for their own personal benefit. In this instance, a group of foreign nationals, I remember there were 2 Nigerians, 1 Somali guy, also together with South African people, had kidnapped young girls from Lusigisi and would traffic them to Johannesburg and force them into prostitution. And they would pay a dowry, 5,000, 10,000, 15,000 to the parents, and tell the parents, no, do not look for your child. Your child is now married. Be grateful, be happy. And so when we were involved in that operation, it was the first time really that I then started to see how really a network of criminality can actually begin to affect ordinary South Africans. And that's where I was involved in a network operation, or in an operation where there were a number of individuals who were colluding and profiting from the exploitation of young girls.
The example that you've just given now of some of the work you were doing now at provincial level is in relation to the trafficking of young girls who would be taken to brothels. But you also mentioned in your statement that you were involved in cash in transit as well as drug operations. I know that you've testified about the drug operations at a very small scale within the context of an individual selling at university. Did you ever come across any such drug operations at a much bigger network, as you've just described, about the girls who were being trafficked?
Yes, in Port Elizabeth, without going much into that detail.
I must say,
yeah,
yes.
yes. Port Elizabeth, there was an operation where investigations were actually being driven around drugs that were being brought in from outside of the country. And our investigation, or the team's investigation, was primarily about somehow getting to the kingpins, the people who had the power, the means, and the resources to actually facilitate the bringing in of these narcotics. So that was an investigation I was also highly involved in, yes.
And did you unearth anything out of that investigation? Because some of the witnesses who have come here to testify have said that these operations have been ongoing for a number of years and have been loosely using the term of the Big Five. Were you ever exposed to any of that kind of operation, that kind of work?
Not during my time. I haven't heard of the Big Five. I never heard of the term Big Five. I am certain that operatives that are currently on the ground would be best to comment to that. But what people need to understand is that criminals and crime is ever evolving and improving, so to speak. The time that I'll make a simple example. The time that when I started in the SAPS and crime intelligence, there were people who were involved in a simple thing called card swapping, where they would approach you at the ATM. When you are there, they are quick, they swap your card. But when technologies progressed and the same criminals developed in their own skills, you saw the same criminals graduating to card cloning, where they no longer needed to take your card. You found that although you apprehend some of these suspects who were involved in card swapping, when they graduated towards card cloning, they were more organized, they were more sophisticated. I'm making this reference because if you liken that example to the shifting and changing of the way an organization operates, particularly within the underworld, they shift and change based on the material conditions on the ground. The more law enforcement improves, the more they change their strategy and tactics. So I would not rule out when allegations are made that there is an alleged Big Five, although I may not have encountered it during my time within the SAPS.
Thank you. You then set out some of the experience that you have as a crime intelligence official. That is at paragraph 21. For the sake of time, we will just gloss over that so that we can get to the next section.
If I
At
can,
paragraph, yes,
I can comment on that if you.
sure, you may.
Part of the skills that I was actually trained by this South African government was capabilities in digital forensics, telecommunication interception, data analysis, surveillance technology, and profiling. One of the presentations that was received by this committee sometime last week was a presentation which seemed to suggest that by mere looking at numbers, to say there are 100,000 cash in transits or 10,000 robberies, only by looking at those numbers, do we then say we should give a guide to the deployment of policing? What that presentation lacked was to say you always need to study those numbers. And within the SAPS, there is something called a docket analysis. So, for example, when murders are reported, you may see at face value that there are 100 murders taking place within this police station. And that could be alarming because perhaps you're thinking 100 is too high. It's too high a number. 1 is too high a number. But when you do a docket analysis, sometimes the docket analysis shows you that actually some of these murders, or most of these murders, are taking place inside the home, where people had been drinking, they go home, the couple fights, and then a person is stabbed and they pass away. And the reason perhaps that they pass away is because at the time that they called for help from the ambulance, because the ambulance may be placed 10, 15, 20 minutes away, it becomes difficult for that ambulance service to come and attend. So on the numbers alone, you need to take a step further and analyze those numbers to say, what is actually happening here? Another example I'll give is sometimes numbers may seem very little. There is a small station on the border of Eastern Cape and Western Cape. It's in the Langkloof. Bavianskloof is the name of the station. They rarely have murders. But one particular year, they suddenly had 4 murders. You ask yourself, in terms of resource allocation, should you be deploying all of these? And you found that once you do a docket analysis, you find that actually there is a serial murderer in that particular precinct, which then warrants for specialized forces. then you suddenly don't just need a detective, but you need a psychologist, you need a variety of experts. So you need to understand the numbers. And there are experts within the police, within SAPS, that break down those numbers and make them make sense so that resource allocation can actually be sort of adequate to the problem.
Okay. We are now at paragraph 25 of your statement, the supplementary statement. There you say that your testimony today is rooted in first-hand and operational experience in the intricate workings of a professional intelligence division operating as it should. It is also rooted in what you witnessed beginning of 2009. Would you like to comment about that? At that point, I must mention that you were about 5 years into working at SAPS Crime Intelligence. And you particularly want to pause there to mention what it is that you witnessed. Can you take us through that?
Yes. Up to this point, the operations where I had been involved as a small-time agent or involved in operations where deep cover agents were involved, one thing was certain throughout was that there was always authorization. I remember I was a young chap, and when you actually go out onto the field, you need certain reassurances. You know, when you go buy drugs, you know you can be arrested as you leave buying those drugs for possession of drugs. But when you have authorization, if the operation you are involved in is actually sanctioned in terms of the law, I think the advocates would know better. You guys would know better. I think the one operation I was involved in involved a Section 252A operation, where if you are then found in possession of these drugs, you are somehow immune from prosecution because you were acting in your capacity for this particular operation. So a good working environment had authorization. That was the first thing. Secondly, when I arrived at the province, I mentioned the operations I was involved in. In order for you to actually begin to assist operatives on the ground, you need system access. System access simply means when operatives on the ground identify a simple thing as a vehicle, you need to be able to access government systems that are going to tell us who owns this vehicle, what is the history of ownership of this vehicle, and so forth. You could go further beyond vehicles. You could go into financial records. You could go into cell phone metadata. You could go into a number of what would be considered as personal information that assist investigations get to the bottom of where they need to be. But all of that operates and happens within a controlled environment, within an environment that actually ensures that the rights of people are protected and that everything that is done is correctly recorded. In 2009, I would say when I was sort of getting into the zone of working for the province, Lieutenant General Mdluli was appointed as the divisional commissioner. And when he was appointed, I mean, I was a nobody. I'm a nobody. I'm a low rank. It's okay. But you started to see the clashing of a head of intelligence and a provincial head.
At the time, who was the provincial head?
At the time, the provincial head was Major General Mfazi. He was a Major General then, though he was later promoted to a Lieutenant General. But he was a Major General at the time. And General Mdluli was a Lieutenant General, the Divisional Commissioner.
Okay. Just for the purposes of the committee, we are now at paragraph 32 of your statement. Okay.
So when these two giants, because these are two generals, when these two giants started to fight, it may be recorded in the media as though it was a mere taking of vehicles or taking of laptops and resources. But in actual fact, what we experienced as the Eastern Cape at the time could be considered, and I term it in my statement as somehow a sabotage of a variety of functions which we were actually performing at that stage, at the provincial level. And I'll give an example. So apart from actually losing assets, losing resources and so forth, one of the critical resources that we started to see being shifted away and being moved to the national office, I made reference of the human trafficking or the trafficking of young girls from Lusikisiki.
Yes.
The first time we encountered this challenge, there had been information where one of these people from Johannesburg would be driving down with his crew, but you don't know. You have an alias, you have his name, but it's not really his name because it's an alias. He's going to be driving a vehicle of sort. He is going to be at this particular spot in Lusikisiki. So operatives go to the ground. They get there, they identify this chap. Here's this chap, but you don't know who is he operating with. Now that's where analysts come in. Now, you get vehicle information, you get, and I will not detail all the tactics, but you get vehicle information. You build up from that vehicle information to the point where you have cell phone data, to the point there where you have financial records, to a point where we were able to identify the red light districts in Johannesburg where this guy had withdrawn monies. We could detect his route that he had taken from Johannesburg to the Eastern Cape. We could go on further to even identify the people that he was with. Now, because there was system access at the time, you were able, in a short space of time, be able to resolve something that would have led to the kidnapping of young girls.
Yeah.
Post 2009, we received or started receiving national instruction after national instruction, which took away these resources and abilities, in a way, blinding the law enforcement officers on the ground.
In your statement at paragraph 37, you draw a distinction between these two systems when you had the access, the system access, and post the system access once it was removed. And that you particularly pin on 2009, and in the same vein, you mention Lieutenant General Mdluli. What is the connection?
So when these things started to happen, the instructions that were coming were that, Chief, you need to write a letter to the divisional commissioner and your matters will be resolved. It was not just I, it was quite a number of members within the service, which were actually, particularly the Eastern Cape at the time, where we found that this system access was being removed. And I will say it freely. You pick up the phone, you call head office, guys, what's going on? You know? And they tell you, you're not going to have access to these things. One of the systems that we actually had access to, you know, this thing of the cell phone is a problem. Because investigations and the tracking of suspects, particularly when operatives on the ground, cell phones play a critical role.
Mr. Dojeni, I don't mean to interrupt your flow, but you mentioned that you were an analyst at the provincial office. What was your rank at the time?
I was a warrant officer.
A warrant officer.
Warrant officer.
Why would a warrant officer phone the head office inquiring about system failures when you are under a provincial commissioner?
Well, the procedure would be you write the letter.
To whom?
You write the letter to the provincial head.
To the provincial head,
Yes.
as a warrant
Yes,
officer?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The provincial head would recommend that we recommend that this group of people should actually have access. So there will be 2 signatures. It would then go off to head office. It is there where these documents would sit.
Now, you didn't furnish us with any of these documents, and I know that they're not necessarily instrumental to your evidence today, but we don't sit with those documents in front of us. We can only take what you say in your statement. But you say these instructions would have come from General Mfazi.
Yes, actually,
Okay.
I have a document here which I drafted personally, but I was between minds whether to submit it, not to submit it. Parts of the document are redacted, but this is one of the documents which we sent to head office. And you will see at the bottom, it gets signed by the author. It gets recommended by the provincial head.
The document that you speaking of, relaying about now, is not in our possession, but is it a document in its final stage that you can perhaps furnish the committee, or is it a draft, an example of what you would want us to see, what goes into that document? I just want to see how useful it would be for these proceedings.
It's a complete document. It's a document that was completed dated 2011, 06/22. It is quite extensive and it includes the names of warrant officers, lieutenant captains, and so forth that are involved. It is at the bottom requiring obviously as a provision for the space of the provincial head, the author of the document. In essence, what this document was detailing was highlighting how head office, in them actually saying that they were taking away certain functions from the provincial level, how that was impacting on the operations on the ground.
Okay. You also mentioned that Lieutenant General Mdluli was instrumental in dismantling of crime intelligence. You say that he changed the environment from a systems-based environment to one that was on fear and patronage.
Yes.
Can you comment on that?
Yes. So short into the appointment of General Mdluli, General Mfazi was suspended or placed on suspension.
Which year was that?
2009, but I stand corrected.
Okay.
2009, yeah, 2009. He was suspended. The allegation was that he was misusing state resources. And when he was suspended, obviously the expectation is that there's an investigation has been done, therefore it warrants for his suspension. But I think it was hardly 3 weeks from there. A gentleman from head office comes to me and says, "Chief, are you prepared to give a statement that implicates Mfazi, that is actually utilizing state resources? And for you, you are going to be promoted, you know?"
You say a gentleman would have come to you. I suspect not anybody would have just come, a civilian would have not come to you.
It was
A general.
a general in head office. It was a general. I told my
Do you recall who that general was?
don't recall his name, but he was in head office at the time. It was reported. It was logged and reported. It was recorded. It's in file. You know, it's not something that
Did you lodge a formal complaint about it?
I told my immediate supervisors at the time, including the general. You know, as a result, the charges against General Mfazi ended up being withdrawn. You know, because they didn't have another person willing to give evidence or to testify. You know.
Okay.
Now I mentioned this as a preface to what I say I witnessed at the time I was at the province, and how those who were in positions of authority at national office blinded officers on the ground, blinded operatives on the ground, started to centralize things to head office as a tactic. As a tactic that, because even within the crime intelligence environment, there are fears that you are going to investigate me or that one's going to investigate that one and so forth. And so the tools to actually undertake that investigation is precisely how the Eastern Cape was blinded. Then we started to see people who were not from the Eastern Cape coming into the province. And they were just operating.
We are now at paragraph 42 of your statement. And there you say that colleagues launched a counterintelligence operation launched counterintelligence operations against one another. State resources, surveillance, data access, investigation powers were being diverted from fighting crime to settling personal and factional scores.
Yes. At the time, and as I said earlier, I had contact with a number of agents who were on the ground, a number of handlers who were on the ground. Now, I prefaced this testimony today to say that an intelligence operation is always sanctioned. You don't operate without sanction, because ultimately the person who's on the ground is putting their life on danger, is putting their life on the line, so to speak. And without that authorization, they leave themselves to anything that can sort of happen. Members who were operatives on the ground within the covert and overt structures of crime intelligence would raise objection to some of the things that they were tasked to do. They were tasked to follow people. They were tasked to do things that they felt, one, was without authorization, two, actually was infringing on the rights of these specific people.
But you speak about factions.
Yes.
And in the same vein, as you go further in your statement, you liken it to what happened with PKTT. Would you like to expand on that? Why is it necessary for you to speak about these factions within the SAPS? What was actually going on, and why do you juxtapose it?
You see, a faction within crime intelligence is not a faction in an administrative department. Crime intelligence members hold some of the most powerful resources in this country. You can die, your life can be destroyed. That's the outcome of a factional battle within crime intelligence, because they can access your personal life. They can access parts of your life that an ordinary person cannot. And that's the fundamental difference when you discuss or speak about factions within crime intelligence at that scale, because these are law enforcement agents. So I liken it to PKTT because I said to myself, same script, different cast. Because when you have two colliding forces, a DNC, a provincial commissioner, clashing the way that is unfolding, certainly one must accept that these are two powerful forces, and when they clash, they are going to use resources that are available to them in the institution.
Okay. You left crime intelligence, you left the SAPS in 2012. What did you do when you left SAPS? Did you?
I volunteered. I wasn't fired. Nothing happened to me. I voluntarily decided to leave the environment because I had seen certain things that I felt, perhaps this is enough. I said to my commanders at the time, no, I want to live. But leaving the SAPS, having been trained the way I'd been trained, and people having witnessed what I could do with systems, it is what precisely kept my interaction with General Mfazi post me leaving crime intelligence.
We are now at paragraph 58 of your statement. And there you speak about the covert assassination of Lieutenant General Sindile Mfazi in 2021. Prior to his assassination, what we know, as you've testified, is that you had left the SAPS at the time, but you also testified that you'd kept in contact. What was happening?
I think at this moment it's important, Honorable Chair, that I make this call. That this, Honorable Chair, is a Mayday call. This is a Mayday call and the last radio call for a general in the South African Police Service, whom we believe was assassinated, whom the forensic evidence that was found after a court-ordered exhumation said that he was poisoned with castor resin. I am making this Mayday call as a plea to Parliament, because it is Parliament that elects the president. It is the president who, upon his inauguration, is flanked by the armed forces of this country. He is flanked by army generals. He is flanked by police generals. And when they salute that flag and salute the president, they pledge their life to this country, to this flag. And this is true of all officers who serve in this country. And when one of those generals, General Mfazi, Lieutenant General Mfazi was one of those generals. When one of those generals is assassinated and buried under a lie of COVID-19, it demands of us as citizens to speak to those who are in power, to plead with you, because we are powerless, to say, do something. It has been 5 years.
Mr. Totieni, I don't mean to interrupt your flow, but in your statement, what we know is that at the time that just shortly before General Mfazi was, whether he died or whether he was killed, he had been in contact with you regarding an investigation. Perhaps to give context to what you are speaking about and calling Mayday. What was he investigating? And just could you take us through that investigation?
Yes, Honorable Chair. The beginning of 2020, the year 2020, General Mfazi made contact with me. I was outside of the police. He called me. I could hear that I'm on speakerphone. He then asked, Mfanagit, are you able to record keystrokes and record what these people are doing? There's a particular office we need to make sure we understand what it is exactly that they're doing. I said, but General, you know I can do that. But I did not go beyond that because I could hear I'm on speakerphone here. I'm outside of the police now. I don't understand the plan. So we disconnect. Hardly 3 months later, they were burying a constable or a warrant officer that had died somewhere in Lusikisiki. He was there with Minister Begicele. He stopped by my farm and he was there to change. He was wearing civilian clothes and he was there to change into his police uniform. After he changed, he said, look, when I was calling you, I was with Ustol, Kesha Stol, the then general. You were on speaker because I asked him who he was with, you know. And he then said to me, look, I'm busy with an investigation. It involves senior police officials here in this SAPS. And that's where it ended. But my curiosity was around, what did you want me to, which offices? No, he says, no, SSA, Secret Services account, you know. And he left it at that.
So at the time he was investigating the Secret Services account, and you say that there was an investigation to the amount of 1.6 billion regarding COVID-19 PPE.
That is correct. So, Jam Fazi used to speak in a number of ways, man. But he spoke in vernac, basically. He said, "Ngamasela laba bantu mfana kithi. Ngamasela laba bantu." Babe imali, and he mentions the amount, you see. And because he's a general, interactions with him sometimes were not as free as you would want. But he made that point very clear.
In your statement at paragraph 16, you say his words were defiant, and you open quotes, "I know they are listening, I don't care." He then said, with grave resolve, "Mfana kithi, laba bantu bangamasela, dizobabamba bonke. I'm going to need you, mfana kithi. Something big is coming." That was the last time you say you spoke. But before that, you do also say that it was the investigation was at an advanced stage. Can you take us through that last conversation you had with him to what then transpired and what happened to him thereafter?
Yeah, so after he left that period, I think he was transferred to the Western Cape, where he was acting provincial commissioner here for a while. And during that period, I mean, I tried to go through my phone for phone records, but I mean, I can't find it now. But during that period, he was here in the Western Cape. He had continued to actually probe further what was taking place at head office. That's the...
Do you know specifically who he was investigating? You only mentioned that it was senior police officials, but who was he investigating?
There are people who know. And I'll point this comment to the right direction. There are people who know. But they are...
Do you have personal knowledge?
Honorable members, respectfully so, I know we all death a visit. But what is important to do is I would want to make these disclosures in a proper forum, you know. That is important because that is responsible investigation. I shouldn't just speak as if I'm not conscious of the threats that exist out there. But what is adamant is that the crime scene is there at head office. That's where the crime scene is at. That's what he was investigating. He's investigating the corruption and I'm not saying the entire head office. That's not what he said. He said the rot is there with officials, senior officials, generals, there at head office. That's where the problem is.
Mr. Tukeni, we are almost out of our time, and I'd like to use the last 10 minutes to complete your statement. You say that the following week you received a call from one of his drivers at paragraph 61 that the general was dead, and the official cause of death that was given was COVID-19.
Yes. So I received two calls. The first was from, he had a number of drivers. The first was from one of his drivers in Johannesburg. He said to me, Faragit, Injengele, which is general, Injengele ngati ambile, yabona. I did not believe him. I did not think that he would tell me something that is proper. So I phoned the wife immediately. When I phoned the wife, she was still there at the house, the Pretoria residence. She says to me, Sandinjalo, upitu swelekile. And as she was speaking to me, the wife, you could hear there's people around her. And she at the time was saying, Yegeni phone anizoyiva, yegeni phone anizoyiva. What
does that mean?
Leave the cell phone. You are not going to have it. Leave the cell phone. You are not going to have it. I then phoned the driver again. When's the Gandon? What's going on there? And he says, no, there are people here from head office who are taking the documents of General Mfazi. His body is still upstairs. They haven't even cleaned the blood that's there. They're taking these files.
I thought he died from COVID-19. Blood would insinuate that. Okay.
There was blood there. There was blood. Which is what brought these suspicions. of foul play. The family was not happy. And I thank God that they went as far as the courts to get the courts after the funeral to have a toxicology report or a postmortem done so that there can be forensic evidence that demonstrates what they suspect. And it was done.
This was after he was buried,
After he was buried.
which insinuates that, how did that come about?
So the family, one of the family members is an advocate as well. So they then pushed for this report, the court actually, to ensure that it is actually done, you know? So they went and dug him up.
Exhumed him.
Exhumed him. The day that he was being exhumed, Cambridge SAPS members were notified. I know people at Cambridge SAPS. I will not mention who told me. I want them to live in peace. There at Cambridge SAPS, they were notified that the body of General Mfazi is being dug up or being exhumed, and they are going to now do this postmortem. Right, so it was done. An inquest was then opened after they found that there was casting resin in his system, which meant that the forensic evidence was saying that this man had been poisoned with casting resin, which explains why there was blood in that room, because the man was choking in his own blood. And when the inquest docket was opened at Cambridge SAPS, quietly, head office came, took that docket, and it went to be investigated at head office. You know what's that like? It's like saying criminal or you alleged person, here, the docket, investigate. Even if you have half of head office that is good people, great people, but you also have the other half that may not be good people. Now, you cannot take this very docket and give it to the institution that is supposedly alleged to have assisted or to have committed this very offense.
What was, at the time of his death, General Mfazi, what was his role within SAPS?
He was the lieutenant general. He was a lieutenant general, a deputy national commissioner, the
Deputy National
deputy
Commissioner.
national commissioner.
Okay.
Above him was General Sitol. Then he reported first, I think, he reported to Minister Mbalula. Thereafter, he reported to Minister Cele. In fact, when after we buried General Mfazi, I met Minister Cele in KZN. And I said to General Cele, it wasn't a planned meeting. I met him in the street. So I went straight to him. I said, Pizzo told me that he trained you in Angola. What are you doing about his death? And General Cele said, no, or Minister Cele said, no, we are investigating. We are going to investigate. The docket is at head office, and that's it.
It has been 5 years since he passed. What has come of the investigation?
What I know, Honorable Chair, because I phoned someone who knows the investigator before I came here. Nothing is happening. It's dying a slow death there. You know, if a deputy national commissioner who stood behind President Ramaphosa at his time of inauguration dies in that manner, choking in his own blood, and we don't turn this country upside down, we have a duty and a responsibility, especially to the family. Because Umalindi, the wife, says to me that evening, Uluto is the child, his youngest child at the time. Does this mean Woka Natata? You know? Those are the things that touch you and pain you, because, yes, I said earlier, we all owe death a visit, but not this way.
Mr. Dokeni, you have testified that you suspect that this was related to the 1.6 billion corruption tender that has to do with, I think, the secret fund PPE tender. Was it a tender or PPE corruption?
It wasn't necessarily one transaction.
Okay.
It was a variety of transactions, which is why he wanted me to record what was happening inside the SAPS at the time, but I couldn't.
From your, I know that you testified that you left SAPS in 2012. Do you have any knowledge of what has happened to that investigation, which is separate from his death? Just the investigation that he was busy with at the time of his death. Do you have any knowledge of what came of that investigation?
So his driver told me that officials from head office came as he lay deceased upstairs to take the dockets. The national commissioner at the time was General Khetla Sithole. He was the national commissioner. So he must actually, these people must actually say what it is that actually happened.
You have given us two statements. One statement that you filed, submitted in October, and you subsequently supplemented it with the one that we've just gone through in the past hour. All the information that is here is first-hand knowledge. You took an oath, and so you've said all of this under oath, and it's also a commissioned statement. However, there is no supporting evidence that you have provided the committee to assist the committee in supporting your evidence. What should the committee make of that?
Well, honorable members, honorable chair, the forensic evidence is a fact. It exists. An inquiry was opened at Cambridge SAPS. That's a case docket. It exists within SAPS systems. Within that docket, you'll find the forensic report. Within the same docket, you'll find a witness statement of the driver who actually details who are the people that came to the house to take the various files that were upstairs. All this information is there. I think for me, and I think for many people who have served this country through the armed forces, there is a certain level of expectation that we have when it comes to matters such as this, because these are matters of national security. It can't be business as usual when a general is killed in this way. It cannot be. And why we highlight these things, that I don't highlight them as an individual as well, or with an interest to go back to the police. No. But I highlight these things as a private citizen because they matter most now. And it is my plea to this committee to follow the evidence, follow the information that has been provided to it. They have the power. They can summon for this information. I cannot.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Dujeni. Do you have, I think we have concluded your statement. We rushed through it. Is there anything that you think may have been left out which you wanted to deal with before this committee?
I wanted to say to this committee, thank you for that. Law enforcement officers, policemen, young and old, they are given the most powerful and most lethal weapon, and it sits on their waist. It's a 9mm. It's loaded with rounds. When they discharge their power and authority, they can make use of that 9mm. That's the power that every cop, every police officer has on the street. But having guns alone is not sufficient with today's criminal. You need an intelligence service, a capable intelligence service, and to do that, to have that, you can't have resources sitting at head office. Resources in terms of an ability to investigate, an ability to trace, an ability to understand what is going on must be at the ground. Because inadvertently, when you hold these resources at the top, When you call it, we are restructuring or whatever term you use, you are making those officers on the ground blind. They operate without information that assists them save their own lives, but also the lives of South Africans. I think
Thank you.
that is the statement I wanted to make.
Finally, from my end, I've got one last question. You were part of the system because you worked within SAPS from 2004 up until 2012. And one of the things that you testified is that when you faced difficulties through the provincial commissioner, you would write letters to the head office, which means you know that you've got the know-how of the various institutions that can assist with an investigation. Have you personally taken any steps besides coming to Parliament in finding out what has happened with General Mfazi's investigation, or even reporting to entities like IPED that you are aware are available? Have you used any of your resources? What steps have you personally taken to assist with the investigation?
Thank you. It was not only me. It was a collective of people who actually decided to follow up what was going on. So I wouldn't take the credit. Yes, when I say we know the investigator, it's because of those efforts to actually start to get closer and find out what is going on that such information comes to the fore. But we have done our level best, and we use Parliament as a last resort. I may not be the best amongst us to come before you. I may not be the most talented or the most highest ranking official, but I was trained, as all of us, that the closest man to the radio is the one who must call for Mayday. We are pleading with Parliament to do something about this. Because, as I referenced earlier, yeah, same script, different cast. The challenges that I saw during the period when General Mdluli was fighting with General Mfaz, it led to weaponization of so many intelligence tools that are designed and meant to protect the people of South Africa. And that is why I said a factional battle within crime intelligence is no ordinary factional battle. It's one of its own level.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dojeni. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Advocate Bongiwe Mkhize. It's now 20 minutes past 4. And I'm going to allocate all of you 30 minutes each until 9:30 tonight. It's 5 hours. I've counted all of you here. Honorable Sangoni, Honorable Sakanyile, Honorable Ngola, Honorable Skosana, Honorable Kalabanat, Honorable Klopa, Honorable Matthews, Honorable Sols, Honorable Vessels, Honorable James. It's 5 hours, 30 minutes each. If you use 5 minutes of the 30 minutes, it's not a law that you must use 30 minutes. Yes. So the reason why I'm doing this is because the witnesses are 2. And it is no longer going to be possible for us to take the third witness, the anonymous, because she claims that the statement which is before us is not her statement, and that, so that has to be sorted out. I mean, she says, I sent a statement to so and so, and so and so says, I'm here, where is the statement? And then, yeah. So we can't be dealing with that merry-go-round. If her statement is available, she has it. She must just present the statement now and we will attend to it tomorrow, than to go on a merry-go-round of accusations to say, I sent this. But the witness is here. If she has a statement, she can just present it. The statement that she claims to be her statement. And that other one who was here in the morning, the procedure is different because it's not coming from SAPS crime intelligence, it's coming from SSA. So the legislation that employs officials to state security is different from SAPS. So we must make sure that there is compliance with that law before he comes to testify. The legal team is dealing with that. They would be able to appraise us of the progress that is being made. So the witnesses that we have today is until 9:30 or until 10 o'clock or until 11 or whatever time members want to take the run. But I have allocated you until 9:30. We are going to break at 20 hours tonight. We must not waste time by discussing time. Honorable Sangon and Honorable Source, let me hear what you want to say.
Don't intimidate us, Chair. No, Chairperson, I'm sorry, I heard the word break and I thought you were going to say we must break for a few minutes before we come back. And I wanted to say, Chair, before we break, there was something very important this witness said. He said, given a proper platform, he would be willing to raise certain issues. And I want us to discuss the proper platform. I think this matter came up during our terms of reference. Would we have in camera? We made provision for in camera. We've never used it. And I think the testimony before us today perhaps compels us to invoke that part of our terms of reference to listen to the witness fully, if that would be a proper platform as you request. It's a plea, Chair, that I'm putting to the committee, that I think we must afford him to say things that he feels that he would not be able to say in a proper platform. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Souls.
Yes, Chair. That the Supreme Leader of the ANC caucus has covered me on the first one. And then the second one is one of the witnesses said that she had an audio to play. And I was wondering, when are we playing that audio to hear what she was submitting as evidence? Thank you.
No. So I have timed 3:30. So we will listen to the audio. If it is on the time, it is on your time, and I'm reducing the time allocated to you. Where is that audio? Miss Mashale, did you? Yeah. And then with regard to the information that you want to share with us is it not a classified information?
I don't think this is the correct platform, Honorable Chair.
No. Is it a classified?
It includes classified aspects, yes. Yes, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, so the legal team will advise us appropriately, because even if it is in camera, for as long as the information is classified, that must be done in compliance with the law. We must not go in camera, and when we are in camera, we are told that we don't qualify to receive classified information until we have undergone a particular process. That is how classified information is is presented. So it's a matter which the legal team will look at and advise accordingly on how, if we have to arrange for an in-camera proceedings. It must be in compliance. Our terms of reference, remember, Honorable Sangwen, are very unambiguous that whatever information we get which is classified, it must be in compliance with the existing legislation. Yeah, Mrs. Marshall.
Yes, Chair, if I can just assist relating to the investigation that he referred to.
No. 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 I'm saying no. If you want to say anything, the members will ask you that question. You will respond. Yeah. You must not conduct yourself like you are a pair of strikers playing for the team that I support. If one does not score, we know the other will score. Yeah. Where is that audio? Who is responsible for the audio pilot? Honorable Ngola, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair.
You were not here last week. We missed you terribly. We missed you dearly.
Yes, Chair, I was held up and I missed you too.
Yeah, but before you came here, when you watched on television, what is the color of my suit? Because during break, Honorable Breitenbach says, hey, when we look you on television, we just see a complete DA member. And then I say, Honorable Cameron, we may be running government together. I'm fully African National Congress. For sure, this suit is as old as the DA. Are we waiting for the audio? Didn't you sort it out during break? Mr. Ramano, are we having the audio playing? Or you want a break? Those who want a break, may you please raise your hands. Let me see. May you raise your hand. Let me see those who want a break. Those who know the right answer, may you raise your hand. Okay. Those who want a break. Okay. Okay. I had thought that we will start at 5:30. We have not started. So I'm giving you a break to come back at 5:45. Yeah? 20 to what? I'm saying 5:45. No, tomorrow. Yeah. Okay, honorable members, the mistake that we made was to accord Zoleka the status of honorable member. Can I see those of you who want to speak? It's all of you. Okay. Can we start with the audio? Because now I'm satisfied that all members want to speak. Who is responsible? Did we receive the link? Okay, let's have the audio playing.
No. Tina ourselves were not satisfied with the investigators.
Obana bangekho satisfied with the investigators. So, as Mr. Chauke, you were not satisfied.
We were not satisfied. So we requested them. They must be changed and get another team. And that's what happened.
You know why I'm asking, Mr. Chauke? I'm asking because the older team came at home and explained themselves. We understand which we are this team.
Yeah. Who were those who came?
First, it was Gininda and them, and then the Gininda with Teleze, I think we understand. So naturally we are now confused with who are the actual people who are who are the actual people in the case, you understand. But I'm glad what you are saying, what you are not happy with are you not happy with umsebenzi wobuthelezi no Gininda, that
the people to say this is the person who committed the offense.
Okay.
And in that case, the people in the house will discover that all they are liars.
Okay.
So we needed to do those investigations. The police still have to go back to the people and say, look, I'm a story now, and most of things.
Okay. So
which Buteles and Gininda did not do.
Did not do.
You understand?
Okay.
Now you need to have experienced policemen who go there and assess these people to say, no, look here, this thing. Remember, they lied initially about Bakomba, Umunyumfana, Wamakawashi, Lapana,
okay. Yes.
Which is which was the nonsense story and all sort of things.
So
they need to go back to them to say, look, we don't buy the story that there is somebody who came from around coming to commit robbery and whatever.
So according to you, Mr. Chauke, you are mhlampe ngingasho ukuthi ngamanye amazwi you are saying ukuthi there is no one who came in.
Our theory now, from where we're sitting,
yes,
we suspect that the shooting happened amongst the people inside the house.
Okay.
Not that because umuntu from somewhere as a commit a robbery and hello? Hello? What is this now? Hello?
Yeah, yes, no problem.
What I'm saying,
yes,
Mayor, is the following.
Yes.
From our assessment, when
yes,
we read the statements and
yes,
the people,
yes,
we don't think there is somebody who came from outside that was a robber.
Okay. Yes.
It's a nonsense story. There's nothing like that.
There's nothing like that.
Yeah. We suspect that the shooting happened amongst the people inside the house.
Okay. So
this is what this crack team must go and
they must put this theory into, yes, and then from there what will happen?
No, once they've identified who is what, they would have to arrest that person.
So now I'm a suspect and as a detect.
I'm a suspect, that's why I'm getting. From our theory.
As ENPA.
Yeah, we think
okay.
There is no suspect who came from anywhere.
Yes.
The shooting happened amongst
the
people inside the house.
Yes. So this new team of Carros and Knight, do they have to prove that? And then from there,
they will be in a position, the prosecutors will be in a position to decide and say, look, the chap who must be charged, but this one is an accessory like that.
So Carlos no Knight basebenza na ipi prosecutor basebenza ne prosecutor.
I'm not so sure. That's why I get to go. These documents were taken about 2 months ago.
Okay.
And then the national office Mzinyati no Shamila, they are going to decide.
So Shamila kumele decide which
office
prosecutor and which office must. So Ushamila ngayenza kanjani appointment na ngoba you know this thing ubaba useshonile ogogo nabo nami I don't know what is happening and mhlambe ngayenza kanjani appointment no Kehla Sithole or Ushamila.
So what is happening?
Yes. Yeah.
I just do not have the contact details of the police. I expect them that they will come to the family in terms of them being the new investigation team. So if I had the numbers, that's why I'm with a check office file and see if we know our contact number so that we can give them to you and then you can phone.
Can I wait for her with time check number Carlos?
That file you sent to me, do you still have it here? The file.
Office file.
Yeah.
JJ.
And it's not answered.
And the message I have on miss call, I can't talk now. I think he's in a meeting.
Yeah, I think so. I think they said they were supposed to attend the meeting in Pretoria.
Which I can't talk.
But maybe what we should do is try and see if we are able to trace the file either in his office or from.
Or maybe I can come back tomorrow if you guys don't mind.
So that we can give him the telephone numbers of those policemen
and the police.
Those who came here. So I think maybe their numbers should be in the office file.
Okay, you can right now sit in my office and then I'll go and try to trace.
No, I don't mind. I can come back. Maybe I can stay a day or come back tomorrow. I don't know if go to JJ Low corner or because I just want to meet Mhlampe Usithole if possible because mailing it mangwele ekhaya emndenini ngibuyele ne.
No, it's fine. That's what I'm saying. Let me check if I can't trace it. Then we'll make another day. Maybe use as access. So I'll go and check in his office if he didn't leave it there.
It will get the
okay, no. Ngicela ukusala sesixoxa nobaba while you are checking.
Hello? Hey. Abshir. If Klaisegel Mijal. Hey. Yeah, Tagwin. Hey. Hey.
Okay. I think we should have come to the end of the audio, isn't it? Who are the people in the audio?
Sifiso Miwa sent me the audio. He said he's his cousin, and Advocate Chauke, who was the Gauteng DPP.
What is the name of the cousin?
Siabonga. Is it Siabonga Miwa?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. The first speaker will be Honorable Sokanyile, followed by Honorable Matthijs. And then your time is no longer 30 minutes. I cannot tell you how much time it is now, but it is no longer 30 minutes. Your time has started now, Honorable Sokanyile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to our
It's now
witnesses.
8 minutes past 5. Thank you.
You'll stop me when you like.
Now, when you start it, it's 8 minutes past 5. When you finish, you must count how much time you used.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I've already greeted you. You can see that you are at a high speed. Mrs. Mashale, when Lieutenant General Kumalo gave evidence to this AdHoc committee, he said that you were dismissed from the Department of Health, which you did not disclose when you were appointed with SAPS. And then, did you disclose that?
Thank you so much, Honorable. When I made my application, I filled in that old Z83 forms. Everything is supposed to still be on my personal file. So in the Z83 forms, they ask you all those questions. Were you working at were you employed by a previous department? Where did you study? I filled in all that information there. And as I explained to the advocate earlier, I submitted my termination of my studies because I was studying to become a nurse. So I terminated in June of 1998. I submitted my medical certificate because I was also on medical leave because I had an emergency appendicitis. So these documents were submitted together to the college. And the outcome after I was charged departmentally, after the allegations of General Molloy that I never disclosed, Department of Health was called to the departmental trial to come and testify. The head office was called, the general said the head office was called. General Patlani signed off after the departmental trial was finalized to say.
And the disciplinary procedures?
Yes.
Okay.
And General Patlani signed off the annexure. I did submit an annexure to say, this matter was not because of the mistake of Mema Shali. She did submit. Department of Health came to testify that she did submit everything. They were the ones who failed to capture everything on the system.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Nice. Leave it there. Then, can you take this committee? Or why do you mention that now your dismissal was unlawful with SAPS now?
Now we are speaking about two different things. The one where it was alleged that I was dismissed because I didn't disclose was in it was in 2008.
The recent one?
The recent one is because of Regulation 9. As I said earlier, Advocate Makabula came here to speak about the unlawfulness and unconstitutionality of Regulation 9, where you are charged, you are invited to a hearing. It's not even a hearing, it's a meeting. And in that meeting, the charges are read against you, but you are not being afforded the opportunity to challenge those charges. After reading the charges to you, then you get dismissed.
So that's why you are saying that it's an expeditious process, that Rule 9.
Yes, it's expeditious.
Then, according to your own understanding, is the reason that the provision of this Rule 9 is still being used despite the judgment on its constitutionality?
Yes, because according to my information, There were recent cases, that it was declared unconstitutional last year, September, through the triple SBC agreements with South African Police Service, and they declared that Regulation 9 should be set aside because it's unconstitutional. But I know about people who are still being charged under Regulation 9.
Then
Despite the fact that even SAPS agreed with triple SBC that the Regulation 9 is unconstitutional.
Then did you challenge your dismissal in
I
any
did.
court of law?
Yes, I did challenge my dismissal at the triple SBC, and it was eventually referred to the public protector because of the letter from the Human Rights Commission to the advocate. The Human Rights Commission confirmed that the disclosures that I made to the National Commissioner in January 2021 did meet the criteria of protected disclosures. And hence, in the second paragraph, the next paragraph, they say that any retaliation against an employee who made protected disclosures amounts to a criminal offense.
So there's no other outcome
There's
from
up to so far, we
it's of
followed
the Human Rights Commission and Public
the,
Protect.
the National Commissioner is not even responding to the inquiries. Despite the fact that I was acquitted of all charges, and I sent a letter to the National Commissioner. I must also add that while on dismissal, my pension was unlawfully withdrawn without my consent, without my knowledge. And I also had to submit a complaint to the SIU regarding to that, because when I received a message from GPF that my pension withdrawal application was approved, I immediately contacted them and I told them, but I'm in the process of challenging my dismissal. Who made the pension withdrawal approval? Because SAPS and GPF is two different departments. SAPS cannot make a withdrawal application on behalf of an employee, on behalf of a member of GPF. But despite that, when the investigation office of GPF came with the documents, my pension withdrawal application was signed by a captain at service termination.
No, it's fine. You know, when Mary DeHaas' name was mentioned, I saw you were laughing. Then, what can you say about your relationship with Mary DeHaas? And why were you laughing? If you can just...
The reason why I was laughing is when I referred to the title, because I was saying professor and I was helping myself. So no, not professor. That's why I was laughing. But as I said earlier,
Your relationship with her?
yes, we are a group of whistleblowers, a small group of whistleblowers who have suffered retaliation after blowing the whistle in the workplace. But not only that, the brother of Babita Diukuran is also in our whistleblower group. So Mary DeHaas is a social worker. We also have Mr. John Clark, who's a social worker. We have Dr. Margie DeHaas, who is a medical doctor. We support one another morally. We are there for one another, and that is where the relation started with Mary DeHaas. As I said earlier, when everyone else, even the people that I thought was my friends, called me an information peddler, Mary DeHaas didn't know me, but she believed me. So that is where the relationship started with Mary DeHaas.
It's because she was very much passionate writing about your safety, Mary DeHaas.
And the reason for that is she knows my situation. She knows that I'm currently in exile since 2022. She knows the suffering that my children are going through.
Okay, It's fine. But are you aware that what you are telling Meridi has in turn influenced that directive of the 31st December 2024? Do you know that directive?
Relating to my situation.
Yeah, relating to your situation, because even the then minister, that is the Minister Mkunu, said the disbandment of the PKTT, it was informed by what Mrs. Mashale said, Meridi has, what was said by you. So I'm saying that you influenced the disbandment of the PKTT. Can you agree to that?
I will not agree to that. Because if I do things and I say things, maybe negative or positive, and it influences someone, I cannot be blamed for that.
It is because
If the
of what-
minister decided to use information,
take it from me now. It is what Meridi has said about your situation.
but my situation have absolutely nothing to do with the PKTT. So I don't understand why does it influence, did it influence? My situation had to do with exposing corruption in the South African Police Service. And the minister came here and he said that I used to see her post on Facebook and I thought that minister never spoke to me and I never spoke to him. The person whom I spoke in the minister's office was Mr. Cedric Nkabinde, also not relating to the PKT. I referred people who have, and I specifically mentioned the Sindiso Makaga case when I spoke to Cedric Nkabinde. So I fail to understand how can the fact that I've been exposing corruption in substance 2008 now influence the minister to disband the PKTT on 31st September 2024? Doesn't make sense. The PKT have been established in 2019. I started to blow the whistle in 2008. And now in 2024, come the minister, and now it seems like my exposure of corruption that had nothing to do with the PKTT has now influenced the decision of the minister.
No, it's fine. Thanks. Thanks about that.
Okay.
Again, I'm coming to you, sir. In your affidavit, you indicate that officers were not assessed and sit again Gokukusela. Thank you. In your affidavit, you indicate that officers were assessed not by skill, integrity, or experience, but put by loyalty to specific, power blocks. That is their promotion. It came about being loyal to a specific power block. Can you assist me? Are you talking about the blocks within power blocks within the crime intelligence?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Put plainly, I know Mdluli promoted his girlfriend there in the Eastern Cape, made a captain. It's not a secret.
Who's that girlfriend?
General Mdluli promoted his girlfriend there.
Who's
I just
that
forgot
girlfriend,
the name of
the name?
I just forgot the name of that lady, but I can give it to the committee. He promoted it. It wasn't something that was hidden, you know. So why I say promotions were not merit-based and were based on loyalties. I myself, I was going to be a colonel. But because I refuse to give testimony or to falsify, give false evidence, they decide, no, you're not going to become this. So it is from that background where I say what I witnessed within crime intelligence
Okay.
was not necessarily people who were being promoted on their ability to actually assist in the fight against crime,
Okay.
but being loyal to the general, the divisional commissioner at the time.
So a power block can be formed by one person,
Yes.
just for interest's sake, because he is in a senior position, can use his power.
Oh, definitely.
It's not a cabal of some people.
Well, I can't say I can't dismiss a hypothesis that says it's not a cabal of people. I'll give you another example with this thing of the withdrawal of posts. They like to do that. When I was there were posts that were advertised.
Mm.
When they realized that not the right candidates or the preferred candidates must be promoted, they withdraw the post. That's why I was saying earlier, same script, different cast. But they're
Some
using
posts were not being advertised.
well, they
will
withdraw.
simple
They
appoint.
advertise. After advertising, when they realize, no, man, it's not the right people that need to actually get appointed.
General Mhluli's girlfriend, was the post advertised?
Yeah, it was advertised.
It was advertised.
An external advertisement. One of those which allow lateral placement. So even if you were coming from the private sector and you were a lowest, even if you were unemployed, you could occupy a senior rank within the SAPS. It was one of those appointments.
You suggest that the committee must also weigh the consequences of centralizing dockets and disbanding field-driven units, as seen with the removal of the PKTT and the 121 case dockets from KwaZulu-Natal. Further that, in fact, the part of a broader sabotage of independent policing. Can you elaborate on the broader sabotage of independent policing that you're talking about?
Let me sketch this scenario to you.
Okay.
Something that I've witnessed on the ground. You are investigating a criminal network. That is what the PKTT was doing. And I'm going to also supplement this with already what has been testified at the Madlanga Commission. Whilst you are investigating as this PKTT, you receive an instruction to disband. Now, understand this. The SAPS is a semi-military organization. It's not tomorrow. If I say withdraw, you withdraw and you do it now. So when the instruction now comes and and before I actually make this point, understand that it's already now common knowledge that the PKTT actually utilized intelligence as part of its strategy and its approach. So it meant that it would utilize basic information at a level of overt structures. Perhaps it would also utilize deep cover agents to infiltrate the network of the people being investigated. Now, here comes this letter on the 31st. This letter disbands the PKTT. Once it disbands it, what does Ket Matlala do? What would I do as Ket Matlala? I would say to my people, whoever leaves in the next 2 weeks, I know who is a mole. I know who is a spy inside. It inadvertently exposes those who would have been able to proceed as far as infiltrating the network of the people who are targets. Those are the real consequences on the ground. But a minister's power and instruction has a ripple effect within law enforcement. I can tell you for free The minute that the letter was received, a national instruction is issued. That national instruction that was issued disbands whatever authorizations that people on the ground, agents on the ground actually had. So what it would have done, it would have immediately, one, exposed people who had been closer to the network of Mr. Matala. Two, it also poses a danger now because every operation that takes place must have a life cycle. You enter as an agent focusing on a target. You build up the information, but it has a climax. You reach a point where there is the reveal, where you say, I am an agent, I am a police officer, and the culprit is taken to court and you testify. But when you break that cycle and it does not run its full cycle, you stand the risk of exposing people who may have been used as deep cover agents. And that is where I say, these decisions that are taken at head office, particularly when they do not consult forces on the ground, have serious implications. And perhaps if there is more consultation, particularly from people who are operating within the units, you would have decisions that are taken that lead to a more, even if the PKTT was eventually dissolved, but before you do it, because by nature, the investigations that law enforcement actually undertakes, it involves people's lives, which you must at all times always protect before you give an instruction or a command.
So you're saying that it was wrong the way it was done?
When I look at it from the outside, I feel a lot more could have been done. So much more could have been done in a way that would ensure that when they withdraw the forces, because, Honorable Chair, we are not in a conference with crime or an imbizo. It's a war against crime. And there are these competing forces, and you can term it good or bad. But ultimately, when an instruction is issued, it must always be cognizant of the ripple effect and what needs to happen before those instructions are issued. That is my honest opinion. That is what I see from the outside.
Okay.
I don't know I don't want to answer what you are really saying. Yeah.
No, it's fine. It's fine, I get it. Then now, in under topic 4, you talk about political retribution. You indicate that it signaled to all within SAPS that even those in the upper echelons of command are not immune from it. That is the political retribution. When they investigate the wrong truth, then this is in relation to your analysis of circumstances leading to the death of General Mfazi. What do you mean by that political retribution?
Well, my understanding of politics may be limited, but it is perceptions that actually shape the day. Leading up to the assassination of General Mfazi, and judging from the remarks that he made, the comments that he made, he obviously was of the view that there were those within the South African Police Service who had certain beliefs that necessarily he did not agree with. And these beliefs can be attributed to what is right and what is wrong. So I mention that because it is, in my view, my own assessment that leading up to the assassination of General Mfazi, Perhaps he did not agree with what other quarters wanted to do at head office.
Okay.
Yeah. And he took a particular position, and for that, he may have suffered the ultimate price.
When did the family of General Mfazi heard about the proceedings of the investigation towards his death? Or it was quiet when the docket was taken from Cambridge police station to head office? Or was there anything that was said? Or they are constantly put on par with the investigation, what is happening now?
I think what has constantly stood out from the family is that they are not happy with the progress that's been made. To give you context.
Is there a progress or no progress? Or
call-
they are not happy how the investigation?
I wouldn't call that progress, unfortunately. The manner in which everything unfolded, to the rushed funeral, well, it had to happen. But it was the family's efforts that led to the reports, the court toxicology report. It's the family's efforts, not law enforcement. So I think the family has played their part. It is law
Mr.
enforcement.
Token, I'm saying that now the dockets have been taken to the head office. Up to now, are they constantly being informed about what is happening with the investigation? Or it is quiet?
Not consistently. Yes, there is occasional informing of the family, but it is not consistent. You will appreciate that it's been 5 years. And
That's why I'm asking.
It's been
because
5
it's
years.
5 years now.
And
a person who was high in the police, at least it should have been a quicker.
you come across their Facebook posts, you come across interactions with various whistleblowers, and you can see the desperation that the family, the suffering that they're going through. That's why I said, I don't think that's progress. That's not progress. I mean, a constable could have done that investigative, where it is now. A constable could have done that. Head office has resources, real resources, to get to the bottom of this. And I think it's high time that either they pull their weight or someone else takes over the investigation. But my view is that for as long as head office is the crime scene, you cannot hand the docket to be investigated where everything had sort of taken place and there are people who are implicated there. That's my honest view, and that's it.
Okay, thank you. Sir? Done.
Honorable Matthews, Honorable Sokanyile did not reach the 30-minute mark.
Oh, you're giving me a time. Thank you, Chair.
your-
Appreciate it.
It's your time now.
She must thank the gracious ANC for allowing her to go before the
They have
gracious.
been very gracious
You are
today.
our sibling. You are our offspring.
Okay,
Offspring,
okay,
we must
mommy,
allow you
for today. Thank you for donating the time so we can ask questions about ANC leadership in SAPS. Thank you, Chair. Just quickly, good afternoon again, Ms. Patricia. Let's start off with the victimization started with you in SAPS because you started blowing whistle on corruption, etc. Do you remember the first instance, but try and keep it short, of what it is that you reported on that instigated or ignited rather the victimization as you reported?
Afternoon again, Honorable Matthys. Yes, the first instant was immediate retaliation from General Lysia. He was the one I can remember I was on study leave in April when I received a call from Kenok Helder Blom and said there's a notice of departmental trial against you. And mind you, I submitted documents whereby I found out later that even the appointment letters of the investigation officer and the employer rep was forged. Because when I went to the departmental office to find out about this file, because I wanted information, I want documents, one of the people, Mr. Gert Venter, he was like, but I don't know about this file. And said, can you please find out for me? And he went to his commander, Colonel Nanive. And when he comes back, he said to me, we don't have a file like that. So I asked him, so if you don't have a file like that, if this departmental trial was not registered formally.
The department, it was the HR, or it was an appointment of someone?
The discipline office are the ones who are doing the appointments.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So it must go through their office. There must be investigation first. After the investigation, when they decided there is a case, it's only then when they register it with legal services. And it's only then when the file are being taken to discipline office. That process was not followed. Generally, Sia did it himself. I submitted the documents that even the presiding officer, when I asked him about his appointment letter, he said, I don't have an appointment letter. I asked the employer rep, where's my appointment letter? The employer rep said, no, I will bring it to your brigadier. Up to today, I have never, because the name that was signed on the appointment letter of the employer rep was of a brigadier who passed away, Brigadier Molloy. And I just found out later that between General Sia, Van der Merwe, Colonel Ligo, they forged everything.
Okay. So summary of what you're saying is that the first thing that you picked up and what you had reported or you started investigating on your own was the lack of appointment letters.
Yes.
And there were files for these people that existed to be on SAP's payroll.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to 3.2. When you and your husband met with state security agencies, and you said your husband was contacted by a Mr. Mark Makwa. I hope I'm
Mike Makwa. It should be Mike.
It's Mike, not Mark. Okay. How did you know that these were SSA state security agents? Besides them saying that they were, how did you and your husband verify that they were?
Okay.
Try to answer as short as possible, please.
Because my husband met with the former Minister of SSA, Mr. Zizi Kodwa. That was the first meeting. Mr. Zizi Kodwa informed him that as a result of all this corruption that because Mr. Mike Makwa was the one who brought them in contact. And then he said the president instructed him to appoint this team of SSA.
Who said that? The former minister, Zizi?
Yes.
Okay. Were you there in the meeting when your husband met him, the former minister?
They were not there yet. They came afterwards.
Okay, what I'm asking you, were you part of that meeting?
I was not in the meeting, but I was in the car there because Mr. Zizi Kodwa drove to Bloemfontein. They met at the engine crash on the N1. So that is where he said that this is what's going to happen. The president is going to want me to establish a team, and I'm going to send a team, and that is indeed what happened.
And then what happened with this team? What was the outcome of it?
What happened? We gave this team a lot of information. There was 2 memory cards that was given to them with information on it, also relating to the stolen firearms, to the.
I think you gave us that information, yes. But ultimately, after you provided them with all the information.
After my phone was, I still have a message that I sent to Mr. Zizi Kodwa. After my phone was confiscated, because now I even gave them that phone that was confiscated to download all the files on that phone. And then that was in September of 2021. And then October 2021, my phone get confiscated. And then after that, they never communicated with us again.
So what was your analysis of the involvement of the then minister Zizi? What were they trying to achieve with you and your husband, trying to get information from you? Have you done an assessment on that? Because it's weird that a minister in state security meets with citizens, gets information, and then just disappear off the face of the earth.
I think they wanted to establish exactly what information that do we have relating to the corruption that was happening, because they specifically asked us about certain ministers. Do you have information?
Which ministers did they ask about?
I must just remember, because they say the president wants to know which minister is
So
ministers
this is President
looking at.
Ramaphosa wanted to know which ministers. of
I will
against him.
remind you of the name of the ministers. All I told to them, I say, the only minister that I can give you information on is Minister Cele. I do not have information on the ministers that you want information. When we come back, I will just send my husband so he can just remind me of the name of those. They wanted to know about Pule Mabe. I remember that name, Pule Mabe. I will remember the name of the other minister.
And then tell me, Ms. Patricia, why are you making this up? Why didn't your husband make submissions, or did he and we missed it in regards to this? Because it seems that he was leading in terms of the contact with ZC Kodwa.
He was, as I said, information about corruption in Free State, and currently not just in Free State. I can now safely say across the country, information of corruption are be sent to us. Because people have built that trust relationship with us. So now, my husband had a very close relationship with General Sithole, the former General of Police, even before he became the Provincial Commissioner of Free State. We also knew that General Sithole was appointed as the Provincial Commissioner of Free State on the recommendations of Ace Magashule. There was these generals in Free State who were very close to Ace Magashule. They called themselves the Premier League. That's where the political interference come in. And as we sit now, even currently with the current premier, there are serious cases against the current premier, but these cases are being covered up. I know the EFF.
That,
okay,
because it's not part of your testimony, and then we're going to do some sightseeing. But whatever information you do have on that, Chair, I'm going to recommend that our legal team gets that information so we can also look at it. You didn't quite answer why your husband didn't make submissions here. Just
he didn't make submissions here because generally he gets the information and I do the research on the information. So that's why I came to make the submissions.
the names of the agents, do you have them? Are they
Tabiso,
still active?
I even still have Tabiso's number.
Okay.
Tabiso, the other one was Justice, and there wasn't. I can remember on this day when they downloaded my phone. Lieutenant Colonel.
Okay, let's stick to, so you have their names. So we need to have their names, and it's not. Do you know if they still operating in the State Security Agency?
I'm not sure if they are still operating.
But we'll need their full names so we can also just follow up on that. Just quickly on, I wanted to ask, you said there was the warrant officer, he became a brigadier, Van der Merwe, and he admitted under cross-examination, this is under 3.4 of your sworn statement, and you submitted an annexure to that effect. So he admitted under that he misled the magistrate. So besides you opening the case, was there any action taken both by the court? Nothing. And then we need, I think you've included the case number here. So this is also something for us to follow up on the outcome of that case, or if it is still open or active, and who was responsible for that.
I just also want to correct the record. He was not a warrant officer at the time. He was a colonel van der Merwe. And relating to the SSA agents, I did report it to the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence. There was an investigation. I've never received the outcome of that report because the lady who investigated Mrs. Noma Buthelezi was suspended before she could.
So she was in the IG's office who was investigating that. Yes. So that's also something that we Chair and the legal team would need to follow up if it has been submitted. Is that also part of your annexures? Well, copy
Yes.
the complaint
I
that
did
you
say
sent.
yes, it's part of
Okay,
my
because
admission.
you can see how we didn't get clear, the annex just done properly. On 3.8 of your sworn statement, you said Parliament requested a threat assessment from SAPS for you. How did Parliament get involved in doing that?
Because I reported, as I said, I went everywhere, up to the portfolio committee on the previous portfolio committee on police. There's how the chairperson, there's how they got involved and they requested this threat assessment.
Okay, and then the warrant officer, Marstorp, who did from county intelligence member who did the assessment, do you know if he's still in SAPS?
He's still in SAPS, he's still in SAPS, and I did send the threat assessment also.
And you have a copy of the assessment in your, or you didn't get a copy of
I
it?
sent it to Bonani yesterday.
And then after the assessment was done, what happened?
SAPS refused to accept the assessment to such a point that his commander instructed him to change the contents of the assessment. When he refused to do that, he was charged departmentally, and he was also acquitted on those charges.
So hence he's still there as well.
Yes.
Okay, so Chair, I'm going to suggest to the committee, we have a wealth of information here of cases that have been submitted to various criminal justice entities. And also, Ms. British, you've also stated that you've opened a lot of cases. So we'd like to just have, I know you've given us bundles and bundles of evidence. So maybe we can just get a list of all the cases that you have opened in your personal capacity, the case number and what it was regarding. And then we as Parliament, we can write whether it's to SAPS, to the NPA, to IPED, to the AG, and not just ask, Chair, for the status of the cases, but we must have an activity report on from the moment the case was opened, who it was assigned to, what was the activity. We want the names of the people that were involved. If the case was just lying there, why was it lying there for such a long time? And I think that is going to help us move, because we can't just continuously have cases opened or not. Thank you, Sis Patricia. Mr. Dotieni, I hope I'm pronouncing your surname correctly. You did your training, training and development in our criminal justice, not criminal justice, what is the crime intelligence? So before we get into all the details of what you exposed in here, did you think the training was, the quality of training that you received as an officer in the criminal crime intelligence department, was it sound, and is it something we can be proud of as South Africans, the training in particular?
The first 6 months is basic training to become a police officer. And I must commend a lot of the guys on the ground that actually train young people. I was 19.
You're talking very soft. You were very animated before. Now when we're asking you about maybe the good story they used to tell about training and development, you're getting quiet.
I was quite impressed with, with the officers that delivered the training, because as I was saying, I was 19 years old at the time. I mean, I had to.
You were 19?
19 years old. I had to train a variety of weapons. I mean, you're quite skilled. I mean, I went as far as.
Okay, you're telling us too much information.
Okay.
So you're saying it was very high quality.
It was very good, including the induction by crime intelligence officials. I think they did an excellent job.
So technically, we shouldn't really be in the state that we are in as a country with the level of training and development that our crime intelligence officers get, if there was no corruption and all the other things that come into it.
Well, yes, because the forces on the ground are quite equipped. But if you have a situation where you've got two generals from the same organization,
okay, you're doing sightseeing now. So. Okay, I just wanted to understand if we were lacking in that regard, and we're not. It was very interesting on how you characterized the disbandment when the minister issued the disbandment letter. And I don't know if any of the other members of the committee saw it in that way, that the rippling effect that it had, and how, number one, the threats to the lives of the officers that might have been involved or had infiltrated this criminal or the syndicate or cabal or whatever it is that we want to call it. I found that very insightful. What I do want to ask, in your opinion, do you think that, and you might be a bit nervous to say it, but I'm going to try my luck anyway. Do you think Minister Senzo did it intentionally? Or do you think it was just a horrific oversight for him not to consult to understand the rippling effect? And if he did it intentionally, it means that there might have been some collusion with CAT, just thinking that, okay, my network here is being infiltrated, and the way we are going to be able to root out those who have infiltrated it is by, issuing this disbandment letter for immediate disbandment.
Honorable Member, I look at data. I don't personally have enough data to make that conclusion.
Okay.
If I had the data, I would bravely say so.
What data do you need to be able to make an analysis on that?
So I think what's important is to go through thoroughly an interrogation with the minister to understand what influenced him. And I think the interactions that he had give some perspective as to what may have influenced him. But I think if you have a more detailed sort of engagement with the minister.
Oh, but we did. We were here for 2 days.
Yeah.
What questions you think we should have asked him that we didn't?
I'm saying this, Honorable Chairperson, as a former member of crime intelligence. And I'm saying this because I have witnessed people who have a variety of skills in actually interrogating and cross-examining people and understanding usually can come with more informed decisions and more informed opinions.
So in summary, I'm going to cut you off. We've got a
Yes,
chair. He'll just cut us off as we even breathe in. He'll even tell us to stop breathing. So you're saying that as members of parliament, we're not fully equipped because we don't have the training that you received in crime intelligence.
No,
I got
no,
the story. No, it's fine.
No,
I
no.
understand. Let's move on to, you raised the issue of system access and the decline of that, or the blockage of that, how it affected cases, and pretty much because of the issue of privacy, but also the abuse of it. How do you recommend, how do we find a balance to be able to root out criminality and being able to have access? It makes perfect sense that if we see, I like the example that you gave, we see a car, we must be able to pull, and our investigations are taking way too long. I mean, some of it is intentional and some it's that whole thing of access. We have to get court orders, a whole lot of things. But how do we strike a balance? Because it does open up to abuse. And we also just have corrupt officials in all our entities. So as short as possible.
Okay. I have to make this example though. We don't take away firearms from police officers because a few of them, or even a significant number of them, suddenly discharge them irresponsibly. We deal with those individuals. We don't incapacitate the ability to actually fight against crime. So that is my honest opinion. I think that you should not, just because some people, or there has been a trend to actually abuse the system, you take it away. No, you deal with that problem, but you ensure that resources actually remain at the ground level.
Do you think it was a deliberate, the decapacitating, as you refer to it, of accessing the systems? You think it was deliberate?
Yes, because systems give you insight into persons of interest.
Because once you say it's deliberate, you're saying that our government has no interest in solving crime. Its interest is pretty much to let crime and corruption spiral out of control.
I would not lay it at the square, at the feet of government. I have given a name. I'm saying the instigator during that time was a divisional commissioner by the name of General Mjuli.
But he can't do it himself. That's another thing too.
Well,
it's not something that could be done, and he's no longer there, and the process has continued. So at some point, I guess that's something as a committee we can look into and see how, in terms of recommendations. Because it's not that we are short of even information in this country. It's very easy to be able to access that. I appreciate that. I've got two more themes to deal with. The Itwala operation. What was the outcome of that?
In 2012, I mean, in 2011,
Mm.
I gave another scenario where a separate group of people had now gone in and started to operate. We could only arrest the one guy. We did not know who he was with. We did not know where they were taking the girls. We only intervened in, they had come for about six or
Like
seven
one-
girls,
Oh, okay.
and we only intervened in the one incident, in the one girl, but they take them at the same time.
Did you recover any girls, any of the girls that were moved? So
In
you'll-
2009, we did. 2011, we
How
just
many?
recovered the one girl. 2009, we recovered 6 girls. In 2011, we only recovered one girl. And they operated as a group. They didn't operate as just going to take one.
So why do you think, was the operation shut down or you just don't have any more information about it?
At this stage, I don't have. But
So who's implicated in that? In terms of within the criminal justice system that would have halted or, I don't know, made this operation not continue? Or who's involved that we are still having our girls being taken into rape houses? We shouldn't even call them sex houses, it's rape houses. Sex is consensual.
the point was made to reference or to give significance to the point of the impact of removing system access from ground forces. I'm not going to say people implicated. As I said, at the time, the individuals that were implicated in the majority were about Nigerians, Somalians, and cannot remember the third nationality. And then obviously a few South Africans. So it was a mixture of.
You don't know the South African names. Okay, but so your submission here to the committee is that it's not so much that there was involvement of SAPS officials, of politicians in this. The operation failed because of this system's access.
Exactly. And I'm saying that that's the ripple effect of a decision that's taken by a divisional commissioner at the time without thinking about the implications.
And it's still continuing now. So it might have even been outside of his control as well. What was your relationship beyond work with General Mpasi?
No, I mean, he was a good colleague. One thing about the General Mfazi is that
Not
he
one
made
thing
it
about
his,
him, what was your relationship?
he made it his business to be informed about each and every one of
What
his
was
members.
your relationship?
He was a
outside
colleague, a
of work?
very good colleague. And I can call him a friend, yes.
So did you have any activities, etc., with him outside of work?
Not really, no. Not
Boys
really.
trips, all those?
Come again?
You didn't do boys trips and all that with him, okay. How were you promoted from a constable in Willowmore to an analyst position in the province?
So I was moved before I was promoted. So from Willowmore, I received a direct transfer to the provincial office. And then after training and development of a period of 3 years, I then applied for a position and then I was appointed.
So when you moved to an analyst position on the provincial level, was that post advertised externally?
A transfer does not need advertisement, ma'am.
So they created the position or the position was open, they just.
Yes. So as a constable from Willowmore, I was simply transferred to the provincial office.
Okay, and then who is Colonel Gunden? These are questions I got from the public. So I might not,
Okay.
that doesn't mean you can't be honest.
Okay. No, Colonel Gounden was a colonel within information management. And yeah, he's also a very good colleague. You know, he's left now. He's out of the police.
Why did he leave?
His own personal choice, his own frustrations. Everyone makes their own personal choice.
And Colonel Muller?
Mula.
Muller, M-U-L-L-E, Muller. M-U-L-L-E-R, you don't know? So all these are just good colleagues. There's been no anything outside of work. with them? Well, you're saying you don't know Colonel Muller, so that's fine.
I don't know.
And then why did you leave crime intelligence in East London to go to PE?
In East London to
Mm.
PE.
Mm.
I never
Was
left
that
crime
the-
intelligence.
Oh, you didn't?
I never left.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm done.
Yes. I was looking at you, I can see that you learn from the African National Congress.
Are you opening up doors now, Chair?
The child must learn from the parent.
Honorable,
You are
Honorable,
opening up doors now for engagement you don't want.
Honorable Sokanyile stopped 2 minutes before, and you are 5 minutes before. Thank you so much. Honorable Sangwe.
The EFF leads.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Okay, 1803. Ms. Mashal, it's clear that everybody starts with you, so let me not break that trend. Let me firstly thank you so much, I think, for coming up with, the courage to do the work that you've been doing over many years. I'm sure that being a whistleblower is not easy, and indeed we do commend that courage and bravery that you've shown. But you said as you were speaking that some people call you information peddlers. Who calls you that and why would they do that?
Yes, there's been a name, even General Kumalo said that when he came here. So the people, the very people whom I've exposed in the corruption, in an effort to discredit me, then they say, call me the names information peddler. But what I also told them to say that, you know what, if I'm an information peddler, that means that I'm peddling wrong information. And when someone is peddling wrong information, at some point it amounts to a criminal offense or defamation. So then they must take the required steps against me, because I'm always make sure that all the information that I shared, I must have at least evidence to support the information. Otherwise, I will be an information peddler if I just share information without evidence.
Okay, no, excellent. So I mean, you've obviously just said that evidence is very important, the importance of verifiable information. And I assume in your case, I mean, you just said that Minister took things off your Facebook. You also understand responsible use of social media. Okay. Now, I would be remiss, obviously, if I didn't start with what you said about Minister Kodwa. Now, you said you received, then Deputy Minister Kodwa, you went there, but you received information that he said the president wanted you to get information. I think in your affidavit, you said about ministers who are plotting against him.
We met with him at a garage, at an engine garage, but I was not in the meeting. It was him, my husband, and this Mr. Mike Makwa in the meeting, whereby Mr. Mike Makwa was giving him the information to say, George Mashali have this information relating to, I believe everyone remember the illegal military training camps, the unlawful firearms. There was a lot of information that was shared with the minister. The minister said, I'm going to assemble a team from SSA to come. There was a first meeting to come and investigate this matter. Because when Mr. Mike Makwa spoke to me and he gave me the information, I was speaking to the president, and the president said this is an urgent matter that we should look into. Because what
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Ms. Mashali. I'm very low on time.
Okay.
Ne? So I hear the other things. I want you to zoom in on when Deputy Minister Kodwa said give him, he says, so somebody says to you that Deputy Minister Kodwa said, the president said, if I've got it right, that you must give them information about ministers who are plotting against the president. Now, I'm very keen to find out, where would you get information about ministers that a whole SSA DM would ask you, and you even say now when you were responding that you were going to come back to him with information on ministers? Where would you get such information?
Remember, I said from 2008, me and my husband have been receiving information from various people, including politicians and ministers and premiers and whoever. So the information was there. The people who gave the information to my husband, they were there. And most of these people were people who were inside crime intelligence, people inside SSA. So my husband, Mr. Mike Makwa, was also working at SSA. My husband shared this information not just with Mr. Mike Makwa, but also with General Sithole. But General Sithole never acted on this information because there was a letter that I personally wrote to General Sithole to say, General Sithole, we want to bring you in contact with the sources of the information. General Sithole sent General Mfazi to meet with my husband. General Mfazi met with my husband, and General Mfazi said, I need to meet with the sources. So my husband said, you know what? The sources are not comfortable to meet with you. So General Mfazi went back to General Sithole. Nothing happened after that until Mr. Mike Makwa.
That's fine, Ms. Mashal. So you have a dossier database that you keep information on ministers, deputy ministers.
Not just ministers, everyone where there is wrongdoing detected. It doesn't mean if I say ministers, I mean that the ministers have done something wrong, but we receive information.
In what capacity are you, what capacity are you receiving this information?
At the time I was working at a South African police service. I don't believe you have to have a particular capacity when people trust you with information.
Okay. All right. Sorry, I need to run quickly. I don't know if you listened to Minister Mhunu's testimony, but in paragraph 99 of his statement, now this is him explaining to us why he trusts you, right? He says, you posted, so on 24th October 2024, in a Facebook post, Ms. Mashale indicated that Major General Khumalo and Lushaba, both implicated in corruption, are trying to get rid of Major General Khan because Khan seized a 30 million consignment of drugs during the July 2021 unrest. He says this is your post. Who's Major General Khumalo?
Lieutenant General Khumalo.
Is it Lieutenant General Khumalo? Okay.
I think at the time, yeah, he was Lieutenant General Khumalo, not Major General.
Okay, now, so according to you, why would Lieutenant General, well, I'm sure Major General, October 20, okay. Why would Lieutenant General Khumalo and General Lushaba want to get rid of Major General Khan for seizing this consignment of drugs? And what evidence do you have to back up what you're saying?
Okay. The information that I received is Major General Khan are going to be charged through Regulation 9, and was indeed charged through Regulation 9 for seizing of that consignment of drugs. He was indeed charged. General Mkonazi came here. And
sorry, his charge was seizing the consignment of drugs?
Yes, he was, they implicated him to say that he was the one who gave the instructions that the other police officers must take the drugs away from the crime scene. It was the charges against him.
Okay, so he was not charged for seizing the consignment.
He gave the unlawful instructions that the other police officers, he was indeed charged. Lieutenant General Mkonazi came here and he said, and me and Lieutenant General Mkonazi had a conversation about that. Lieutenant General Mkonazi came here, he said, I was appointed as the presiding officer in that matter. There were messages circulating on WhatsApp where there was allegations that General Mkonazi was appointed specifically with a mandate to dismiss General Khan. Since me and General Mkonazi was on a very good, we spoke on a daily basis. I I asked him, I
Sorry, Ms. Mashale. In your Facebook post, though, you said Major General Moses Makubo, the one who dismissed you, was the presiding officer. Was it Makubo or was it Mkwanas?
no, Makubu was not the presiding officer. It was the presiding officer was General Mkonazi in the case of General Khan was General Mkonazi. He came here to testify about that.
So it may have been an error in your Facebook post.
Might have been.
Okay. That's fine. So you then further went on and you said that a criminal case was opened against Khumalo for forging his security clearance. Do you have the case number?
I believe there was a investigation. Brigadier Tlungwani came here and he also referred to that investigation whereby the Inspector General of Intel, there was a complaint submitted relating to the first security clearance. It was found that it was fraudulently issued to him and it was withdrawn.
So there was a case. If you could please.
Not a case, it was an investigation.
No,
It
no.
was a complaint that was submitted to the Inspector.
In your
General of
Facebook post, you
Intelligence.
said that there was a criminal case opened against Khumalo. You then also indicated that informers of Lieutenant General Khumalo are paid 600,000 and above, while other informers of junior members are paid 3,000 rand. Can you expand on this, how you got this information and whether it's verifiable?
I would also refer because the person who gave me the information told me, he said, I just saw a claim that was signed by General Lushaba for 600,000 for informer. So please, and the informer's claims was kept at 3,000 rand. While informers place their lives in danger, there are certain informers who are getting huge amounts of money. So please, when you report this, please request an investigation into the informer claims, into the informer files. That amounts that have been paid out would reflect on the system.
Ms. Mashila, when people tell you things, because clearly there's a lot of people who tell you a lot of things, do you ever ask for anything to back this up? Because somebody will tell you this, we ask the generals, they deny it, you go post it on Facebook, and then we ask you, what verifiable info can you give us? And you say, somebody told me. That can't be correct. though.
Usually, when I received information, usually relating to crime intelligence, I report it to the office of the inspector. I have the evidence here, all the evidence. I have reported it to Advocate.
You supply evidence, Ms. Mashade,
Yes.
or you just say somebody
Yes.
said.
I get the information, I get the evidence, and I have the evidence that I reported it
Okay.
to Advocate J. Governor.
Thank you, ma'am. I do want to move to Mr. Dokieni. Can I request that this allegation that General Khumalo is paying 600,000, so the same evidence you had submitted, if you could share it with the portfolio committee, please, I mean the ad hoc committee. This is quite a big allegation.
I can.
My last two questions. In your Facebook post in September, you put detail that mirrors a criminal case that was brought by one of the members of parliament, Honorable Fadel Adams, relating Lushaba, Khumalo, and what. Now, the information that General Mkhwanazi gives us is that all of this was classified information. Can you tell us how you got it?
I never received classified information. I never posted classified information on Facebook.
The documents referring or the detail referring to Lushaba, missing computer, a sex worker, General Khumalo.
That information.
That same information is the one that has landed Honorable Adams here.
Let me explain to you.
So how did you get it?
There was a case that was investigated by warrant officer, I will get his name, relating to the sex worker. Warrant officer Pope. What happened? General Lushaba goes to Valeria police station and open a case of house robbery. And when he arrived at the police station, he said he was robbed by this lady. General Pope get allocated to investigate this house robbery. Through the is a normal investigation. It's a normal investigation. Through the course of his investigation, he found that General Lushaba lied. He actually invited the sex worker to his house and she stole the state phone, the state firearm, the state laptop. And as a result of that, he opened a case of perjury and defeating the ends of justice against General Lushaba. After that, Warrant Officer Pope gets charged. They charge him criminally departmentally. He's now dismissed as we speak. And Colonel put out, take the docket that was
Ms. Mashak,
investigated.
let's stick with the answer. So you're saying the information is not classified. So what we received saying the information is not classified, Honorable Adams, for example, was not entitled to it, is incorrect.
It's not classified information.
My last question for you. Is there a reason why your whistleblowing seems to focus only on one faction of the SAPS, if I can call it? So you're accusing General Kumalo, you're accusing General Masamula, what? The other side of the SAPS, nobody's given you any information about them, say General Sibia, other generals?
Do you know that General Sibia took me to court because I exposed also him on social media? That case was decided in the Free State High Court on 8 August 2024, and the judge make a decision in that case that as a whistleblower, I'm entitled to expose corruption. There's a decided.
So you do expose both, not just
everyone.
one side.
I don't see the reason to choose sides because corruption is corruption and you don't need to.
Okay. My last question for you. What would you recommend that Parliament and government does to strengthen the protection of whistleblowers? I mean, as I said right at the beginning, it's dangerous work that you're doing. Would you have any recommendations for this ad hoc?
You know what? When you are a mother and you last have a normal sit down with your children 4 years ago, because you are in exile, you cannot meet under normal circumstances with your children, then the government must really sit down and take notice. Because I'm not the only whistleblower who are living in these circumstances. When you report the wrongdoing in open cases and the people that you reported the wrongdoing against are still in the positions in power, then it means our government is not serious to protect whistleblowers. And that's the reason why whistleblowers are afraid to come forward and they instead give the information to us. We have made the decision that I cannot be silent about this.
But you're in hiding now, Ms. Mashale. How should we protect you? I'm sure in the whistleblowers WhatsApp group, you did discuss the reforms that you would like to see.
All I want is for the government to stand up and say that this is a whistleblower who risked her life to stand. I don't want recognition. I don't want compensation. I just want a normal life. The government must come forward and say anyone who retaliate or kill a whistleblower must be harshly dealt with. We cannot go on like this.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mashale. Truly, truly appreciate it. Mr. Dokeni, my sincere apologies and is because we're run out of time. Okay, I'll leave the non-important questions for last if I still have time. During the break, I indicated to you that when General Sibia was here, we asked him about the murder of General Mfaz, and he said it was an ongoing investigation. Now, you've testified that you've been in contact with the, I'm assuming, investigating officer. Can you give us a sense, to the best of your knowledge, has anything ever been done on that particular docket?
I haven't personally spoken to the investigating officer. My colleague has spoken to the investigating officer. As far as I know, it was obviously some of the witness statements that were taken, the people who were in the house, obviously in the toxicology report. Now, after we met, after we had a discussion, I called the driver, and I'm going to say these names, man, you know, because this thing of always keeping quiet doesn't help anyone. The driver told me that he received an instruction from General Vuma to give he, the driver, received an instruction from General Vuma to give the investigative dockets that Mfazi was handling to Sergeant Pungu. That is what he's told me.
Sorry, are these the documents that were now seized from General Mfazi's house after he passed on?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. You've said, and thank you for disclosing that information. You've said you were uncomfortable, you wanted a proper forum, right? My question to you was going to be whether the investigating officer would not have been an appropriate forum. If not, how best do you think that Parliament should assist in this matter?
My own view is that, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, the level in which this incident has taken place is too high up to just rely on the work of that individual investigating officer. It is of national security. It is my own belief that when anyone within the armed forces, as close as these people are to the state president, because essentially that is who a DNC is, and a national commissioner, and generals in the military. So when you have an incident such as this one, even state security must say something.
Okay, I am hoping I am helping you and us. During your testimony, the evidence leader led you on your supplementary statement, but I was quite interested on your initial statement. I'm not sure if that is still valid. Particularly, I wanted you to read into the record your specific request to Parliament, because you had direct proposals that you made to Parliament, and I would really like to get them on the record. If I'm not mistaken, it's not, doesn't have paragraphs. Do you know the section I'm referring to? If you could please just be specific, read this into the record what you want Parliament to do.
I'm opening up the document as we speak. It is now open. All right. Here are my recommendations. Who ordered? Or are you referring to section 5 or?
On page 5 of 9, it starts, I urge this committee to demand full disclosure on a number of issues.
Okay, sorry, man. 5 of 9, there we go. I urge this committee to demand a full disclosure of who authorized the retrieval of materials from his home, who currently holds custody of those materials, what became of the toxicology evidence, who was assigned to the murder docket, and why has the investigation stalled. I think if we begin there, then thank you for that, Honorable.
Thank you very much. Chairperson, yesterday in our committee meeting, you indicated that political parties wanting to make requests for for correspondence to various institutions had until the end of today. The African National Congress requests that this demand is part of the letter that is sent to SAPS, and we are requesting that this disclosure is requested from SAPS for this committee to understand, to get full information. We are obviously also, once we get that information, we would like to request the right to obviously demand any further action, even if it's through the Portfolio Committee on Police. Thank you very much. My final questions, because I need to beat Leanne, lest she thinks that the EFF really leads on timekeeping. Sorry, man, Mr. Mtokeni. Mr. Mtokeni, this one is a personal irritation of mine. Eh? Your statement makes references to political interference and not, but you're speaking about General Mhluli and other generals. Where is political? What does political mean? Because every time we say political, ne, everybody looks at us and says, yeah, African National Congress. What does political interference actually mean?
And I tried to explain this earlier. Look, I'm a law enforcement agent. And what we do and what actually drives us is data, it's evidence, and we're after criminals. The minute that at work, you start discussing who has what, who did what, to us, in my mind, that is the formulation of politics. And if you put me in front of any team of investigators, I should be judged on my ability to assist that team. Don't tell me I have a relationship with this person. In my mind, those are the politics I'm referring to.
Okay, so we have different interpretation of political. This is the last question I'm going to. It's two questions in one. And let me thank you because I don't think I'll have time to come back. The issues that you spoke about weakening the system access, and things of that nature, to the best of your knowledge, have they now been resolved, or is SAP still in that weakened state it was in 2009 is the first part of the question. The second part of the question, we've heard very divergent views on the success of the PKTT and whatnot. You offer a view, but I want you to be explicit. I mean, given your knowledge, do you believe that the PKTT was a success?
Thank you for the questions, Honorable Chair. I'll deal with the second part. Let me deal with the first part. Yes, I do have knowledge that there is still a large number of people who are on the ground who actually refused access, very funny enough, if I can show you a photograph, you can show this photograph to any law enforcement officer. It's not necessarily something that's related. But as a test, you go to a law enforcement officer and say, who is this? And they will not be able to give you an answer to that. That is why till today, even if a victim of a crime has CCTV footage of a suspect, they can't tell you who that is. They rely on the public. There was a time when those abilities and capabilities were possible. Were possible. And that is my point. The PKTT, in its approach, in what it was dealing with and trying to uncover, it is my own, based on the information I've received, I believe that they were doing an exceptional job. And I will explain why. We are in a period where crimes interlink. A murder isn't just a murder. A murder is linked to drugs, it's linked to trafficking, it's linked to a number of other crimes, which when you look at it at face value, you may simply assume that, no, this is just a kidnapping. But behind it, you find that the kidnappers actually, they have an agreement with this chap. They agree to borrow each other money. And it is now leading to all of these things. So the approach of the PKTT was designed in such a way that it slowly uncovers and unpacks what begins as perceived political killings. But if a killing leads you to a boardroom, if a killing leads you to organized institutions, then you say the PKTT was doing very well in pursuing those. I do not agree with the approach of saying let a single detective handle this thing, because the detective's approach is siloed. They have less resources. They simply see and want to only lead to a conviction of a gunman. That is why the majority of shootings in this country only lead to the arrest and apprehension of a gunman. But who ordered the hit? Sorry.
They were successful. Chairperson? Honorable most benevolent Chair, the African National Congress would like to give you 30 minutes back. We are not going to field our third speaker. So I want other parties to meet that and must also cut off 30 minutes from their time. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you for helping me because when you say that, I'm looking at Honorable Nomvalo at Askens. That is a warning that don't even dare try it. Hey, musika mhlanga. Jali.
Sithokoze che kuthi ukuthi ngizokuthatha ne-30 minutes kaShongwe ngine-iri. I've got 1 hour today. Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Mashale, if I'm right. Give our school weight, school weight, Nyana Advocate.
Afternoon, Honorable Skosana.
Thank you. I'm not going to dwell much into the issue, but I'm going to give a chronology of events and thinking that perhaps there's some retaliation in your matter. You've explained many times. I'm going to ask you to be short in your questions because we don't have time. And, you know, I won't do justice to Pilasande Ndojeni, perhaps because he's going to come back for being in camera. Maybe I will reserve for that. But I'm going to be quick, and please try to be short as much as you can. Is it true that on 29 October 2021, you were on sick leave when you participated in a protest march for the launch of a union called Musa? Is it true? If it's not true, you must just say it's not true. If it's true, it's true. And that's
It's
it.
not true.
So you never participated in that march?
The thing is, Honorable Skosana, your question have two parts. The first part, I can say is true. The second part is not true.
No, I refuse. You know, you remind me of General Sibia and Professor Haas when he came, you know. There cannot be two answers. It's yes or no.
But I came here to assess the committee.
Yes, I
So
understand.
you need to give me an opportunity to give you the proper answer.
No, I have.
I believe, Honorable Skosana, I'm not an accused here.
Yes.
And I need to give you the full information for you to also make a proper decision. So if you are going to ask me a two-part question and you say I must just answer no, yes or no, then I cannot assist you. I need to assist you. But,
Yeah, but
ask me to give you proper answers.
Yeah, but let me say to you, I have your submission. I've already read the submission. You know, what I want to probe, I want to find from you is that if it's not true what I'm reading,
If you are probing,
what I'm probing,
if you are probing, you are going to give me opportunity to give you a proper answer.
yeah, but it should not be length. Otherwise, I'm going to have 4 questions for you.
Then I should answer four questions.
No, but I have more.
Then I should answer all the questions that you have.
Yeah, but if you take time, if you want to explain, because
But I
the
need
explanation
to
I have.
explain, Honorable Skosana, because it's unfair to me to be asked yes or no questions. I feel it's unfair. I need to answer properly.
But Patricia, it's simple. On the 29 October 2021, you were on sick leave. Do you agree?
On the 29 October 2021, I was on sick leave. Ask me
And yes.
ask me the second part.
Yeah, the second part, did you participated in a protest march where Musa was launched?
No.
Thank you.
It
No,
not.
thank you, it's fine.
Oh.
No, if you say no, it's okay. You and members of the public, including dismissed Lieutenant Kuga, marched to the SAP provincial head office in Bloemfontein, where you read a memorandum whilst you are on sick leave. Is it true? So you participated in that launch of Musa?
I said I was on sick leave. I did not participate on a launch of Musa. That's not true. There's my second answer. I say no.
So in the same day, you did not march with Lieutenant Colonel Nguga?
That was not for a launch of Musa. That's what I want to clarify to you. That was not If the police are honest, they must bring the minutes of that march.
No, it's fine.
Then you will see what was the march. That was definitely, and there's a video of that march. I can provide it to the committee.
Yes,
That
thank
was
you.
not for a launch of Musa. There's false information that someone gave you.
No. Remember, we do research.
You do research, but you need to also give me the opportunity.
Hence, I'm giving you the opportunity, Patricia.
Let's agree.
Is it true that you led being disciplined and you walk out of the hearing and never reconvene the hearing? This eventually led to your automatic dismissal in terms of the SAPS Discipline Regulation 26 Clause 9.
It's not
7P, which is still in place as we speak here.
not true.
It's not true.
It's not true.
Yeah, anyway, You said on the 6th of January 2021, you submitted a report to General Stolle about the allegation of corruption. Am I right?
Yes.
Is it true that you sent a WhatsApp message to Brigadier Nale in which you were making allegations that Major General Lisia is plotting to dismiss him relating to the loss of firearm by Brigadier Nale?
It's true. I reported it
Yes.
to Brigadier Nale.
Were you
They
out-
make allegations. I reported factual events to Brigadier Nale.
Were you aware that when Major General Lisia inquired about Brigadier Nale loss of firearm, it was Brigadier Nale complained to him? That is why Brigadier Nale made Major General Lisia aware of your allegation against him.
Brigadier Nale, the court, when we appeared in court, the court asked Lisia to call Nale as a witness, and Nale refused to go and testify to support what Lisia was saying. The same in evidence, information that you had. Brigadier Nale refused to go and support that evidence.
How did you know that Major General Lisia called Lieutenant General Smith and threatened him?
He told me himself, there was even an affidavit that Smith gave to SSA relating to that information.
So we can get that affidavit.
SSA must come with that affidavit.
Did Colonel Smith open a case against Lisia?
Who?
Colonel Smith.
I don't know. I don't have information of that.
If the conversation between Lisia and Smith was recorded, if as you alleged, where is the recording?
I would not know because I was not there when the information was recorded.
So it's a hearsay.
Smith came to me in the presence of Colonel Moorkorov, and he informed me that Lisia called him the previous day and told him that he must remove himself. He saw his affidavit in the statements that I sent to General Sitole, and he must remove himself. Smith gave an affidavit to SSA relating to this information. So if you said there's a recording, then the recording must be submitted to the court.
So if I may ask you, this information you gave us, are you given by your husband?
Which information?
All the information which you are.
There's a lot of people who give me information. How can my husband?
No, I'm asking.
Which
I'm
information?
asking.
Is there all the
Yeah, because your husband is a policeman, am I
No,
right?
not anymore.
Yeah, I'm talking about then, because remember, we are going backwards. When Kesha
I
Stolle was
should
still.
just say that.
No, but I'm saying your submission. Remember, you came to the portfolio committee years ago. Your husband was still a policeman.
Give me an information. Information that I have is information that I was given to by sources, not my husband. He does.
No, I was asking you. I'm not saying your husband.
No,
I'm
he
asking.
didn't. He didn't.
You said that the departmental charge was open against you and it was not immediately pursued. Is it true that the departmental investigation for spreading lies was immediately investigated and you went to South African Human Rights Commission to try and delay the hearing? If that is true, you can say it's true. If it's false, it's false.
I did answer the answer.
Yes, I heard you.
And I said it's true. It was immediately pursued.
It was immediately pursued.
The retaliation was immediate.
Now, you said that the disciplinary case was not registered formally through a disciplinary office and that appointment letter of the officials were fraudulently and signature forged. Are you aware that the disciplinary code was formally registered as a disciplinary case FC 9301-2021? Are you aware of that?
When I went to the discipline office to inquire immediately after Lieutenant Colonel Yuhu came to my office, I went to because when he came to me, I asked him, where is your appointment letter? And he said, no, I don't have an appointment. I went to discipline office myself and I said, I need the information in the discipline file. I need an appointment letter of the investigation officer and of Colonel Ligo. Mr. Gert Venter told me, we don't have such a discipline file here. He
Okay.
went to his commander, Colonel Nanive. He came back and he said, Patricia, there is no such file there.
Okay. Now, who forged the signatures?
Ligo.
Who?
Lieutenant Colonel Ligo.
Lieutenant Colonel Leho is the one who forged that.
He's the one who emailed it to me. So
Yeah,
I
what I'm saying, are you sure that he's
He's
the one
the
who
one-
forged the signature?
emailed those appointment letters to me. So if he's the one who emailed to me, if he's not the one who forged it, he must come and there must be an explanation from him as who forged it,
Yeah,
because
but-
clearly it's forged and it came from it didn't even came from discipline office, the emails that he sent me. It came from the office of the visible commander who have nothing to do with discipline.
Yeah, in fact, hence I'm going to say this because you are not a policewoman, am I right?
You know what, there's this thing that someone must be a police officer.
No, I'm
who has
asking,
common sense.
Patricia, please.
I am not.
Thank you.
But common sense doesn't need you to be a police
No,
officer.
I'm just asking you. I'm
No,
not
I'm
saying
asking
you should be.
You are not a police officer.
Yes, I'm a member of parliament. I'm not a
But you are
policeman.
asking me, am I a member of parliament?
Yes.
Doesn't mean that you know about police
no.
matters.
You don't understand me. I'm not claiming to know about police matters.
But I'm answering what you asked.
Yeah,
me.
but I ask you, I said to you, are you a policewoman?
But it's not fair to ask me whether I'm a police officer or
but
what. Common sense doesn't need you to be a police officer.
Chair, I'm being asked as well. The witness is asking me a question.
No, I'm
but it's fine.
asking you. I'm just clarifying what you are telling me. You are putting that to me.
Chair, we are speaking through you, but it's fine. How did you determine the signature was forged?
Do you have the documents? A police officer. This is a police officer. Next,
No, please.
in a particular manner.
Yeah, Patricia, Chair, please. Can you? I need your indulgence.
I want to answer the question.
No, wait.
We were taught as police, not even just police officers. If you are a member of SAP, you sign in a particular manner. You sign your signature, your name, your rank, and your personal number. The documents that was provided to me was just a simple signature without nothing. Police officers doesn't say, you ask me whether I'm a police. No, I'm not a police, but I was trained in the South African Police Service. That is how you sign.
Chair. Well, let's try again. Is it true that Lycia obtained an interim protection order against you and your husband after you and your husband summoned to appear? A final protection order was issued against you and your husband?
There was not a final protection order issued.
No, I'm asking, please.
He obtained a harassment order against me. I don't know where my husband fitted in the picture, because even in the court case, the magistrate asked, what is this man doing in this court? Because no charges has been leveled against him.
Patricia, is it true that the protection order prohibited you and your husband to stop spreading false allegations against Lycia?
But it was not, you know what, there's a difference between the truth and false allegations. What I was telling was the truth. False allegations is something that doesn't have substance. It's not the truth.
Now, Patricia, you and your husband applied for a rescission of the protection order after another magistrate had a case.
Honorable Skosan,
Yes.
may you please address the witness as Ms. Mashala.
No, I don't mind, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Mashala,
Ms. Bashale.
when I address Honorable Skosana, may you please keep quiet.
I will keep quiet. My apologies, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair.
You can proceed.
Is it true? Or in fact, I think, let me say this to you. You and your husband applied for a rescission of the protection order. After another magistrate had a case, he ruled that there's nothing prohibiting you from challenging your dismissal in the appropriate forum and pursue disclosure throughout appropriation channels. That risk of continuing harm to the personal and professional integrity and reputation of Lycia as consequences of your unlawful conduct has been amplified. Now, Are you aware that magistrate, after hearing your rescission application, it dismissed your application? Is it true?
The rescission application was dismissed because the case was referred to the criminal court.
Thank you. Are you aware that the magistrate upheld the protection order against you and your husband? Let me put it to you, that the allegation you made against Lucia, you were fighting back for being dismissed. Am I right?
That application was dismissed because the docket was referred to the Bloemfontein Magistrates Court, where I was acquitted on the same charges that you are referring to now.
Okay. Now let's come to the issue of the surveillance and intimidation of a family. You presented to us that your family was followed from Tronsberg to Bloemfontein by 5 unmarked vehicles. Do you have the details of the vehicles? Have you, I'm not finished. Have you lodged a complaint about the incident? Why and how do you link Lucia to that incident?
I'm going to answer from backwards. I've never linked Lucia to the incident. Never. And yes, there was a complaint. CCTV, there was a complaint. Even to the National Commissioner responded. CCTV of the event was obtained by the principal of the school where my son was enrolled to support the complaint that was submitted.
My question again, I'm asking you, do you have the vehicles? Those vehicles which were following from Tronsberg?
But the vehicles was described to me. My
So
son.
we don't have, because we are.
But the CCTV footage was obtained. So the vehicles was identified in the CCTV footage.
And what happened to that case?
General Masemula never acted. Nothing happened.
No, let's leave General Masemula, because as you said, is where you reported the case. What happened to the
Anytime when I go to a police station in Bloemfontein to report the case, I will go to the police station. The case will be registered. Then the legal services of the province will be called, and then they will be consulted, and they will say, no, don't register the case. There's no criminal elements. I did go to the police station. I even spoke to the station commander, Brigadier Lento of Park Road Police Station. He told us, as a result of advice that they receive from the legal services, there's no criminal elements in that case.
Okay.
I cannot report a case.
Yeah, now I'm going to ask you again, because your husband was a policeman, am I right?
Many years ago.
Are you divorced?
Yes.
What is your relationship with Warrant Officer Mardov?
I don't have a relationship. Warrant Officer I knew that question was going to come. Warrant Officer Masdorp was appointed by his bosses. I didn't even know him at the time. He was appointed by his bosses to do the threat assessment on me.
Thank you. Now, on February 28, 22, you said you discovered that your salary was stopped and you were informed that you were dismissed. Were you not served with notice of dismissal by Colonel Molose and you refused to sign?
No, it was not on February 2022. February ended on 28.
28, I'm talking about 28 February 2022.
On the 1st of March, I called the office and I was informed that I was dismissed. I went to the office and I went with Warrant Officer Mazrup and another colleague of him. And fortunately, there were witnesses when Lieutenant Colonel Mulusi told me that, hey, I received this thing on the 26th, I forgot to inform you. Whilst any document that are being served on me will be sent with Captain May to my house. But this one, they forget to send it to me.
Okay.
Their document was signed. If you can see the second signature on that document, Mulusi, I even told her, sign there. You forgot to give it to me.
Mrs. Mashale, once again, my question was simple. Did you refuse to sign?
I didn't. How can I refuse a document that I asked her to sign?
Yeah, so I'm saying you did not refuse. The answer is that you did not refuse.
The document, I cannot refused to sign a document that I went to collect. How
So you did sign the document. Thank you.
Not a
No,
document.
it's fine, because remember, we are under oath.
Document that you're talking about, that one that I actually refused to sign because they realized that they made a mistake on the first document. They sent another one 3 days later to me where they rectified the mistake. And I said, I will not sign this one. That one that you made a mistake on, that is the one that you gave to me.
Thank you, Mrs. Mashale. You said the police arrived and tore your home without an arrest warrant.
Yes.
Are you aware that whenever there's a protection order is issued, it is with a warrant of arrest?
There was not a protection order issued yet. The protection order was issued in September of 2022. And on the day the police arrived at my home, the investigation officer was not even aware that the police went to my home to arrest her because of a broadcast of cutting edge.
Are you aware that Lycia opened a case for violation of a protection order, and that is why police went at your house? And you know that you claim that you are a whistleblower, posting untested allegations against people in social media. Is that what you call a whistleblower?
You know what?
No, I'm asking. I'm asking Mrs. Mashale, please.
I'm responding.
Thank you.
I've been saying, and I'm saying it again. That docket was referred to the Bloemfontein Magistrates Court. The trial was for 1 full year. Well, Lycia himself admitted. I will give you the transcripts of the trial. Well, Lycia himself admitted that he received WhatsApp messages, but he could not confirm who shared the WhatsApp messages in the group. Witnesses were called, his witnesses were called. The witnesses confirmed that it was not me who shared the word. I was acquitted, and it spoke about false allegations. The allegations were not false. I'm saying it again now. I'm repeating what I've been saying. You cannot get a harassment order against me and say I'm spreading false allegations.
Okay, I heard you. I heard you. Now, you said that the SSBC expenditures process as well.
They did
that
what?
that it was regarded unconstitutional.
No.
You said so here.
Triple SBC declined to, because I made a application to Triple SBC in terms of section 188(1)(a) to declare the disclosures that I made to General Sitole as protected disclosures. Triple SBC declined my application. Hence, I went to the Human Rights Commission.
Now, is it true that personal system established that you had a personal number? And General Nguna, as well in the head office, as you said, I think you mentioned 3, that you were cleared, am I right? Now, why did personal number decline you?
I'm going to start again.
No, but in short, please, because I'll understand.
But
in short, I'm asking in short, please, because I'm asking short question as well.
Because when I submitted my documents to Department of Health to terminate my studies, they didn't capture it on the system, and a employee from HR, from Department of Health, came to testify in my departmental trial to say, it's our mistake. We did not capture, that's why personal declined. And it was rectified by Department of Treasury because they wrote a letter to Department of Treasury to say, this is our mistake.
Now, you say your studies. What do you say? The Department of Health
studies.
I'm talking about your employment.
Studies.
Remember, but listen to me. You were employed by the Department of Health. Am I right?
I was a nursing student.
Yes, but you were employed. You were getting a salary.
I was studying on a bursary.
Yeah, were you getting a salary?
That was a stipend.
Were you registered?
Salary.
So
stipend.
So it was from PESAL.
Yes, they registered you on PESAL because all when you are, even if you're in.
No, I don't know that, yes.
Yes, you know it, Honorable Skosana.
Now, let's come to, because you mentioned earlier, are you aware that disciplinary cases are not registered in the legal service?
But there is hard copies of it.
No, but it's HR. Matters.
There is, you cannot, Honorable Skosana, let's be reasonable here. You cannot tell me that disciplinary cases are not registered. Then why
No.
they go to them?
Let me rephrase it for you. Disciplinary cases are not registered in the legal department, but remains with the HRM.
Are created at the legal department.
Now,
the FS number.
No, I'm talking about registered.
The legal department.
No, I'm not talking about the creation. I'm talking about the registered.
There's registering the case because the legal department must generate the FS number. There's registering the case.
Yeah.
Then it goes to the disciplinary office.
Mrs. Mashale.
Registered.
Mrs. Mashale.
Discipline without the FS number.
Mrs. Mashale. Let me repeat again and listen to what I'm saying to you. And if you disagree, you must disagree. Disciplinary cases are not registered in the legal service, but they remain in the HRM. Do you agree?
I don't agree.
Thank you. Now, were you in contact with Advocate Tefo on WhatsApp messages?
Now I'm in contact with Advocate Tefo.
Did you discuss matters when it comes to, let's talk to this one because you were very, in fact, passionate about it. You said that General Nkua is a Lesotho citizen.
Mm-hmm.
Do you still maintain that?
Yes.
Do you have proof?
I said earlier, I reported this matter to Department of Labor.
No, I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that. What I'm asking.
I said Department of Labor must be sanctioned here to come with their evidence.
Yeah.
That's what I said. What I know is, what they told me is, they have no information on their database.
Yeah, no, I've got that.
That's what they told me.
Yeah, but
pick it up from.
Yeah, but listen to me. My question again. Because the Department of Home Affairs, did you ever went to Department of Home Affairs and find out about, because you said that Department of Labor, we must call Department of Labor. I'm asking you because
But the Department of Labor.
No, you said now Department of Labor.
Why said Home Affairs?
No, you didn't say Department of Home Affairs. Now I'm talking about now. Maybe you made a mistake.
Like this.
But let's purpose that. I'm saying to you, this allegation has been long. Do you have any proof?
Earlier, the chairperson said, it cannot be the Department of Labor can investigate this matter for so long. We need Department of Home Affairs. I'm apologizing to you. Department of Home Affairs can investigate this matter for so long. We need to write to them so that they can give. Mr. Van Neil told me last week they are presenting to the Portfolio Committee of Home Affairs next week.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now, because of time, my time is going to end soon. Can you, because this wild allegation has been going on for some time, and it was investigated by SAPS and IPID, and it was found that it is unfounded and unsubstantiated. Now, hence I'm asking you, if you are still continuing with that, please, you can still send us a proof, besides all the Home Affairs story, that they will come and you did that. Regulation 9 was never declared unconstitutional, as you said. There's no constitution, there's no court order that for that effect, that the SSBC has no jurisdiction to make such a ruling. There's no such a thing. If there's any, please, can you provide us with that court order?
The agreements with SAPS, September, even Pop Crew, it was all over the news because Pop Crew celebrated it. Now, if we can go back to the first thing that you asked me.
Yeah, no, the issue, Chair, with your benevolence, I'm finishing before you'll answer me on that. My last question to you, you misled this committee again, that you had, there was a ruling that General Moloi must pay 50,000. You asked for 100, but you were paid 50,000. It's not true. It's not true.
Advocate,
If I may ask you.
please submit that court order where the court granted me the damages claim. I asked for 100,000 and the court granted me 50,000 against General Moloi.
It was written. It's here.
I have submitted all the information.
No. We are misleading us because I've got that here. That court order was rescinded. It's here.
He tried to rescind.
No, yeah, the court order is here.
He never went back to court. He ran away. Where is the rescission?
It's here.
He tried to rescind it, but he never went back to court.
Thank you.
I've got a proof here that the court order was rescinded.
Both of you
my
stop
documents.
speaking when I say thank you. Honorable Kola Barnard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon. Good evening, I should say.
Good evening.
To you, Ms. Mashale. Could you please confirm whether or not you've released any confidential or crime intelligence related documents into the public domain? And if so, what consideration you gave to the potential risk this posed to the lives of investigators involved in organized crime, hitmen, and drug cartel investigations?
I can confirm that I never released any crime intelligence information on my social media platforms. Because I know I was accused that I shared classified information. I don't share classified information because I know what is the implications of sharing classified information publicly.
Thank you. What formal qualifications or training, if any, do you hold in criminal investigation or intelligence analysis?
Can you just?
What formal qualifications, if you have any, or training do you hold in criminal investigation or intelligence analysis?
Currently, I will complete my LLB degree. I'm left with 5 modules. And through the years, I did a lot of research. And I have, can I say, that South African Police Service Act, I've made it a Bible. Because it's not only applicable on South African police members. When you are a member of the South African Police Service, you need to know the South African Police Service Act. And I also do a lot of research on law subjects. So I have quite a lot of knowledge relating to the subject matter.
Have you ever personally conducted, led, or been formally assigned responsibility for any criminal or intelligence investigation? And if so, in what capacity?
Not investigations, no.
And can you explain how you obtained police or personal information that you have publicly disclosed on your various Facebook and other platforms, and what steps you took to ensure compliance with the Protection of Personal Information Act?
There are a lot of whistleblowers in the South African Police Service and other departments, because my exposures is not only limited to the South African Police Services, who are afraid to come forward because of the retaliation that they suffer. So as soon as I receive information, I report it to the relevant structures. I have a history I can give you where all the people that I reported to. When it comes to crime intelligence, I report to the office of the Inspector General of Intelligence. If documents they have to, because usually they don't give me documents, but they give me information. If documents have to be obtained, then I request the person who's going to be in charge of that information to investigate the information and obtain the relevant documentation if needed.
Why did you not publicly discredit or expose SAPS or members of SAPS or members of crime intelligence while you were still employed? Was it fear of retaliation?
You know what? I made a lot of disclosures. Honorable Kola Barnett, and you know it. You were in all the previous portfolio committees when I reported this since 2007. You were Honorable Okiter Blanche, Mr. Francois Beekman, and so. So I have been reporting all these things publicly. So when I got dismissed and when there was a direct attempt on my life, I made a decision to say, I'm not going to die silently with all the information that is in 2022. The attempt on my life was November 2022. That is when I started my social media platforms and decided henceforth, I'm going to expose this information publicly.
Now, on what basis do you describe yourself as a whistleblower? What do you see the role as being and involving? And is there any financial benefit to you?
A whistleblower, I don't know why are we called whistleblowers, because to report wrongdoing doesn't need a title. You really don't need a title and you don't need a benefit. The only benefit or the only reason why I'm doing this is because have you ever seen when you have report a matter of a minor child that they've been raped by a son of a brigadier and that docket are being covered up, and you look at your own daughter and you say, what if it happens to my daughter tomorrow? This matter that I'm referring to is currently in Free State. I'm fighting for this case to be put back on the roll, where the son of the brigadier raped this little girl, and this case was swept under the carpet by the DPP. I usually saw how emotional Honorable Darrell James gets when she confronted or challenged this issue. That is exactly how I feel, because crime and corruption have collapsed these institutions who are supposed to protect us and to serve us. The reason why there are no vehicles to go and attend to crimes is because of corruption. The reason why the police is in the current state is because the South African police have turned into a family factory. He mentioned it, where the father will make sure his children with appointed cousins, girlfriends, boyfriends, whoever. And at the end of the day, they become so entitled. They are not there to serve the general public of the people of South Africa anymore. They are there to serve their own interest. I'm not here for any benefit. I'm here to fight for the future of my children, because if I'm not going to do it, no one is going to do it.
How many cases have you personally opened when you were in possession of evidence of criminality or misconduct? We're talking to the SAPS, to IPID, to the Office of the Inspector General, to the NPA, or even AdHoc.
Is not less than 10 cases. And I have submitted the evidence. I have submitted the feedback that I received from the DPP, who declined to prosecute all these cases. As I say earlier, I am not entitled as a South African police, as a citizen of South Africa, to go to the police station to open a case, because my surname have been blacklisted. As soon as I open a case and that docket go to DPP have already issue instruction that that docket must go straight to her office, and she declined to. I put investigated, they submitted the report. I opened a case against the provincial commissioner. I opened a case against General Lysia. I opened a case against Fana Merva, whereby both of them admitted under cross-examination, the record says that Fana Merva admitted that he misled the magistrate to sign a fraudulent citizenship. Lysia admitted that he lied about his father's vehicles being involved in stock theft. That information is there. Lysia admitted that he went to a police station and used his influence to instruct the police officer to release a suspect that is known to him.
And I know what you do, but what justification do you have for sometimes publicly naming and accusing individuals who you don't know personally or professionally and who've had no findings against them by a competent authority? Say on your Facebook page.
Honorable Kola Barnett, I'm saying that after I reported these matters to the relevant authorities and received confirmation that indeed this information that you are giving us is confirmed, is only then that I go and expose it publicly on Facebook. I don't just make wild allegations without any supporting evidence or confirmation.
So on what legal basis do you claim you made protected disclosure under the Protected Disclosures Act? Were these disclosures made in compliance with sections
Yes.
6 to 9 of the Act?
National Instruction 18 of 2019 give me a legal basis. The PREGA Act, the Anti-Corruption Act, SAPS have also their own internal measures whereby they drafted this document, National Instruction 18 of 2019, where they make provision for the protection of whistleblowers when they make protected disclosures.
Okay, can you finally, last two, can you clarify your employment history with the Department of Health, including the period of employment and the circumstances in which you exited that department?
Okay. 1st January 1999, I get enrolled as a student nurse at the Free State Nursing College. So I was not employed, I was studying to become a professional nurse. In May 1998, I get admitted in hospital with it was an emergency operation, my appendicitis. I get booked off 6 weeks. And then in June of the same year, I decided that anyway, I'm not cut out to be a nurse. That's not my profession. I don't want to waste my time and waste the money of the department. Let me terminate my studies. That's when I fill in all the necessary forms to say, stop funding me. I don't want to study anymore. Terminate my studies.
Okay, so then you went to the SAPS, and what was your official position, your rank, core responsibilities within the SAPS at the time of these events that you describe up until you left?
I was a administration clerk when I was appointed in SAPS, and that was in 1st August 2007, and I was still administration clerk when I was dismissed in February 2022.
Thank you. Chair, I'm done. Shall I hand over to my colleague?
Can we just go back? What do you say is the first name of Honorable James?
Honorable Darrell James.
Okay.
Should I know? As I not supposed to say it.
I don't know. She is a better judge. Honorable Klofa, your time. Thanks very much, Honorable Kola Barnard, for being so frugal with your usage of time.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good day, Mr. Dotjeni. If I may start with you. I'd just like to, my first question, which Honorable Matsai had already touched on, you spoke about the letter and the disbanding of the PKTT, which seemed to jeopardize operations that were in place. So I just want to revisit what you said there. Would you say that Minister Mchunu, whether he had the right or no right to disband the PKTT, placed people at risk executing what he did on the 31st? I think maybe make an emphasis that he had no consultation.
I think the effect of the decision ultimately led to that which you reference.
So in your opinion, do you think the minister had the right to close the PKTT with immediate effect? Again, we allude to consultation.
I think I'm not qualified or the right person to answer that. Remember, I'm giving you a distinct view from the forces from the ground. And my previous remark is based specifically on that. So whether he had a right or didn't have a right, that question is best suited to ask those who lead the forces. That's my honest view.
I think it's one of the central reasons that we are sitting here is to actually determine those type of things. And it would be great to have heard your opinion. But I do understand what you're saying. When you spoke about this consultation, I think it made perfect sense to me. Why do you think that the minister would have disbanded the task team without the slightest consultation? Do you have any, in your opinion, being on the ground, as you say, what opinion is yours that he would have closed it without consultation?
It's a pickle, and unfortunately, one can only make assumptions, and it's never good to simply base a judgment as grave as this on assumptions. Look, what is fundamental in the evidence I've given is to demonstrate, even for future decisions, to say, understand that when you take decisions, particularly within a semi-military organization such as the SAPS, it has a ripple effect. That is why it is imperative to always consult, because even the National Commissioner says he was not consulted. I mean, and it is on that basis where I say there are operational consequences. But I cannot place judgment or say this or provide that opinion. I'm not the best person to do that. Thank you.
Mr. Dotjeni, would you agree that people writing to the Minister Mchunu to disband the PKTT would then also be somewhat, wouldn't say responsible, but also assisting, putting these people in dangerous situations that were undercover, not understanding the operations of the PKTT, not understanding the internal structures where people were placed, and if it didn't influence the decisions made by the minister, is it responsible then just for a minister to take up any letter that comes and lands on his desk and base an opinion on that?
I think every South African citizen has a right to write to their minister. It is
No,
their
not the
minister.
right to
Yeah.
do it, but does it influence the
Yeah,
decision?
It is their minister. Whether the impact or the weight in which those letters actually have in swaying the decision of the minister is something else. But at the gist of my submission is that perhaps what lacked was to hear the other side. Yes, rightfully so. Everyone has the right to write to the minister. But the other operational side, that mattered most, particularly when you're dealing with such high-profile cases. Perhaps it is a mistake that was made. I don't know. And I dare not go into that space.
Mr. Dotjeni, I understand, and you can't answer many of the questions that I'm posing to you about Minister Mchunu and the decisions he made. But I would put it to you, it's particularly peculiar that the minister would seem to take letters that are written to him with very serious consideration. And as you say, everyone has the right to write to the minister, and you would think that those inputs would matter, and it does. But at the same time, that he wouldn't consult with the people on the force and the people sitting making decisions and the people that are particularly involved with the PKTT. And I would put it to you that Mr. Mchunu, Brown Mokgotsi, Kat Maklala seem to be having conversations, and there's been evidence-led and messages circulated. I wonder though, and you don't need to answer, though, if the minister would have actually made this decision and came to the same conclusion that you did, to say that people might have been put into danger. And I just, it's just something that I would put out there, because I find it very strange that you and I could sit and get to that conclusion that people be put to danger, but neither he couldn't, and still went through with that. But moving on, I would just like to find out about, you mentioned Richard Mdluli, and you spoke under his leadership of dismantling crime intelligence. What did he do specifically that you know of? And how was those resources then weaponized, and how did he benefit from it? I think it was in paragraph 32.
I'll use this opportunity to also respond to an earlier question where I was asked, what was the name of the girlfriend? Ntombozuko Mpondonke. That was his girlfriend, which he promoted to become a captain. Then he took the sister, who was a cashier at the time at Checkers, and made her a sergeant into the South African Police Service, particularly within the crime intelligence environment.
Could you just speak into the mic? Sorry, I can't hear you.
I was saying that I'm going to use this opportunity to also respond to an earlier question which had been asked to me, and I was unable to disclose the name of the person whom I said was the girlfriend of the general at the time. And I'm mentioning that name and putting it on record that I have now been given the name. It is Ntombozuko Mpondonke. That was the lady who was promoted to captain. And thereafter, they appointed the sister of the same lady who was a cashier at the time to become a sergeant within crime intelligence or in the SAPS. To come closer to your question, I could cite a number of reasons, but I'm going to speak on one fact. Deep cover agents were used to do illegal things in surveilling people, in surveilling journalists, in surveilling members of the public. I know this because they contacted me. When I was recruited, there was one guy who were very close, who were friends. He was placed in the Free State. He complained because he was being used for operations that had no authorization. That is what I mean by the abuse of those people who were in power. You can go on and on and on with examples like that.
No, that's quite, because it actually brings me straight to what I had written here. And I said, you made claims earlier on, and many people that have sat here have claimed illegal inception of their phones. And you explained that people or the factions seem to also weaponize this, and then they have access to persons' metadata and so forth. Firstly, I mean, you make the statement, and maybe I should ask you, does it not worry, should the people of South Africa, the citizens, the ordinary citizens, not worry that if the factional powers have so much influence, and I will call it absolute corrupt behavior within themselves to get information against each other, what does this pose for the ordinary South Africa? And I mean, you've touched on it now, but I'd like you just to elaborate on that piece of the ordinary South Africa.
Even before I get there, Honorable Member, General Mfazi himself said it to me when he called me. But he put it to me in Xhosa. He said, "Ndiyabazi bamamela, but it's fine." I know these people are listening to this conversation, and it's fine. The powers in terms of the resources that the intelligence environment possesses are meant to serve South Africans for the good. The challenge always comes that you will always find the bad apples. It is unfortunate that some of these bad apples have even ascended to the top senior management of law enforcement and have misused these resources. But it does not, or that should not sway Parliament and citizens to say, this should not exist within society. Because in a perfect society, those tools, those assets actually assist in the war against crime. And that's fundamental. I think if we manage to deal with the rot, the corruption, and all of these issues which tend to derail the vision for South Africa, you might find that we all want to feel protected, to feel safe. So I would say it is a huge task that this Parliament has in actually dismantling what is clearly factions within the SAPS. But dare not believe that we should live in a society where these resources are not there, because the criminal is constantly trying to outsmart. It is a real battle for the soul of the country.
For time, I'm going to have to cut you, and I do appreciate your answer. And I think it becomes an ethical question. I think it becomes a philosophical question. Does the means justify the ends? And, you're saying that, people shouldn't lose faith in SAPS. I think that's already happened. And rightfully, because the top echelons of the SAPS has all sat here and everybody's denied every single claim. And we're not talking about the ordinary policemen on the ground. We know there's many, many hardworking policemen. But unfortunately, with people that are watching, these sittings and the Madlanga Commission, this is what they have to, that's what they subjected to. And not only that, when they go to the police stations and they treated in the manner that many have testified and many have explained their experiences, it's very hard to think that they should feel any different. And you're right, the Parliament has a heck of a job in front of it to actually make a difference. And I hope we will be able to get there. You claim capability to intercept and analyze phone records, decrypt communication, all of those types of things, tracing and so forth. I would rather just then say, can you confirm whether those interceptions that you personally performed
Yes.
and that you know of were all done lawfully?
Yes. I proudly stand by that.
General Mfazi, you spoke about him in your election 2020, asked you to assist with a covert monitoring operation of SAP's procurement, including the keystroke tracking and so forth. Is there any evidence of these calls, affidavits from anybody, anything that can back this up, that this was a legal request? And I understand your systems and, you know, in the environment you operate, but is there a trace that these instructions were given?
So he was not issuing an instruction. He put me on a speakerphone, and there were people around him, and he asked, Vanagit, are you able to do this? The instruction, obviously, I assumed would come later on, but the instruction never came. But obviously, there would be a mechanism, because if you would expect me now to suddenly monitor SAPS systems, that's hacking. It's illegal. You understand? So certainly there should have been a mechanism that would have enabled me to do that with an environment that is within the scope of the law.
And you said General Sitole was in the same room when you were on the speakerphone, correct?
Yeah, that's what he told me. So
Mr. Mfazi?
Yes, when he came to my farm, that is what he told me.
Did he explain why he was present? Was there any conversation around it? I mean, he came and he tells you General Sitole was present. What was the reason for telling you that?
I asked him because I was nervous.
Why were you nervous, sir?
I mean, you don't go around exposing what it is that I can do. And look, perceptions matter, you know? So at the time that he asked me, I was okay, I'll say, yes, I can do this thing, which I can. But when he came and he was in front of me, I said to him, look, I noticed that I was on a sort of loudspeaker, but who were you with? And he said, no. He was with General Sitole. I said, okay. Left it at that.
You said in paragraph 60, I think Mr. Mfazi alluded to he knew they were listening.
Yes.
Who was he referring to specifically when he said he knows they are listening?
It should be crime intelligence. There's no other people with that capacity. It's crime intelligence, you know? It's crime intelligence, and whoever they work with, he's not going to refer to anybody else.
So there's nobody specific that you think he was alluding to? Did he communicate anything to you?
No, nothing that he communicated.
I want to ask the next question, and I want to start off just by saying, and I ask the question with respect to the family, because I don't think any family needs to go through any of this. But you assert that the family obtained a court order for the toxology and all of that. Do you have documents with those findings? And have you seen the report yourself?
I've seen the report. I saw the case docket. I saw when it was registered. I saw when it was transferred. Like I said, it was opened at Cambridge SAPS and then transferred. It was an inquest docket that was opened. The family, remember, General Mfazi was not only speaking to me when raising these concerns. So obviously the family felt that, look, what we see, what happened on the room, the information that they had received or he had relayed to them, it warrants for them to actually have reasonable grounds to suspect that there's foul play. And when they eventually did approach the courts and actually ensure that this thing his body is exhumed and the report is done, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Docheni. That was my last question to you. I don't have many for Mrs. Mashale. I just would like to request, Chair, that any of the claims made by Mrs. Mashale in this affidavit, I request that all these accusations and claims that allude to criminal activity, that evidence just be properly compiled in a decent format. You know, the amount that came through today alone, never mind last night, and through all the provisions and who we thought we're seeing and when, it's really created a lot of confusion. So I wouldn't want to really ask too many questions without everything, because it would be looking like I'm putting you on the spot for no reason. I just want to speak about one or two things that I did notice. You spoke in your statement about your husband who was asked to fabricate allegations against General Nkuna, and to get the charges dropped. Is that correct? And then you also said that your husband refused to make
Yes.
any fabrication. And then just after that, you say that the charges were dropped. Is this just a coincidence?
The court would draw the charges because the police didn't came with an adequate charge sheet. So the court would draw the charges, not the police.
Did your husband do anything about this abuse and
There is still now, you see,
just in short, it's fine.
yes, they did. They sued the state.
All right. In 3.13 of your, in the paragraph 3.13, you said that Major General Lucia threatened he will deal with you, and he phoned the whistleblower. Oh, sorry, the witness. My apologies. Why did the Major General Lucia phone the witness to threaten you?
Because he also submitted affidavits supporting evidence to the protected disclosures that I made to General.
The witness. I understand he was also asked to withdraw.
Yes.
But my question is more, why did he tell him he'll deal with you to the witness? Understand why he phoned the witness to withdraw.
He told the witness to withdraw, he will deal with me and he's making to make sure that I dismiss. So that was also a form of intimidation to the witness to no further involve himself or testify on the affidavits that he submitted.
All right. The next question I want to ask you, you mentioned President Ramaphosa felt cabinet members were plotting against him. I want to understand just quickly, and I might have missed it. Were these plots political plotting, or was it a security plotting, or a criminal plotting? Or
According to my understanding, it seemed like it was political plotting.
why would you be using state security to fight political issues?
We can ask ourselves, so why does people do what they do? Because things are being done, things happen, state resources are being used, and we don't know.
You had no information on that specifically.
No.
You've
All we know is I can assume that because SSA was in the office of the president, so he might have thought that let him use the state security which is under him in his office.
For time, I will make this my last questions. You indicated during a meeting with those agents that memory cards of your husband's phone were taken. Why did they take the memory cards from or the?
He
backup?
gave it to them because all the information relating to what we reported to them were on the memory card. So he gave it to them.
All right. No, and that's fine. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm done. Thank you, Mrs. Mashale.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sopa. Honorable Souls. It's 25 minutes to 20 hours. Your time starts now.
Until what time?
You have observed the trend.
We've already dealt with that, Chair. Please give me until what time do I have?
You must not go beyond 30 minutes.
Okay. So it's
Once, if we go to 8:05, you must stop speaking at 8:05.
Yes, sir. Do you mean 30 minutes per witness or?
I'm saying you must not go beyond 30 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Mashale, in my view, good evening, Chair.
Good evening, Honorable Source.
In my view, you are a whistleblower. In my view, just based on your submissions, we should actually be saluting you, not scolding you. You get nothing in return whilst those that you are trying to expose are walking away with millions of public funds. I cannot attest to your personal character, but when I just exclusively test and look at your evidence, I can only say thank you For all these years, you kept on fighting. Thank you. Don't stop. Keep going. Whistleblowers are going to win. The tide is turning. Whistleblowers are going to win. They are shocked that they turned the fire 7 times hotter for you and you didn't burn because there's a 4th man in the fire with you. So keep going. You remind me of my mother, the way you pull your face, the way you. So your children should be very proud of you. You testified earlier. I want to understand, are you testifying that General Kumalo lied under oath about you?
Yes, I do.
Why do you think he would want to lie about you or make you look like you are not credible?
There are several attempts, and still there are, and there's still going to be several attempts to discredit me. But I also feel that if you're going to discredit me, you must at least discredit me with credible evidence also. Don't just discredit me for the sake of discrediting me with misinformation, because as the head of crime intelligence, General Kumalo had the duty before coming to Parliament to confirm the information that he came to give under oath here at Parliament. And he didn't do that. He took the information as he got it from whoever gave it to him, because this information was also presented by General Masimula in Parliament. And as a result thereof, a complaint was submitted by Merida Haas to Parliament to say General Masimula and Minister Tele lied to Parliament under oath relating to this very issue. Now General Kumalo take the very same report that was submitted by General Masimula to Parliament, and he came here with that report without confirming the information.
In your testimony, are you saying that you have proof or that you can prove that some SAPS officials during your time in SAPS has been supplying guns to gangsters?
I have evidence. I have evidence, and that evidence is still in the possession of DPCI Free State. Brigadier Mafojani. I printed everything for them. There's evidence that firearms they were meant to distract it were removed from the Free State sub-storage facility and sold back to the black market.
So our children are killing each other with guns supplied by SAPS?
Guns supplied by SAPS, yes.
Name the people in SAPS whom you can prove is corrupt.
I will start with General Lysia. Then I will go to the Provincial Commissioner of Free State. Then I will go to the Deputy Provincial Commissioner of Free State. Then I will go to General Sibia. I will add General Kumalo and General Lushaba. If you want me to sit yet for the whole night, but currently now I can tell you safely that Free State SAPS is a crime scene. Firearms, I have evidence that firearms are being removed, and General Isia and General Mudisa is implicated, that they supplied hitmen with firearms from the storage facilities. Those firearms killed witnesses, and those firearms are now in the possession as a result of the Mr. Nguru's evidence that he provided. Mr. Nguru exposed the location of the firearms. Those firearms are now in the possession, and it killed a teacher, it killed a police officer, it killed many other people. Those firearms must still be linked to more killings that we still don't know. The firearms have been sent for IBIS testing. We will get the results. And if you are a hard worker in Free State and you fight against crime, you become a target. Currently, we sit with the situation where anti-gang members were arrested by anti-corruption, whereby they went to Nigerians, take the drugs, take the money, and they take them for themselves and they release them. And then anti-corruption arrested them. There were evidence, there were witnesses, and then a general, Mukalake, she found them not guilty on the departmental trial. While they are still on trial in court, they were arrested a second time for the same offenses. And they were found not guilty again. Now you ask yourself, that same General Mukalake that I'm speaking with, where her son raped a minor child, and a police officer was instructed not to arrest the son. And that case was withdrawn by the DPP. And because I can speak about these things on my social media platforms, I went to expose it on social media. As a result thereof, that docket was requested and put on the roll again. But I don't know currently what is the status. When is that little girl going to get her justice while Mukalake was promoted and her son is still out there? We don't know how many other girls are suffering as a result of what he did to that little girl.
And how do you feel about the fact that such people with alleged crimes are protected or seems to be protected, whilst your children needs to watch you in court with chains around your feet? How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel that I'm angry because my children also deserve the right to a normal life. And as much as the children of these people who are being implicated in these crimes and corruption have normal lives, and I'm trying to at least make a difference, and I'm being chasing around, and I must stay in hiding. I cannot spend time with my kids. I'm angry.
Just very quickly, so that I spend the next 15 minutes with the next witness. Let's jump quickly to the WhatsApps. I'm not going to touch all of it, but there's one that's very interesting. 23rd January, General Libya, you reported allegations of corruptions against Major General Jan Totsetsi for the misuse of 300,000 from a T Club funds for his farewell function. You also reported that a whistleblower, Moketi Mokwena, has been victimized after reporting Totsetsi. And you urged DPCI to investigate the matter, and so on and so on. What happened to that?
In fact, Moeketsi, who's also a whistleblower, was convicted on a crime where there is not even a complainant. He's currently in jail.
Wow.
He's in jail. So Tetsi got away while there is serious dockets. Even the docket where the farm manager Werner Horn was killed, where Max exposed it, police officers transported the hitman. So Tesi was catch red-handed inside the kraal of a farmer. They caught him there. Nothing happened. In fact, the witness in that case who was Totesi's, because Totesi also have a farm, cattle. In fact, all these generals have farms. I don't know where they get the money to buy all these farms, but they have farms. So the farmers in Bethlehem, that side of Bethlehem, opened a dossier relating to the crimes where Totesi and other police officers are implicated in. Their dossier was handed over to the former Minister Becky Cele and the Hawks. Up to today, nothing happened. That's why I went to General Libya. Recently, before Max was convicted, you took the dossier to IPET in Bloemfontein. Nothing happened. That 300,000 rand that we are talking about is money from the police stations, whereby police stations were instructed to each and every police station must donate 10,000 or above for the farewell function of Tsotetsi. That was reported. Nothing happened.
I wish we had more time. But then you also mentioned WhatsApps to Advocate J. Govender, potential illegal military style training camp near Vicksburg. What is that about? You gotta go quickly for me, no?
Remember, there was the issue of the illegal military camps that was established in Mpumalanga. There was a result, but we reported to SSA. And then I received information that even in Vicksburg, there are these illegal camps. There was when I posted recently on Facebook to say there are illegal military camps where Lesotho nationals are being trained. And SAPS announced, they make a huge announcement to say, we are going to look for these illegal military camps. When they arrived there, those people were gone. But the Lesotho government confirmed that it's true. Those illegal military camps was there, but as a result of the fact that SAPS made an announcement that they are going there, those people left.
All right. Then you have something about a Major General Pilani Lushaba. He allegedly filed a false house robbery case to cover up the theft of a CI laptop, crime intelligence laptop. What's that about? Briefly.
Is the case that I talked about that Honorable Skosana asked me about the sex worker that he invited to his house, had fun with her, and she stole the laptop, the cell phone, and the firearm. You went to the Valeria police station, opened a case of house robbery. When the case was investigated by the warrant officer, who was now also dismissed as a result of that, he found that there was no house robbery. It was a night of fun, and this lady decided that she's going to take these items for herself, and he opened a case against General Lushaba for defeating the ends of justice in perjury.
Okay. Then there's safe houses that's being used for personal use, registration of family members as informers, nepotism that you also sent to.
Yes.
What's that about?
Brigadier Kubeka, who is also a section head of crime intelligence in Free State, has been using a safe house for his and his family personal use for a very long time. Even the Secret Service vehicles. I reported also that to the Inspector General of Intelligence and to General Sibia. Nothing, General Libya, nothing happened.
Nothing happened to date.
To date.
You also say you send WhatsApps to Honorable Ian Cameron.
Yes.
27 January, you informed him regarding the career path of the District Commissioner of Overberg, who was appointed as Brigadier in 2011. And then you discussed that you must compile a list of generals who were irregularly appointed.
Yeah, like you mentioned earlier, Brigadier Muchulugi was appointed in 2011 as a communication officer in the South African Police Services. She never underwent basic training. That is a requirement when you are appointed in visible policing. In fact, she failed the basic training. She failed the firearm competency. She actually failed everything to make her competent to be in that position. I reported it to Honorable Ian Cameron, and he asked me for more information and documents. I sent him everything. He even went on Facebook to expose this, because after that, she was appointed, she was promoted to the District Commissioner, as a Major General, the District Commissioner of Overberg. Incompetent as she was and not.
And what was the response? Was it dealt with?
She opened a case against Honorable Ian Cameron for criminal injury. That's what they do. I
So
don't
she's
know
still
what
there.
happened. I think she's now She's not at Overberg anymore, but I don't know. You would know where is she currently, but she's still the district commissioner.
Ms. Mushala, I wish we could do more, but we're going to stop there for now.
Thank you, Honorable.
Mr. Dojeni, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Honorable Member.
Look, I must say to you that I'm very proud of you, for whatever that's worth, how you present yourself. But most of all, I respect you for one thing that it just stands out. The fact that you are committed to look at data first before you draw a conclusion. And every time you ask the question that requires you to share an opinion or anything, and you have not looked at data, you refuse to comment on that. That is such a high level of integrity. And I want to say to you, I respect you for that.
Thank you, and I appreciate it. And I want to credit that to this very government that trained me. I did not get these skills on my own. Many dedicated officers within the force actually imparted these skills.
Well, you
I
the
don't claim to
quality.
be perfect, but yeah, we try.
Well, you the quality that we want. Tell me, sir, do you consider General Mfazi like a mentor or a type of father figure?
You know, Honorable Member, when you undergo police training, there's a certain indoctrination that actually takes place at the college. One, the rank. Two, the sound of a firearm. That training hardly leaves you. So when you see a senior officer stand in front of you, no matter who they are, that rank makes you nervous. That rank forces you to salute. And that's what you leave understanding. So it would be difficult to understand this relationship when you haven't had that indoctrination. We react differently even to firearms. If you hear a sound, each person interprets that sound in a different way. I saw at the Madlanga Commission, General Mkwanazi heard a loud bang. He didn't flinch. The members were ducking underneath the table. It shows you the conditioning that takes place within law enforcement training. So if you ask me, was he a mentor? He was a general. And you begin by recognizing, hey, you must fear these people. And then when they begin to do good things, you then afford those accolades to them. It just comes with the territory. It could have been anyone. Had they done the right thing and been my commander, I would be speaking about them today.
So General Mfazi did the right thing. He was your commander. He was a general. And for that reason, you have some sense of revere for him.
Yes, I can say that. Yes.
Do you miss him?
It's the kids that matter. That's the bottom line. It's his children, it's his family. That's where it really matters. I still have a father, I still have a mother. They don't have a father. That's the bottom line.
Do you miss him?
Well, if you've known anyone, certainly you would, and they've passed, you would certainly say, yeah, if General Mfazi had been here in this particular situation, perhaps this would not have happened. And there are many people who have passed, and we fill in those gaps and we say, if so-and-so had been here, perhaps this would not have happened.
It's okay for you to say that you do, because I'm only asking it in this way because I've seen how you have testified and I've read your submission and I see this deep emotion there. It's okay for you to say you miss him. It's okay for you to say you're sitting in that seat today because his voice speaks from the grave for justice. It's okay for you to do that. And I just want you to know that when reading your submission, I can see and I can feel. And I want you to know that it's okay to be in touch with that. And to do it for his family and for his children. He would have wanted you to do it. So I want to know, do you feel like there's a divine burden that you've been given to honor the legacy of General Mfazi?
I wouldn't call it a divine burden, honorable member. But first and foremost, it's a duty. I think when I started, and I was having this debate with council, to say, before I speak, I would actually like to make a Mayday call. Because it is only through a Mayday call that the president of this country has to listen. The armed forces are not used to standing in front of cameras and making statements. They are not meant to do that. But the unfortunate situation in which we find ourselves in is that, unfortunately, even those who operate within the darkness have to come forward.
You testify that, and I quote in section 3 of your testimony, we're going to rush through it. The tumultuous tenure of Lieutenant General Richard Ndluli, who assumed leadership of the unit in 29, ushered in a climate of fear, internal surveillance, and overt patronage networks. Officers were assessed not by skill, integrity, or experience, but by loyalty to specific power blocks. In 1 minute, explain to me.
How do you justify promoting a cashier to be responsible for law enforcement investigations within crime intelligence at the rank of a sergeant, and you overlook dedicated constables who have actually undergone intensive training, both by general policing and then ultimately by crime intelligence? That alone was not just undermining those officials, because the ripple effect of everything is that you now today have unresolved cases, a weak intelligence structure. You can go on and on and on.
So there was so in your view, based on your testimony from 2009, there was an intentional effort to weaken crime intelligence.
The center did not hold, sir. Those who occupied positions of power were selfish in their approach. I don't know what motivated them, but the consequences we feel today.
Is that a yes?
That's a yes.
From you further go on to say from 2009 to 2011, when you testified earlier, the evidence leader said you exited SEPS in 2012.
Yes. 2012.
Was it 2012 or 2011?
2012.
2012. Your statement says 2011.
I tried to correct that in the supplementary statement.
All right, so it's 2012.
I left 2012.
I
exited 2012.
All right. Then you say from 2009 to 2011, I observed how operational cohesion gave way to systematic factionalism. 1 minute. Wait for me.
It is hardly based on the evidence which I submitted earlier, where I had witnessed and received reports from intelligence agents on the ground and the operations that they were involved in, which were not authorized, were not in accordance to the law, did not address priorities, national priorities in terms of crime. And based on that, we made the assessment that actually what is driving these investigations are other issues other than the issue concerning crime.
So you're submitting there are factions in the SAPS?
Yes.
All right.
I make this point, and it is unlike any other faction. Yeah.
All right. Then do you hold by your statement, now that you've clarified that you've exited in 2012, you say by the time I exited SEPS in 2011, it will now be 2012. This pattern was firmly established.
I stand by that statement. It was firmly established. And unfortunately, if any of the people that were appointed, some of them are still serving till today. That is what they understand. That is how they'll still do things.
You know, the 31 December letter from the minister, it didn't only deal with the disbandment, it also dealt with the moratorium on appointments. You make mention of this in your statement. You say compounding this is the alleged moratorium on the appointment of critical crime intelligence post believed to have been imposed or maintained by executive directive. It has left the division hollowed out and precisely the moment South Africa faces its most sophisticated wave of organized crimes. Kidnappings, transnational trafficking, cyber-enabled financial crime, and targeted political violence. SAPS has neither the personnel nor the internal trust to tackle these threats at the scale required. That second part in the letter, are you saying that in itself is also an intentional effort to weaken crime intelligence?
What I witnessed during the era of General Mdluli was precisely what is happening now. This is why I say perhaps it's the same script, different cast, but when crime intelligence posts become available, which is not a day-to-day thing, it is ordinarily under circumstances when a thorough assessment has been done to actually determine the needs of that unit. At your weakest moment, you don't, what is the word? You don't disassemble, you build. And all indications are that crime intelligence at the present moment is a little bit challenged when it comes to assisting in the fight against crime.
All right. You literally have 1 minute. And in that 1 minute, on behalf of General Mfazi's children, what they want, what they dream for, his wife, for justice, in 1 minute, tell us as Parliament, if General Mfazi was here now, what would he have wanted us to do?
There was a dream for this country, and I believe there still is a dream, that a people can come together and live as one, regardless of race, of creed, of any form of belief. But such society can only thrive when all of us can live in this land freely so. You do not commit a murder at that level of this institution called government, this country, this republic. I think one of the things that I remember General Mfazi used to say is that, Chief, it's not about you. It's not about you. It's not about you and me. Because ultimately, all of us need to make a sacrifice to build this country to be that ideal that we aim for it to be. If I were him, I'd say that.
Stop. Stop. Dojen. Stop. Thank you so much, Honorable Souls and Mr. Dojen. We are now left with two speakers, that is Honorable Vessels and Honorable James. Wanan, can we conclude this part and adjourn or what? Okay, let me check with the two advocates. Advocate Mokhaitz and Advocate Mukhiz, are you going to ask questions here after? Advocate Arans, are you going to ask any question? Okay. Let's run and conclude the business because we are only left with two speakers. Yeah. If you can go back where you were and rearrange. Honorable Vessels.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll be as brief as possible. Let me start you, Mrs. Mashale. You said a little bit earlier that you are here to assist the committee, and that is much appreciated. What I do want to ask you, and want to ask you to assist me to understand, is I have a trouble with that sentiment to say that you are here to assist us if you know that at the center of what we are busy with here is the PKTT. Do you know that? Now, on the 6th of July, following the media conference, media briefing by General Mkhonazi, you made a Facebook post where you answered him. You responded to him. And you then made a very serious allegation with regards to the PKTT. Do you remember that?
Good evening, Honorable Vessels. If you can just remind me, what was it about and what did I say in them?
Let me remind you, you said that the PKTT protected police officers who stole firearms that was used to kill one of the victims of a political killing.
Yes.
You remember that?
I remember.
What I have a difficulty with is if you know this, you know it's, and you then say, and this is very important, as part of that post you say, I have proof in capital letters. Today in your affidavit, you many times use the word there's evidence, there's proof. On social media and a lot of your other posts, you also say there's proof, I have proof. You said it today during your testimony as well, and you even pointed to the files in front of you. That's the annexures that we have. Although with all due respect, I don't think that contains proof of what you actually allege. And that's the danger here. And I'm going to get to the question now, but you said earlier that you are studying LLB. I hope you then know the universal truth of the law. And that is now, I'm going to say it in Afrikaans because it sounds better. Die law steur hom nie aan feite nie, slegs aan bewyse. The law is only concerned with evidence, not with facts. Even if you know something for a fact, you're going to lose in court. My problem is, with everything you say, there's proof. But with this one very important thing that's very crucial to what we are busy with here as our committee in terms of deciding if the PKTT was disbanded with valid reason. And if you say that you have proof that their members are protecting police officers that stole weapons that were used to perform or to enact or this one of the political killings, then that's very crucial to our mandate and to what we are busy with. Why did you not bring that to the committee?
I did earlier refer to the Sindiso Makaka case. And I did say that I was contacted through a third person by the hitman who killed Sindiso Makaka. As a result thereof, I requested Honorable Fadil Adams' assistance with this matter. He went to Westwell Prison to meet with the hitman who killed Sindiso Makaka. The hitman gave him an affidavit implicating the crime intelligence officers who signed for the purchase of the firearm and the firearm that killed Sindiso Makaka as well as the getaway vehicle. There was, the hitman asked that we should assist him to make a confession, to plead guilty, and that his trial should be separated from the trial of his co-accused because he alleged that General Kumalo, Advocate Gaba, and his lawyer refused him since 2019 to make this confession. He referred to the investigation officer. The hitman was arrested by General Kumalo, but the docket was investigated by Sergeant Anthony Lamini. He investigated the docket.
Apologize for interrupting you, but I don't have a lot of time. I understand that, and I heard that as well, but I still don't understand. Why would you not then bring, for instance, the affidavit and include that in your annexures?
I was
to this?
requested through the lawyer of the hitman that the hitman want to make the disclosures personally himself. He didn't give me permission to come with his affidavit to this committee because he said, the lawyer said the hitman made a submission to this committee and to the Maganga Commission because he wants to make the disclosures relating to the kingpins in the murder of Sindiso Magaga. He wants to make it himself. So it's not my place. When he didn't give me permission to do that, it's not my place to do it.
And that's the only proof you have.
I have the affidavit in my possession, but it's not my place to share it to the AdHoc committee.
So it's just the hitman's version that you have.
As I said, he's the hitman who admitted in court that he killed Sindiso Magaga and he was working with police officers from crime intelligence. So
those crime intelligence officers that he then implicated, are you saying they were members of the PKTT for a fact?
they were members of crime intelligence, but the problem was that members of the PKTT refused him to make a full disclosure into this matter. That was the issue relating to the certain members, not all members, certain members of the PKTT.
I understand that. You earlier referred to when you were led in your initial evidence, in your testimony, you referred to the Vrede Farm. I just want to clarify, you're referring to the Estina Vrede Dairy project, the
Yes.
infamous Gupta
Yes.
leaks. Okay. And what's your allegation there that
There's a inmate who is now in Zonderwater, Mr. Zwelenzima Joseph Noor, who have been in detention since 1999 for stock theft. He is the one who have been used by senior officials in SAPS, DPP, correctional services, to supply them with hitmen to kill certain witnesses, including the Vrede Farm witnesses. He is the one who also requested that I must come to make a request to this committee because he is implicating himself. He says he's not afraid to go. I have voice recordings that I can share, but unfortunately it's all in Sotho. But he made a request to say, a lot of people have been killed and I am prepared as a witness and as a suspect in those matters to disclose it to this committee.
And I just want to go back just to get clarity on the whole timeline of your employment. And that has been scrutinized quite at length today. But if I understand correctly, you first faced a disciplinary procedure in 2008. Am I correct? That was with regards to the health employment issue. Okay. Around there, you made a protective disclosure about the firearms. Am I correct?
The
That was
protected disclosure, I just want to correct you there. The one about the firearms I did in 2018.
18.
Yes.
Okay, so your husband made protected disclosures or disclosures. I'm not sure if he was then still employed by the police, but he made disclosures about the crime statistics and the
Syndicates,
full
yes.
and all of
It
that.
was in 2007.
Your affidavit says 2010-11.
It was, the investigation was completed by ICD in 2011, and they found all those allegations to be true.
Okay.
There is a report that I submitted.
Yes, that's correct. So you faced disciplinary procedures 2008. Those disclosures were made about 2010. The process was or concluded or investigated in 2011. Then you made the protected disclosures about the firearms 2018. And then you faced disciplinary procedures or process in 2021. Am I correct?
2020, I made a protected disclosures in 2021. That's when
Again,
yes.
as well. Okay. And that was then about all the other issues.
Yes.
So it was the firearms 2018 and then all the other issues. And then you faced the final disciplinary procedures. Okay. Now, I just wanted to clarify that for myself. Thank you very much. That's all my questions. I think everybody,
Thank you, Honorable.
all the other colleagues covered me quite well. Just to Mr. Yeni as well, I don't have any further questions for you, but I do want to thank you for your evidence and your testimony and your inputs and insights as well. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Vessels. Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Mashali, jy het baie gepraat vandag.
Good evening, Honorable. Regtig baie gepraat.
Kop raak glad. Ek weet nie waar om te begin nie. Ek weet nie hoe manage jy om al die information te stoor nie.
Ek ook nie.
Wat jy ons hier gesê het vandag, name en datums is regtig ongelooflik. Maar ek wil jou vra vandag, waarom is jy hier? What is your why that you speak so passionately?
I was raised by a single mother because my father was killed in 1974. Just shortly after I was born, he was burnt alive by his employer. So my mother was left with 3 small children, and she had to raise us through those hard times. The one thing that my mother taught me to say was, it doesn't matter whether we are poor, we don't have money. One thing that will make you rich in life is speak your truth, even if you stand alone. Don't run in circles where people are ashamed of the truth. You are going to get a hard time. You are going to be humiliated. But stand strong in the truth, because in the end, the truth is the only thing that will set you in front of other people. My mother died while I was still young. I was 18 years when she was also in an accident, and I had to raise my brothers. I taught them the same values. One of my brothers is out of hand, drugs and all those things. And people blamed me when I celebrated and say we did it. When they were arrested, when General Kumalo and the others were arrested. But go and ask my brother, when he does something wrong and he gets arrested, I celebrate. I will be the one to take him to the police or a police station, because I will not tolerate one of my families to be part of the problem in this country.
Thank you.
That's why I celebrated when a case that was reported was investigated, prima facie evidence was
Ek gaan jou
found.
gou daar stop. Ek weet jy wil graag meer gesels. I want to ask you, at any point, because I've been listening to your testimony, at any point do you perhaps believe that people can use you as a tool? and share information to drive their own agendas. Have you ever thought about that?
There was people who tried to use me as a tool. I received a 6 million offer through my husband by the executive director of IPID to say, stop talking about corruption.
Wie was daai?
Jennifer Tlatsing. There's the
Offered you how
reason
much?
why I actually divorced my husband.
Jy moet nou baie stadig gaan because jy het nou 'n serious allegation gemaak. Who offered you 6 million?
My husband came to me and he said, I reported all these issues to the executive director of IPID, Jennifer Tlatsing. And behind my back, she went to my husband because I don't know what was she and Becky, Minister Tele discussing. And he came to me with this offer to say, you know what? I received this offer from Jennifer Tlatsing. They will give you 6 million. They will give you a rank of a brigadier. They will buy you a house and a car. Just stop exposing and implicate the minister in corruption. That is the day when I told my husband to say, this is the end of the marriage.
Sure. That is heavy. Okay. I want to ask you, are you currently enrolled in any form of witness protection?
No.
Because wat jy hier praat vandag, I honestly think that you need to.
The government is not
Protection.
prepared to offer me witness protection. I'm on my own.
Why do you say so? Who have you asked for witness protection?
The threat assessment was sent to Parliament, and up to today, no. In fact, Pre-State Crime Intelligence had charged Warrant Officer Masdor because he did that threat assessment on me.
I think that's something we need to revisit. You also spoke earlier on and you indicated something that made my skin crawl. You indicated in your evidence that firearms that were officially booked in at SAPS for destruction were subsequently re-registered and returned to our streets, right? Could you explain the formal process for destruction of firearms and whether it is legally possible for firearms destined for destruction to be re-registered? And I'm asking this because this is not the first time. Way back, we had a colonel by the name of Christian Prinsloo,
who has been released in 2020.
Christian Prinsloo, way back, there was firearms that was handed in, and he actually was selling those firearms to gangs here on the Western Cape. And nou sê jy weer vir my, years later, the same thing is still happening in SAPS. What is the process? How does this happen?
When the firearm owners hands over the firearms at the police station, those firearms are forfeited to the state. When the firearms are forfeited to the state, police stations take the firearms to the provincial storage facility. When those firearms arrives at the provincial storage facility, those firearms must be taken off the system and it must be placed on State Department 1. State Department 1 means these firearms now belong to SAPS. So once they are placed on State Department 1, these firearms are now marked for destruction. You cannot do anything with them because it belongs to the state now. So what I found, that before these firearms are placed on State Department 1, these firearms are now being placed back into the system, sold to different dealers. And those dealers register the firearms on their dealerships, and those firearms get licensed at the Central Firearms. Police officers.
Do you have a name for?
I printed all the documents that I handed over to Colonel Scotta. Last time when I did inquiries, because General Mootley is now.
Who did you hand the dockets over, the names?
Colonel Scotta.
And when was this?
This was in 2020 during the lockdown.
And what happened since you handed over those names?
What happened, General Mootley wanted to pursue this investigation, but unfortunately they didn't have someone who could check the serial numbers of the firearms for them on the system. As a result thereof, General Mutfi called me and said, Patricia, will you be fine if I ask the provincial commissioner for a service arrangement so that you can come temporarily to DPCI to assist us to check the statuses on these firearms through the serial numbers. He wrote a letter to the provincial commissioner, General Mtsonyani, and she declined that request, and it ended there.
Sure. You also testified that certain members within crime intelligence were found to have links to drug cartels. When you started earlier on, you said there's drug dealers. Those were your exact words. Stuck with me, and I'm sure you know why. There's drug dealers in crime intelligence. Who are they? And how do they operate?
There's the reason why my husband was arrested, because he stumbled across these crime cartels. And it was not just in crime intelligence, there was traffic office, because he submitted this profile. It was a profile list that he submitted to General Nkuna. As a result thereof, General Nkuna established this task team to investigate these cartels. Shortly after this task team, my husband was part of the task team. The task team members was arrested, and that is where Colonel Sinatle went to my husband and said he must implicate General Nkuna into this, of being part of these syndicates.
I'm not sure if it was you earlier on, touched on the 30 million drugs that were seized.
That was relating to the issue of General Khan, the departmental case against General Khan, where the drugs were seized and police officers went to the scene to remove the drugs from the scene, and another police officer called General Khan to inform him that, yeah, our police officers were removing the drugs from the scene. General Khan went to the crime scene. He called, I think, the head of DPCI to take over the crime scene. And he was also charged as a result of that, because they say he interfered into the fact that the police officers were trying to remove. The police officers was told, they later confessed that indeed they tried to remove the drugs from the crime scene.
Yes, because I remember they tried to remove those drugs before actually putting it in forensic bags and actually numbering those bags. So when the second team came on site, they actually disposed of the drugs in a proper manner.
Yes.
Am I right?
Is the team that General Khan called, the second team.
Do you know Feroz Khan very well?
No.
Do you have a relationship with him?
I have never seen General Khan in my life, but there was a rumor that actually it was Honorable Ian Cameron who told my husband that I'm having a romantic relationship with General Khan. I don't know General Khan. I have never spoken to him. I don't have his nothing. I don't know where Honorable Ian Cameron got that information, but he told my husband, because Honorable Ian Cameron, I don't think he knows what is the relationship between me and my husband. He's speaking a lot with him. Yeah, speaking on a daily basis. He told my husband that Patricia have a romantic relationship with General Khan.
Dat julle twee ook die kat knip.
Soos ek in Maasdorp.
Has he even given you information?
No, I
Never.
General Khan?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never communicated with General Khan. I don't have his number. I've never communicated with him. I've never seen him like this. I've only seen him on pictures or wherever he's been shown. I don't know him, and he doesn't know me.
Also, I want to ask, you know Mr. O'Sullivan, and if so, to what extent was his involvement in matters relating to SAPS, crime intelligence, state security?
I have this YouTube channel, my own YouTube channel, where there's other guy in Jabula, where we actually challenge Paul O'Sullivan on several occasions relating to the Senzo Miwa case and other cases, to say that he is all over the place in police business, but we've never found him actually questioning Kininda's behavior in the Senzo Miwa case. I've never spoken to Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. I don't think he knows me. But there was a time where he also shared information that I shared on Facebook, and he also shared that information. And I don't, maybe he took it from my Facebook with me. But I've never spoken to him. I don't know him.
Do you think he could be connected with these drug cartels?
If you look at the Radovan Kresha case and what transpired in that case, I believe he's connected.
Are you specifically referring to the fact that you organized for witness protection for one
I
of those?
specifically refer to the fact that they organized witness protection with the idea of a dead man for their Section 204 witness.
Say that again.
I received.
Ms. Mashela, just go slow.
Okay.
What are you saying? They organized?
Witness protection.
Yeah.
They gave the ID of Mr. Jacob Nare, who was murdered in 2015. This witness of them, the Section 204 witness, is now known as Jacob Nare. But Jacob Nare was killed, and Jacob Nare's brother sent me here to say, please ask Parliament to assist us with our brother's matter, because this undocumented Zimbabwean national is an imposter using the ID of our brother.
And who organized that? Mr. Paul O'Sullivan?
Paul O'Sullivan, Candace Kutsia, and Gininda.
Sure. Okay. Finally, based on your evidence and your observations, you have indicated that political interference within SAPS and other state security institutions continues, right? According to your experience, which political parties have been at the center of interference?
From what I know in Free State is the ANC.
Vini ANC, and why do you say that?
I know about Ace Magashule, and currently now I know about the current premier, of which serious cases have been opened against her by the EFF, and those cases are being covered up by the South African Police Services. Queen, the current premier, they call her Queen.
Current premier of which?
Of Free State.
Of the Free State. And you say there's cases against her?
There's cases that have been opened last year by the EFF. That docket and her baby mama, a baby daddy, is the chief prosecutor, Mr. Silo Madloko. So these cases, these people I can tell you, is a syndicate. They are working together, is SAPS, is the DPP, NPAs, correctional services, hence I'm saying, if Mr. Nguru can be called, or you can interrogate his evidence, because it's not just affidavits. You have evidence of payments that have been made to him by generals, by the current DPP of Free State. There's receipts. Those payments, his lawyer confirmed that there's a trust account that was open for these payments to be made in the trust accounts, because Mr. Nguru was the one who was facilitating hitmen for the politicians, and the SAPS and DPP correctional services. All those people cover up these cases.
Sure, dankie. Ms. Patricia Mashale. Vrou wat so baie post op Twitter en Facebook. I finally get to put a face to it. Thank you so much for your service towards South Africans. But I also want to tell you that, you know, with your type of optimism and activism, at some point you'll be ostracized. So just relook at your approach, because when you put stuff out there in the public domain, sometimes it actually compromises the very matter that you're trying to pursue. Just to
Can I respond to that, Honorable James? When I receive information from the sources and the whistleblowers, because I also call them whistleblowers, just free to come forward because of this retaliation, they specifically request me to put it out there. Because if it's not out there, it's going to be covered up. And we have experience of that serious crimes and corruption, like when he spoke about General Mfazi's sister contacted me. She has been posting on Facebook for the longest time. And there was a time when I also posted about General Mfazi, and she contacted me and she was in tears to say, we are still looking for justice for our brother who have been poisoned. And I was so glad to see that you were posting about it because we have been everywhere. We are not getting assistance anywhere.
Okay.
So when I posted there, it's not because I want likes, it's because people request me to say the only way these issues are going to get attention if it's out there publicly.
Thank you, ma'am. I understand that, but I'm just saying to you that it sometimes compromises the very matter that you're trying to push and get justice.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Tochieni. I don't have many questions for you. You spoke about how SAPS is currently top-heavy with generals and on the grounds lacking the adequate resources to effectively do their jobs. Can you elaborate on this?
Earlier, thank you for the question, Honorable Chair. Earlier, I made the example of a simple function as being able to follow and trace metadata, cell phone metadata, when you are pursuing a dangerous suspect. It is a process of completing paperwork as it stands, which sometimes depends. It can be 3 days, can be 5 days, it can be a couple of days. Whereas in the past, having such access would make investigations, particularly when you are tracing high-profile criminals. That's the clarification. This investigative capacity and skill would be available at the ground, on the ground, with those officials.
Okay. You also, I want to ask you, are there cases of illegal, undocumented foreigners in the employment of South African police service?
I have not. Well, my exposure was primarily in the province of the Eastern Cape. And throughout my years within law enforcement, I've not received reports where they've said they are illegal within that specific province. I cannot speak to other provinces.
Okay. I also want to ask you, were SAPS members involved in the death of General Mfazi?
That is the crux of this whole thing.
Okay. I just needed us to be very direct and clear, and that needed to come out. The fact that you testified here today, alleging, insinuating that there are SAPS members involved in the murder of a general, a deputy commissioner.
A deputy national,
that case hasn't been investigated.
Nothing. Well, they can say they've pushed paper, but it's 5 years down the line. It has not been investigated to satisfactory conditions or to satisfactory results that can actually lead to the prosecution of individuals that were behind this. And more so, we raised this alarm because of who General Mfazi was at the time of his death. He was a general flanking the president of this republic during his inauguration. And that should mean something.
Okay, thank you, sir. I have no more questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable James. Thank you so much, honorable members. Ms. Mashale. Mrs. Mashale. Did you celebrate the disbandment of the PKTT?
No, I did not celebrate the disbandment of the PKTT. I celebrated the arrest of General Kumalo, General Oshava, Brigadier Nube, Brigadier...
Still coming to that point.
No, it was not a celebration of the disbandment of the PKTT. No, I didn't celebrate that.
What did you write on your post when the PKTT was disbanded. After it was disbanded, what did you say?
I cannot remember that I say that I am happy that the PKT was disbanded. I cannot remember that I say I was happy about the disbandment. I know I shared information from a newspaper article on the 3rd of January 2025. And it was the first time that I also read in the newspaper about the disbandment of the PKT team. And I shared that same newspaper article.
You did not say anything about General Khumalo and his PKTT.
Can you please read that for me, Chairperson? As I'm saying, I shared a newspaper article on 3rd January 2025 relating to the disbandment of the PKT team.
That is what I'm asking you. Didn't you say General Khumalo and his PKTT members must now watch the space?
If you said I said that, then I can also explain that. Because
No, you can't say if I say you said you said.
okay, you are saying I said that.
It's you who was posting, it's not me.
I was saying to the members the entire day that when I referred to the matter of the PKTT, it was solely in relation to the case of Sindiso Makaka, whereby members of PKTT were found. I didn't say all the members, but General Khumalo was implicated by the hitmen of.
Listen, I want you to respond to this.
Okay.
On 30 June, Tumisano Khumalo and his disbanded political killing task team must prepare themselves for what is still coming.
Mm-hmm.
It is not raining anymore, it is flooding.
Yes. That one I admit, and as I said, it was because General Khumalo was part of the people who was implicated with that other members of the PKTT of stopping the hitmen from exposing the kingpins who killed Sindiso Makaka. And there was a witness who testified as witness E in the Madlanga Commission. That witness have been communicating with me since 2023. And he gave me all this information. I have everything here on my phone. I can share it with the committee. That witness gave me all the information to say that I am also aware that General Khumalo, General Advocate Kaba, General Lushaba, and the lawyer of the hitman do not want him to testify. So my reasoning was, if this person wants to testify, if this person wants to make an admission, why would General Khumalo, Kaba, all those people stop him to extend that I had to ask assistance from Honorable Fadil Adams to say, can we assist this person? It was only then money were gathered to pay the lawyer.
Do you agree with the statements that were made by General Masemola and General Mkwanasi here before this committee that one of the breakthroughs that were achieved by the PKTT was on the case of Sindiso Makaka?
Yes.
And they give credit to General Khumalo.
As I said, I also earlier said.
And his team.
Yes. I also mentioned earlier.
For the work that they have done, because that case has been called for a considerable number of years.
I also mentioned earlier, Chairperson, to say that General Khumalo and his team were the ones who arrested the hitmen. But the case was investigated.
Not only the hitman.
Yeah, those people were implicated in this Somakaka case.
Yes.
But the case, the docket was
So
investigated.
I want to check with you. Do you have any other suspect in that case who was supposed to have been arrested and is still not arrested?
According to the hitman, yes, they are still suspect. The police officers who were supposed to be arrested, they've not been arrested, and the people who ordered.
Did the hitman appear before court?
Yes, he appeared before court, but I have conversations with his lawyers also.
When the hitman appeared before court, did the court not afford him an opportunity to disclose any
No.
information that could have led to?
Now, he wanted to take the stand, and his lawyer actually is the one who refused him to take the stand.
His lawyer. Okay. So, but do you know that there are names that the hitman mentioned which led to the arrest of those suspects that
I know.
he would have mentioned their names?
I know, but also in his recent affidavit that he deposed of in November last year, he said in that affidavit that those are not all the people who are implicated. Hence, I said it's not my place to disclose that affidavit because he didn't give me permission. He said, you want to disclose that information himself.
Okay. Having read to you the post that you made in which you proudly declare your ownership, do you present yourself as an impartial witness before this ad hoc committee?
I'm impartial.
In which way?
Chairperson, in a way that even if General Mkonazi made a mistake in some things, I'm not going to be quiet about him making mistakes because I have a reasonable belief that General Mkonazi could not have all the information about all the people, and there might be people who misled him. So if I had need to tell General Mkonazi, but here you were wrong, or anyone else, I'm not going to be quiet. I'm going to say it, to say, General Mkonazi, in this instance, you were wrong. And if I need to expose, impartiality goes with morality. You cannot claim to expose corruption and crime, but there's certain people that you need to protect. So if I need to be impartial, I cannot be seen to cover up or to protect other people. I don't want to be popular.
What I want to probe with you is, if you indeed valued the work of the PKTT, which I assume you did, why in your post you did not start by giving them credit for the successes that they have achieved?
That might have been I can accept that I might have not given them credit, but as I also earlier said, that I'm not talking about all the members of the PKTT. I'm talking about certain members of the PKTT.
No, it's not certain members. You say Dumisani Kumalo and he's disbanded. Because that team was led by him, isn't it?
Yes.
You don't say some of the...
Now let me explain that to you, Chairperson. When I say Dumisani Kumalo and his PKTT, I'm referring to deaf, because even in the PKTT, they are not all on the same page. They are the ones who are standing on that side, and they are the ones who are with General Dumisani Kumalo. So when I posted that, I was referring to these ones, these
No,
ones.
When was this post made? Is the 30th of June which year?
2025.
You cannot come and do a reading in now.
It's because you are asking me the
No,
question.
this
Mr.
post
President.
has circulated for more than 6 months.
But I already had that information.
No,
with her.
it has circulated for more than 6 months. And in the past 6 months, you never wanted to clarify why certain things are missing, which you are trying to.
I guess
Correct,
that is
correct.
why I'm here now to give that clarification, because even on social media, not
Because
everyone are reading my social media posts, but when I'm here, a lot more people are now listening to what I'm saying. So that might be, from my side, was an oversight. I do credit the PKTT for the jobs that they've done. They've done very good jobs in other things. But in the matter of the cities of Matraca,
in your posts in the last 6 months, is there a post that you can present
No.
before us to say credit to the PKTT?
No.
Okay. And then you spoke about Mr. Ngulu, who is behind the bars. And you say he is incarcerated for a crime that he did not commit.
Now he did commit the first crime of stock theft. He was supposed to be released in 2012. So he was never released. They alleged that he was released on parole, but there was never a parole release. So the documents that they are currently using to detain him is fraudulent documents, because there's no court warrant of detention to detain him. And according to him, police officers went to him and told him then, you will only be released from prison on one condition: when he make a sworn affidavit to absolve everyone that he already implicated.
Yes, that is what I'm saying. If you say a person has been released on parole, but he's still in jail, do you think there is a person who can willfully just stay in jail without a conviction?
He was never released from prison since 1999, not on parole, not. He's now more than 20. He was 18 years. He's now 42 years. That is.
So in this case of Mr. Ngulu, you are presenting yourself as a crusader of justice.
You know what? Not just in the case of Mr. Nguru, but Mr. Nguru's case is one of those cases where you find that the justice system have failed him and his family. He has no one to talk for him because he have been everywhere. There's records.
I mean yourself. You are a crusader for justice.
Yes.
And then Mr. Ngulu confided with you that he has been used in criminal activities. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And he says one of them is the Vrede Farm
Yes.
murder.
Yes.
In the Free State.
Yes.
And then who else did he confide?
He confided
this heinous crime to?
In his lawyer, because all the evidence is with a lawyer. He asked me to get a police to go to him to take a statement. They did go.
No, it's fine. He confided to his lawyer.
Yes.
To your knowledge, how long has this lawyer been sitting with this information?
The lawyer is now, because this is a new lawyer, the previous lawyer also tried to go everywhere, because they even wrote a letter to the inspecting judge president, the judge of correctional services. They wrote to the president, they wrote to the ministers, Minister of Correctional Service, Minister of Justice, the same lawyer. And they are just not getting any response from anyone.
So do you have copies of those documents?
I do have.
And nobody did anything on that information?
I even communicated with Judge Edwin Cameron because I resorted to send him an email to ask him.
No, you don't have to speak to individual judges.
No, yes.
There is a procedure if you want to approach a court, if you have a matter that, because I don't understand why you will write letters to individuals when is there no court of law as an institution which you approach them to say, I have this matter which
That is what we are planning to do now, Chair, because I can also not understand why did this lawyer never take the efforts to take this matter to the court. And I guess that is the reason why he resorted to coming to me with the information.
So do you give us a permission to write to a professional body to which the lawyer is affiliated for them to follow him up why
I would appreciate
that matter is still unresolved,
I would appreciate it, Chair.
so that they can check if he represented the witness to
I would really
the
appreciate
best of
it.
his ability.
I would appreciate if you can do that.
And then on this Friede case, what is the evidence that you have before this committee?
The evidence that he had, he was part of he was there when the witnesses were killed. He said he was there. He exposed the hitmen. He exposed their names. He knows how the witnesses were killed. He knows where the bodies were taken. Even with the instance of Ms. Sipati Lichuano, who was an employee of Mangaung Metro. She also had information relating to the asbestos and the Vrede Farm corruption. She was killed in the same manner as the Vrede Farm. And the evidence that he presented was the laptop of Messi Patilichwani, now recently late last year, and then 2 firearms. But those people were not shot, they were strangled. And they were tied up with wire, and acid were poured on their bodies. And he explained it, the only general that I trust, and we even pulled in military intelligence to assist us because we don't trust the police anymore in Free State, because there was also weapons that were stolen from the Tempe military base as well as vehicles that he exposed. Where is the vehicles? There's why the military intelligence also start with their own investigations. Now this general started to investigate this matter of Sipati Lichuani. The investigation officer in this matter
I have not asked you about Mercy Patelichwan.
is related to the Vrede Farm.
When I ask you a question, you respond to the question that I asked, because if we become discursive, we are going to talk the whole night.
There's evidence, Chair, and it can be confirmed. I will give you the number of the Mayor General who is currently in charge of this investigation. He's investigating this matter of the Vrede Farm.
Yeah, because there are so many names that you mentioned here today, so many people that you implicated. What do you want us to do with this information?
Chair, I want this AdHoc committee as a matter of urgency, because as I said, the evidence is readily available. It's not a matter of it should be investigated. The witness is there. in the instance of Mr. Nguru. He even implicates himself. All he wants is, you can arrest me, you can do whatever, but I'm tired to be kept in jail for the crimes of other people. If I need to be kept in jail,
My take is that you knew, for instance, yourself, that the 31st of October 2025 was the deadline for members of the public to make submission before this committee. In your own understanding and logic, these affected parties, why didn't they personally write to?
I guess.
For instance, you say there is a young girl who was raped by the son of Brigadier Mukalake. We say you allege. Why is the family of that young girl not?
The information that I have is that investigation
And I'm not
officer-
saying that you don't have locus.
The case is there, is confirmed. It's
I'm
there.
not saying you don't have locus standi
Yeah.
to act on behalf of these people as an interested party.
The reason why I decided
Because a whistleblower can raise any matter, regardless.
Chairperson,
But
the reason
just saying to you, why didn't they?
The reason why I decided that I'm going to be the voice of this little girl, because according to the information from the investigation officer, is that the DPP met with the mother and there was an agreement for the case to be withdrawn. And I received this information to say that there's no way that the DPP can withdraw a case of rape of a minor.
No, I'm saying that there are many cases. You mentioned the case of General, you say Mbatu.
Mbatu, yes,
Yes.
Mtate Mbatu.
Yeah, it's a host of cases that you mentioned.
That Mbatu did make a submission.
Listen,
Right.
listen, because if you speak before I finish speaking, I don't know what you'll be responding to. I'm saying these people that you act on their behalf sound like what Dojen is saying. You're coming here on behalf of many people. Well, how has it occurred that not even one of them?
All I can say is maybe they, according to them, should I come here and present the cases? That's the only way the cases will be heard. Because even them, they've went through different procedures, complaints and whatever, and nothing happened. So they use me as the tool. They sent me here to say, can you please go and present our cases? to the
So if somebody says no, you are using these cases because you are still bitter about your unceremonious exit from the SAPS, what is your response?
That have been said a lot, Chairperson. People have been saying that I'm better because I have been dismissed from the South African Police Services. But as I said, I didn't start to blow the whistle in 2021. I started in 2008. And retaliation came while I was still employed. There's no reason why I should be better when the only goal and aim here is to expose corruption.
So the last question that I'm going to ask you is that you still remember that the evidence that you gave us, you were under oath. So, because some of these matters, there is nothing we take lightly. We were acting on behalf of ordinary South Africans who may not be able to speak, to rise and speak for themselves. and we are going to write to the respective authorities and probe these matters further. They will give us responses where we are not happy, like we read to you fully and satisfactorily. We write back to them again to say, we want more information. So if we find that they have responded to our questions adequately and credibly, must we come and say to you that you lie to us under oath? For instance, there is an officer that you say is an unlawful or is an illegal citizen in this country.
That's where the problem lies, Chairperson. You are going to write to them and say they must respond. And they will respond in whichever way.
No, we're not writing to them. Citizenship in this country is confirmed by Home Affairs. We're not writing to you. We're not writing to any of the people that allegations are made against. We are writing to an authority that issues the ID that you and I have.
Okay.
To say there is this allegation. I'm just saying you must be mindful when you give us information, we process it further.
And
then you must live here with that understanding that we are going to follow up these matters.
as I referred to,
Do you support the procedure that I outlined from here to say the respective authorities against whom and individuals against whom allegations have been made, especially with a case of citizenship, will not be asking that person to say, are you a South African? We are asking an institution that must confirm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do you support that?
I do.
Okay. Mr. Dojen.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Sangoni has proposed a way in which the plea that you make with us here should be followed up. Are you satisfied with that proposal?
I am satisfied and I trust this committee to do exactly what it sets out to do.
And where is the family of General Mfazi?
They're based in East London, sir.
Mm.
Yeah, they're based in East London. All of them.
They know that you are here today.
Yes, they've been sending me messages.
Yeah.
Yes, they've been sending me messages.
Okay. So, Ms. Marshall, the people for whom you spoke here today, they know that you are here. Okay. But as the chair of the committee, I have not seen any message from any one of them saying this person is representing us well. Okay. No, it's fine. Thank you so much to our two guests, Ms. Marshall and Mr. Docheni. And I must also thank our honorable members, the staff of Parliament. We did not have a good start today, Bonan. And I think tomorrow will be a better day. We forgive you for whatever weaknesses that we might have had this morning, not because you come with me from Limpopo, but because I understand that the days will not always be the same. You have been here with us every day since the committee started, and we can't crucify you for the mistakes that happen for a day or for an hour. because we don't doubt your commitment to the work of the committee. We are here today as a committee because of your tireless efforts, and we hardly mention that. I think it's important that we must tell you that this committee has depended largely on your work. So whatever happened today, every one of us find it in their hearts to forgive you and believe that tomorrow when we come back here, you are going to show us that you are still the same Ramano that we know, that we started with from the first day. And all your colleagues that you work with, Palette, Nicolette, and everybody. Let's run this last lap. There is a very important quotation that was made by President Mbeki about people who complete the race. That for you to be able to complete, you must not imagine or start to see the inclines that you are still going to run. So it's about attitude, that we can do it. It's about resilience, that we can do it and reach the finishing line. And nobody must even say, no, there is not going to be any payment for the work that we shall have done. There is not even any epaulet on our shoulders. Let's do it. We are doing it for South Africa. So I want to thank every one of you. We are coming back tomorrow to complete. Tomorrow should be the last day for public submissions and civil society organizations. So we are coming back tomorrow to do exactly that. Honorable Kola Barnett has requested that she must come on Wednesday. We have agreed. On Thursday, yes. Oh, tomorrow is Wednesday. I'm sorry. I always think it's Monday because Tuesday has become our Monday. Yeah, Honorable Kola Barnett will be here with us on Thursday. There is a likelihood that we may not have General Patlane because that labor court matter is being adjudicated on that day. So the secretariat and the legal team will look at it and see how we reschedule his appearance. Yeah, and I want to remind you, honorable members, that the deadline was today for you to submit all questions that you have, which you need us to forward to respective authorities, including those that must go to the office of the president. And remind you again that the chair has said that in the event you are not able to submit today, because my platform closes at 5, it might have closed before you submit. Exercising his benevolence, the chair has given you until 5 o'clock tomorrow to submit those questions. Yeah, when I went to Mukhaduba or Mapaga Munara or Masalangwa. Honorable members, may you please stand up and leave the chambers.